Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It is a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. A-N-A-C-I-N, Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist's. In the middle of Asia, astride the highest Himalayas, lies the secret land of Tibet. For centuries, its capital, Lhasa, has been the forbidden city, its lamasseries secure in their mountain fastness. But now, terror has begun to creep down the caravan route past Gartek and Darjeeling, and brought with it a small cylindrical object that has found its way to the offices of the Bureau in New York City.
The Tibetan prayer wheel.
Ken,
Small, but a pretty good specimen. Didn't know you were a collector, Chief.
I'm not. I just thought you might like to read that strip of paper inside of it. I'd like your opinion. You mind?
Uh-huh. He who does not call for a light when the darkness surrounds him will fall into the well. It's an old Buddhist proverb.
Yeah. It was passed to one of our men by a curio dealer in Darjeeling, an Anglo-Indian woman who worked for the Allies during the war. Name's Awani O'Hara.
Awani O'Hara?
Believe it or not. Said she bought the prayer wheel from an old monk who said he'd received it from Karai Lama himself.
Karai Lama. Chief, remember reading about red agents infiltrating south into Tibet?
Yes, Ken, of course.
All right. Can mean only one thing. They're trying to move in on the Lama's government. Trying to soften it up so the puppet troops from the east can take over without a fight. It's an old trick of theirs.
Yeah, there's no way of making sure, Ken. Westerners aren't even allowed inside the Patala Palace, you know. What's more, we can hardly interfere in the internal affairs of another power.
Oh, we've said that before, Chief. In Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. Look what happened. Besides, it's not just Tibet they're after. The Karai Lama's the spiritual leader of half of Central Asia. Northern India, Bhutan, Mongolia, Manchuria.
Yes, that's true.
You bet it is. And if they can pressure him into swinging over to their side, we might as well give up any hope of keeping the Iron Curtain from dropping over the whole Orient.
Ken, do you suppose that little proverb means the young Lama needs our help?
Could be, Chief.
But what can we do about it? Send a Sherman tank across the Himalayas to bring him out? And how could a man get into Tibet these days, anyway?
Same way the little prayer wheel got out. So long, Chief. I'll send you a postcard. Oh, here you are, here you are.
You would like maybe, Sahib, to buy an elephant? Souvenir of Darjeeling?
What?
Carved from ivory from the Mughal dynasty and made by the ancient craftsmen from... Mr. X, you got here. You raised... Oh, I can't believe it.
Hagon, what are you doing here in Darjeeling?
Mr. Thurston, I'm a Rocky Mountain guide in business with my cousin, Kai Ming Lu.
Timing, Lou.
Well, he may not exactly be a cousin, but he has the Zellschmidt nose.
And probably the Zellschmidt ethics.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. Thank you. Say, how about a tour of the city? Nightlife, strange oriental delights.
Pagan, I'm looking for a lady.
Well, why didn't you say so? Now, there's a pretty little petunia who dances at the Café Karachi.
Her name is Madame Awani O'Hara.
Awani O'Hara. Oh, sure, I know her very well. Yeah, she's a hostess at the Cobra Club or something. Just hail a rickshaw, Mr. X.
She runs a curio shop.
Huh? Oh, sure, yes, of course. I know her place like the back of my head, yeah. Look, you go two blocks down this way. No, you turn at the next corner, then go about... Here, Mr. Thurston, you hold the elephants, will you? I'm sure I've got a map of the city right here.
Come in, sir. Come in.
Madame Awani O'Hara?
I am she.
Well, my name's Ken Thurston, Madame. I'm a hobbyist of sorts, and just now I'm interested in Tibetan prayer wheels. I was told you might be able to help me.
I see. Prayer wheels. They're very rare now, you know. Good specimens are hardly ever removed from Tibet. Sorry, Mr. Thurston, but I'm afraid I haven't a single one in stock.
Oh, then probably you could tell me where I might find one.
Quite possibly. What kind of prayer wheel were you interested in?
A friend of mine in the States had one. I think he said it came from your shop. It was quite small. Brass, I believe. Inlaid with silver.
I think that it would be best, Mr. Thurston, if you came back tonight. Say about 8 o'clock. I may be able to give you the information you want then.
You'll obtain this information in Darjeeling?
I did not say that. No. You'll excuse me. It's time for my nap.
No, certainly. Madame O'Hara, just one question. I heard a proverb the other day and wondered about its source. It goes, he who does not call for light when the darkness surrounds him will fall into the well. Do you know it?
No. No, I don't think I ever heard it before. Good afternoon, young man.
Oh, you, Mr. Thurston? I found Madame O'Hara's shop for you. It's right where you just got... Oh, I guess you took a shortcut. You didn't buy nothing from the old witch.
No.
Why don't you tell me what you were looking for? Whatever it is, I can get a 10% discount.
Thanks, Pagan, but I'm hunting for a genuine Tibetan prayer wheel.
Oh, hey, let's walk on the other side of the street, huh?
Why?
Well, this tall monk with the begging cup, he's been watching us. I think he's going to try to make a touch.
The 32nd cousin of yours?
Alms for the poor, alms for the hungry and homeless.
Mr. Thurston, that's money you're giving him.
Sub, I beg not for myself, but for those in need. For it is written that he who does not call for a light when the darkness surrounds him will fall into the well.
Come on, Mr. Thurston, let's not overdo
No,
this.
wait, Pagan. That proverb, where'd you hear it?
It is an old one in my country. It signifies only that men should aid one another in their quests through life. I heard you speak of a desire for a prayer wheel. Is it not so?
Just where did you...
Perhaps you may find what you seek at the monastery of Chaizong, which is north 200 kilometers in Sikkim on the border of Tibet.
Thanks, I may try that. But now, where did you... Oh, wait. Hey, wait a minute. Excuse me. Sorry.
Hey, what a disappearing act, eh? But don't worry, Mr. Thurston. If you're so set on giving away money to needy people, there's always me.
Funny. Shades drawn, no lights. Madame O'Hara said 8 o'clock. I wonder.
Oh, maybe she flew away in her broomstick. Oh, why don't we come back when it's daylight?
That side window's open, Pagan. Here. Let me heist you up so you can take a look around inside our shop.
But, Mr. X, I can't do that. I always get claustrophobia in hypers.
Up you go. Now, See anything?
I don't see nobody around, Mr. Thurston. Oh, we're wasting our time. But that Madame O'Hara sure is a lousy housekeeper. Going off and leaving all that broken crockery on the floor and everything all tipsy-topsy like... Mr. Thurston, come back! What did I say? Don't leave me! Oh. Mr. Thurston, that's breaking and entering, and that's illegal. I think it's... Oh, that long yellow sash around her neck.
Yeah. Been used as a garrote, Pagan.
Oh, well, in that case... Huh?
Yeah. To choke her to death.
Oh.
Pagan, you think some of your disreputable friends here in Darjeeling could promote us a couple of monks' robes, the kind pilgrims wear on the caravan to Lhasa?
Oh, sure. Any color you like. Red, brown, plaid. Why are we going to Lhasa?
We aren't yet. We're stopping at a monastery of Chaidzong.
What a joint. I've been in clinks that are better than this.
Pagan, a monk's cell is supposed to be austere and simple. The lamas here at Chaidzong seek comfort for the spirit, not the body. Here, have another cup of tea.
Tea? You'd think somebody tell these characters that bourbon's pretty good for the spirit, too.
Come in.
Mr. Thurston, look.
Peace to you. I have been sent by Dao Sung, the patriarch of this lamasery, to bid you welcome.
So our meeting outside Owani O'Hara's shop wasn't entirely coincidence.
What is coincidence? Perhaps only the workings of the mind of God.
Perhaps.
If you are free, Mr. Thurston, Dao Sung would like to extend his greetings in person.
Why not? Pagan, you wait here.
Oh, sure.
This way, please. Dao Sung must not be kept waiting. I suppose you are somewhat surprised to see me here, Mr. Thurston.
Not any more than I was at the way you disappeared in the crowd back at Darjeeling after suggesting that I come here.
No, wait, please.
I thought you said we shouldn't keep Dao Sung waiting.
That monk who stepped into the shadows at the head of the stairs.
The one in the yellow robe?
Yes, it is very odd. The members of our sect do not wear that color. He must be of a different order.
Yeah, he must be. Unless the members of your order carry guns.
Guns? Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Look out, get down.
Oh.
All right, come on.
No, Mr. Thurston, wait.
Wait, why wait?
But he ran up to the inner courtyard.
What difference does that make?
It is hallowed ground.
What?
If you, an unbeliever, were to walk there, it would be desecrated. Heaven
All
forbid
right,
such...
all right. He's gone now anyway. You sure you don't know who he was?
Had I only been able to glimpse his face. But now, of course, there is no way to identify him. Unless Dao Sung, as the ruler of our lamasery, can find a way to apprehend this evil one. Come, we must hurry and tell him of this most untoward occurrence.
Yeah. If he doesn't know about it already.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, I cannot apologize sufficiently. In these times, even a monastery is not always a place without violence.
So I found out.
Since you Americans prefer directness, I shall be direct. Until a few years ago, I was the tutor of the young Karai Lama. Peace be with him. Last month, I returned to Lhasa. I found the Lama surrounded by new advisors, men whom I did not know.
Oh?
And as His Highness laid his hand upon my head in blessing, he presented me with the prayer wheel which has by now reached you. Alone, I could do nothing to help him escape, but with your help, I will make another pilgrimage to Lhasa. And with your help, we can bring the Karai Lama back with us, back to freedom.
Freedom. These advisors you speak of, what do you know about them?
Very little, but a friend more recently returned from Tibet knows more. With your permission, I shall call him. Michelle,
Dao Song, I have been awaiting your summons.
it is my wish, Michelle, that you speak with Mr. Thurston.
Mr. Thurston.
Yes, sir.
And that you tell Mr. Thurston the things which have happened at Lhasa.
Alas, our blessed Karai Lama is a virtual prisoner. For another man has become the true ruler of Tibet, one whom they call the Gold Hat.
Oh? Just who is this Gold Hat?
It is said that he was well educated in Russia, then later in China.
Ah.
Unfortunately, his real name is not known, or his identity.
Well, that's not much to go on.
However, it is known that unlike the orders with which we are familiar, he wears a robe of yellow.
Yellow.
And a yellow hat. His followers affect a similar costume.
I see. Dao Sung, what do you suggest?
If Mr. Thurston should be willing to undertake the pilgrimage to Lhasa.
How soon can we leave?
First, we have to walk all the way here to Lhasa. And now that we finally get to this Lama Palace, we have to crawl on our knees.
Just be quiet and keep your head down.
But I'm getting a creak in my neck. What's going on now?
The Karai Lama is blessing Dao Sung. He's touching the old man's head with a tassel.
Sounds like just a kid.
Our turn is next. Now remember, crawl slowly and stay close behind me.
Hey, what does he think it is? Halloween?
The Karai Lama always wears a devil mask during these ceremonies.
What a joke.
Hang on.
Omnai Wanan Diska.
Your Highness, he who does not call for light when the darkness surrounds him will fall into the well.
The top of the south stairway at midnight.
So be it.
What does the bell mean? Where is he going?
The audience is over.
Well, how do you like that? He didn't get around to me.
Mr. Thurston,
Oh, Your Highness.
you are alone. That is good. This alcove, please. Let us waste no time. You have come a long way in answer to the summons in the prayer wheel. What do you propose?
Plans have been made for you to join a native family traveling to the Indian frontier. From there, you will be escorted to the monastery at Chaizong and safety.
This has all been arranged by you?
Yes, with the aid of Dao Sung. The caravan will leave at sunset tomorrow.
Where is Dao Sung now?
He said something about returning to his lamasery.
I see. Mr. Thurston, have you considered that it might have been a grave mistake for you to come here to Lhasa?
Mistake?
Yes. You see, you are now under arrest,
Yeah. Yes, I see.
and I shall be obliged to have you executed as a spy, Mr. X.
We will continue with the man called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. A real-life mystery which puzzles people who own television sets is how in the world they ever lived without them. Without those puppet shows and Wild West sagas which keep little children fascinated while mother's getting dinner. Without those comedy programs which draw teenagers home like magnets. Without those sports events which so magically erase the day's cares from Dad's face. And without those wonderful plays which make a woman see her own life in proportion. Why don't you make this a television Christmas for your family? Naturally, you will want RCA Victor Television, America's favorite. already proven in over 1 million homes. So early next week, see your RCA Victor dealer and choose from 18 beautiful new million-proof models, the RCA Victor Masterpiece, which will keep the cheerful contentment of Christmas alive at your house the whole year around. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. I've been expecting you. You've come to get me out of the clink, eh?
Does it look like it, Pagan?
Oh, well. Oh, welcome aboard, Mr. X. Say, you don't really think they're going to hang us, do you?
No, Pagan, I know them. They're not.
I knew they wouldn't dare to do that.
No, in Tibet they execute by beheading.
You mean... Oh, Mr. Thurston. What a messy way to die.
White.
Mei Shao.
Aha! So they got you too, eh? Hey, wait a minute. You're outside the bars and we're inside.
Yes, Mr. Zellschmidt.
Quite simple, Pagan. Mei Shao is the gold hat.
Well, sure, but that's no reason... Huh?
You seem very sure of that, Mr. Thurston.
It all adds up, Mei Shao. The infiltration boys found out about the prayer wheel. But when they traced it to Darjeeling, it was already gone. So the gold hat moved in on Dao Sung and stuck around to wait for us.
I bow to your brilliance, Mr. Thurston. How sad that such a facile mind should serve the decadent capitalists of Wall Street.
From whom you're planning to rescue the poor, downtrodden Tibetans.
And you are going to help me. Your execution will serve as an object lesson to those who would interfere in the internal affairs of my country.
I see. And now that the Karai Lama's under your thumb, there'll be no one to stop you and the invaders from taking over. But I still don't understand why he should call for help and then have us in prisons.
Yeah, the dirty no good...
It is very simple. The great Lama has come to see that our way is the right one for Tibet.
Maybe. It was pretty sudden, wasn't it? He gave that prayer wheel to his old tutor only 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and when we come to help him, he sticks us in a hole in the ground. I tell you that Karai Lama is no good Joe.
Matter of fact, Pagan, I've been thinking exactly the same thing. Remember when he blessed Dao Sung in the throne room?
Sure. He touched him on the head with the gold tassel.
The lowest form of blessing.
Huh?
Isn't that right, my Shao?
The gestures of religion do not concern me, Mr. Thurston.
No, I'm sure they don't. But in this case, it was more than a gesture. If the Lama had recognized his friend and teacher, he would have placed his hands on the old man's head.
Well, maybe he couldn't see very good through that Halloween mask he was wearing.
On the other hand, that same mask would have kept Dao Sung from seeing the Lama's face, from recognizing a false Lama.
You mean they switched Lamas?
Suppose you answer that question, Mei Sao.
What possible difference could that make to you now, Mr. Thurston?
That's true. We're scheduled for execution, aren't we?
There will be no formal execution. Instead...
No, please, point the thing out the other way, will you?
It will be so much simpler this way, will it not? An American executed might require explanation, but if it were simply called a disappearance,
Has it occurred to you, Mei Shao, that if I discover the imposture, Dao Sung will discover it too?
What difference can it make? You seem to underestimate the efficiency of my organization. Come closer to the bars. Look, down the hall. Even now my soldiers are bringing your friend Osang to join you. Well, Mr. X?
Yes, you're efficient. Dao Sung.
Oh, yes, Mr. Thurston. All is well.
What about these soldiers?
Well, as you suggested, I did not leave the city entirely, but camped on the outskirts until a loyal one here in the palace informed me of what had happened to my 3 friends.
3? And this joker still thinks Meishao is his friend.
You were generous enough to come to my help. Now I have come to yours. These men who look like soldiers are, in reality, fellow monks.
What?
Wait, Dao Sung.
Well, there is no risk. We were able to pass this sentry safely. And now we have only to leave as we came.
There is one thing you have overlooked, Osang.
Yes?
This gun I hold.
Meishao.
Guard! Ring the alarm. I said ring the... What?
As I told you, These men are our friends.
Yes, and I'll shoot any who stands in my way.
Just a minute, Michel.
What a haymaker.
I know your religion disapproves of violence now, Stone, but I'm sure you won't mind an exception in the case of the gold hat.
The gold hat? Oh, yes, Mr. Thurston. In this case, I do approve your very excellent right hook to the jaw.
Nobody in this cell over here.
Keep looking.
Okay.
We'll go down this corridor now, Stone.
Perhaps we are too late, Mr. Thurston. The true llama may have been killed.
I don't think so. They're more efficient than that. Torture your enemy. Break him in mind or body, but keep him alive. He may be useful.
This is the only prison in Lhasa. If he is a prisoner, he must be here somewhere.
What about this door? Here now.
Peace be with your highness.
Dao Sung, revered teacher, rise and take my thanks, you and your friends.
Now we must hurry, highness. If we are to be beyond the palace walls when the gold hat recovers from the effects of the right hook.
Right?
I'm sorry to disagree, Dao Sung, but the Karai Lama is staying here. So are we.
But, Mr. Thurston, it was to aid his escape that we came to Lhasa.
That may be. If we run away, we'll save his neck and ours. But the gold hat will stay in power, and the false Lama be the leader of Tibet. Your Highness, the choice is up to you. We save your life, or risk it trying to save your country.
There is no choice, Mr. Thurston. My country.
Good. Now, if the palace guard were assembled, would they still be loyal to you?
Some of the officers have been bribed by the gold hat, but the rank and file are loyal to me. That is why my alter ego has never dared to appear before the people without his mask.
Sounds like the old story, the organized few pushing around everybody else who didn't know what was happening until it was too late. Well, maybe we can give the bully boys a taste of their own medicine.
But, Mr. X, that's the alarm gong. It'll bring the guards.
Right, Big Arm.
Mr. X, I can't look.
The price of treason is pretty high, Pagan.
It's not what's happening to Mao Shao and that phony Lama. It's the heavy blade that's so big and so sharp. And Mr. X, they sharpen it for us.
Well, Your Highness?
Mr. X, when the gold hat and his people came and made themselves powerful here, I did not strike against them because I wanted peace, and thought myself alone in a world gone mad. I shall not make that mistake again.
Your Highness, it's taken us a long time to learn that in our world no man lives alone, and no country. That we must each of us bring light to those who cry out in the darkness, lest all of mankind fall into the well. Peace be with you and your people.
Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, Mr. X starts out on what looks like a fishing trip off Baja, California, but ends up with a strange combination of a beautiful woman, an important foreign agent, and a submarine, to say nothing of Leon Velasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return, The Man Called X. It's a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin, Coronos, Bicidol, and other fine drug products. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Eddie Cantor, Perry Como, Mindy Carson, and Jose Ferrer. And until next week, same time, same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Jimmy Durante and Bob Hope clown tomorrow on The Big Show on NBC.
invites you to advance themselves, embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to K7's headquarters.
This is Secret Agent K7 speaking. Send in Special Agent Z for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent Z reporting for duty.
Agent Z, according to recent information, dangerous secret agents have been entering this country as refugees. Their method is simple. They find a poor immigrant whose money and goods have been confiscated and pay him well for his entry permit and passport. We are particularly interested in a master spy named Rene Braun. Our information is that he is now aboard an incoming liner posing as a refugee. I have arranged for you and your assistant, Miss Norwood, to be placed aboard the ship at sea tomorrow morning.
Early the next morning, Special Agent Z and his assistant, Patricia Norwood, were put aboard the incoming liner. Posing as immigration officials, they interviewed each of the refugees briefly. All seemed eager to talk. They were a brave people facing their new life ahead with hope and courage. They were grateful, too, looking ahead to new opportunities in a land of freedom. Agent Z received the first hint that Rene Braun might be aboard.
Mr. Official, I'm glad to see you.
So you know who I am?
Yes, you talked to one of my friends a few minutes ago. Now, here are my papers. My name is Mendel, Aaron Mendel. Here is my passport.
Thank you. Well, this seems to be in order.
Soon we will land. I'm so anxious to see the cities. I've heard so much. That the buildings are high, that there are churches, that anyone can go. The police do not even notice.
Yes, you'll find that all men can worship God as they like.
Ah, that seems wonderful. Is it not strange that it is not true in all countries? I cannot believe what I have seen these last few years. You cannot guess.
Yes, I think I know what you've been through, Mr. Mandel. Are you traveling alone?
Yes, all alone, Mr. Official.
Your wife, your family, perhaps? You left them behind?
Yes. They are there.
Why? If you were able to get an entry permit, why couldn't you get one for your wife or the rest of your family?
It was impossible. You see, my sons are gone. 2 of them. Perhaps they are in a concentration camp. Perhaps they are with Rebecca. I don't know, Mr. Official. My family is gone.
Rebecca is your wife?
She was my wife. She's dead. Not strong, she wasn't. And when the troops came, it was hard.
We had not much to eat. Then she was beaten. Something she said, I don't know what, but my Rebecca was good. A good woman and a good mother. She wouldn't say a bad thing, but they beat her. And she died.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Mandel. I won't need to question you further. Your papers are in order. I'm convinced they're yours.
Mine?
Yes.
Then you know.
I know what?
Always it is not so. Some sell their papers. I've heard of it. Tell me, Mr. Official, how could a man, even a poor man, sell his right to come to a land of freedom?
Yeah, Mr. Mandel, if you know of anyone aboard this ship who is traveling on papers that are not his, it's your duty to tell me who he is.
I do not know of such a one, Mr. Official. But one night, just after he sailed, I hear someone say...
Yes?
I don't even know who. That the man had sold his papers and remained behind. I've studied the faces, but I cannot guess which one is traveling like that. If I knew... But enough. No more will I hate any man. Hate I have left behind.
Agent Z and Pat went ahead with their questioning with renewed vigor. Were they on the right trail? Land had already been sighted when Pat began questioning the last woman on her list.
Your passport seems to be in order, Mrs. Brule. You're traveling alone?
Yes, but soon I will not be alone. See, there is land out the little window. My children are there. Grown up they are. I've not seen them in many years.
They're waiting for you?
Yes. This letter from my son, it came just before I went to the boat. Read it. See, it says they will meet me. My little son. He's grown up and has a wife and a home. I go with them. Oh, it is so hard to wait. Why doesn't the ship go faster? I want to have my son put his arms around my neck. I want to hear him say, Mama. Will we be there soon?
Yes, soon. Mrs. Brule, this letter, it's addressed to you and your husband. You have a husband.
Give me my letter.
Where is your husband, Mrs. Brule? Why isn't he with you?
He stay behind, back there.
Why?
I don't know. I knew there would be trouble.
Mrs. Brule, I want the truth. Look out that porthole. Your children are waiting for you out there. Unless you tell me the truth, your landing may be held up.
No. You are a woman. You wouldn't keep me from seeing my son.
Oh, no. I'll do everything I can to see that you get into your son's arms as fast as possible. But you've got to tell me the truth. Did your husband sell his papers and passport?
You guessed.
He did then?
It was for me. I told him not to do it. I said there would be trouble, but he wanted me to come. They took all our money. We would have to stay back there even though we had our papers. Then Andre sold his papers to send me to our children. Please, you must not condemn him. He did it for me. Back there he is. Maybe arrested now. He looks so old as the ship sailed and crying like a baby. Don't say he's a bad man.
Is the man who brought his papers on this ship?
No, I cannot tell.
Mrs. Brule, you've got to answer my question.
I will be killed. Back there, my husband, my Andre, would be seized.
This government will see that nothing happens to you, or to your husband if they can help it. Is the man who is traveling with his papers aboard?
Yes, I won't protect him. He is aboard. He's using my husband's name, but he is bad. He said when we landed, my son would have to help him. He is a spy. My son wouldn't testify against this new land that has been so good to him. You've got to believe that.
I do believe it. Remain in your cabin, Mrs. Brule. My superior may want to question you.
Pat reported to Agent Z at once. As the great ship pulled into its pier, Z located the spy who was traveling as a refugee. He'd already left his cabin and was at the rail, ready to be the first off the ship.
There he is at the rail, Pat. You stay on this side. I'm going to talk to him. Mr. Brule?
What do you want?
Immigration Service. I have talked with all other refugees aboard. Let me see your papers.
Yes, of course. Here's my passport.
Why weren't you in your cabin? All refugees had orders to remain in their cabins until questioned.
Well, I thought they meant after we landed. I came up here to watch the harbor boats.
I'm afraid you'll have to return to your cabin. I want to question you.
I'm not going back. I have a gun in my coat pocket. You try to take me back, I will kill you.
Your gun won't do you any good, Braun. This passport is worthless. Your picture wasn't here when this was stamped. Take your hand out of your pocket.
I'm going to jump over this rail and swim ashore. If you try to stop me, I'll kill you.
You'd better stand still, Rene Braun. I also have a gun.
Who are you? No, you won't take me.
Special Agent Z reporting K7. A spy, Rene Braun, was found aboard the ship you suspected. He was injured while being seized and is now lodged in the prison hospital. No other spies were found aboard. This code book and these instructions were found on Rene's person. He was here to dynamite several great power plants. The case is closed.
No one knows how many spies and enemy aliens have entered the world's great democracies as refugees. Today, in spite of the many who need haven in the world's free nations, immigration authorities have to exercise extreme caution. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with a native bandit giving me a big break by heaving a knife at me. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. And don't bother to sit down. Your plane leaves for Malaya in 1 hour.
Malaya? Look, I just got out of one jungle. Don't tell me you're sending me back into another one.
That's just what I am telling you, Steve.
Aren't you sort of stretching my luck a little?
That's the right word for it, all right.
Stretching?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Rubber.
A jokester yet? Okay, what's the deal?
Steve, take any list of vital war materials. Rubber's near the top.
So, what am I supposed to do? Go over to Malaya and tap a few rubber trees?
You don't have to. They've quite a few thousand natives on the job already over there. No, it's what's happening after the rubber is harvested that we're interested in.
Just what is happening?
A gang of so-called bandits has been raiding the various plantations, Steve. They're organized and equipped like a small army. They've been setting fire to buildings, terrorizing the natives, and in general interfering seriously with the entire operation over there.
I see. Look, isn't this a matter for the British?
Well, they've asked our cooperation in the matter, Steve, and I think the main reason is there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
What?
To our knowledge, nobody's ever gotten a good look at this leader, or at least lived to tell about it. Well, Steve, it's vital to both countries that we smash this gang.
Whom do I work with?
A British intelligence agent named Willoughby. He's waiting for you in Singapore right now. Steve, get over there. Work with Willoughby, and then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to put these bandits out of business for keeps. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of scouring the Malayan jungle to find out who's been burning up a few assorted rubber plantations. And I've got an uneasy hunch that whoever it is has a king-size hotfoot reserved for me. It's Friday when my plane lands in Singapore, and I head for the office of the British agent Willoughby.
Thoroughly nasty mess, Mitchell.
I understand there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
Yes, that's the rumor. What it's worth, I don't know.
None of the bandits has ever been captured, huh?
Not one of the blighters, no. We've set several traps for them, but they've avoided them very skillfully.
What sort of traps, Willoughby?
Well, we've doubled our patrols in the whole area. We've also converted several of the plantations which haven't yet been attacked into miniature fortresses. Concealed machine gun emplacements, troops hidden in foxholes, and so on. But they always seem to know which plantations are guarded and which aren't. As I said, their information appears to be amazingly accurate.
Yeah. Has anybody ever gotten a good look at this bandit leader?
Well, I'm not sure, Mitchell. There's one person who may have.
What do you mean, may have?
It's a little chap in the next room. Hey, Mr. Perkins, would you step in here a moment, please?
All right.
This is Steve Mitchell, agent from the United States, Mr. Perkins. Steve, Mr. Perkins, an importer.
How do you do?
Mr. Perkins?
Would you mind repeating your story to Mr. Mitchell, Perkins?
Very well. As Mr. Willoughby told you just now, I'm an importer, Mr. Mitchell. And in the course of my business, I make frequent trips into the jungles to the north of here.
I see.
Now, last week I was staying at a friend's plantation deep in the interior, and suddenly this gang of bandits attacked the plantation about midnight, as I remember.
Go on.
My friend ran out of the house as soon as he heard the shots. He was killed on the spot. Well, apparently the bandits didn't expect there would be anyone else in the house, so they didn't enter immediately. They set fire to the outbuildings, and during the excitement, I was able to crawl out of the window and enter the jungle.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your experience and the loss of your friend, Perkins, but I don't quite see what connection this has with...
Well, it was after my return here to Singapore that my real troubles began, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
Well, 2 days ago, I was almost run down in the streets. Well, I'm convinced it was a deliberate attempt on my life. Well, last night I was fired upon.
What?
Yes, it appears that someone is quite anxious to put Mr. Perkins out of the way, Mitchell.
But why?
Well, it's my theory that Perkins may have seen the bandit leader in action.
But how did they know you were there at the plantation during the raid, Perkins?
Well, my coat. In my haste to escape, I left my coat in my room. You see, it had my name in it.
I get it. They found the coat and figured out you must have been there and must have seen them. Perkins, did you see any of them?
Yes. Well, there was a lot of confusion, of course, but after I slipped into the jungle, I saw several figures in the clearing.
Well, now, don't panic about it. Did you get a good look at them?
Only a brief one.
Was one of them an American?
Well, I really couldn't say. Remember, it was in the middle of the night, and the only illumination came from the fires they'd set.
You think you'd recognize any of them if you saw them again?
Well, that's the same question Mr. Willoughby asked me. And all I can say is that I might. I don't know.
You know, Willoughby, it's pretty obvious to me that this bandit leader is somebody who's known in the interior.
It's my notion, too, so, oh, boy.
Yeah, he could figure that Perkins would be making other trips into that country and might spot him, all of which gives me the idea what our one chance of finding him is.
You have in mind a trip into the interior for the three of us?
Yep.
Yes, I've already broached the subject to Mr. Perkins, but he doesn't seem to think very highly of it.
Oh?
Gentlemen, I'm sure you understand my position. Frankly, I'm not a particularly courageous man. There have already been 2 attempts on my life right here in Singapore because of this. And to return to those jungles, it seems to me I'd be inviting my own murder.
Yeah, we understand your position perfectly, Mr. Perkins, but I hope that you understand just how important this deal is.
Well, I
These
do.
bandits are seriously interfering with the production of the raw material that's vital to both of our countries.
I know that, Mr. Mitchell. It's just that
Right now, you're apparently the one man who can put the finger on their leader.
I don't know.
Willoughby and I'll give you all the protection that's humanly possible if you make this trip with us.
All right, Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I'll second that. How soon can you be ready?
Oh, it shouldn't take me long to pack my suitcase. Not more than an hour, I'd say.
Very well. We'll leave in an hour, then.
We go part way by train, take a jeep as far as we can, and then start out on foot through the jungle. It's hot and damp, and Willoughby's in front, Perkins in the middle, and I'm bringing up in the rear, and all 3 of us are trying to look in every direction at once.
These bandits could be hiding anywhere around us.
That's a possibility, of course, but I rather doubt it. It seems more likely that their main camp is farther in the interior.
But they may have scouts watching this very trail. Look, why can't we take a boat up the river?
We get out in the middle of that river? We'd really be making targets of ourselves. No, it's safer here in the jungle.
Oh, dear. What was that?
Oh, a bird or an animal sounded like.
Oh, it sounded like somebody getting killed.
Take it easy, Perkins. How much farther to the first plantation on our list, Willoughby?
Oh, it can't be more than a mile or so.
Another mile of this jungle? Oh, I wish I'd never agreed to make this trip. I can't get rid of the feeling that I'm walking into a death trap.
What an optimist. Perkins, 5 will get you 10. We'll make it to the plantation safe and sound.
You will pardon me if I do not accept your wager, Mitchell, but I certainly hope you are right.
Hey, watch out. What?
What is it?
Up in that tree. I got him. Mitchell.
Oh, I told you they have scouts watching.
Get your head up out of the dirt and take a look, Perkins. That was no scout, unless they're wearing snakeskins these days.
What? Oh, dear. Python.
15 feet if he's an inch. Thanks, old chap. Looks like the rascal had zeroed in on me.
Great. We've not only got bandits to watch out for, now it's snakes yet. Come on, let's speed it up a little, huh?
Well, here's our first plantation.
Well, we made it after all.
Yeah. Hey, quite a spread. Who owns it?
Absentee Corporation, old boy. The resident manager is a chap named Hartford. He's standing there by the checking shed.
British?
No, American.
Oh?
Hello, Willoughby.
Afternoon, Hartford.
Still poking around the bushes looking for the bandits?
Quite. Hartford, I'd like you to meet Mr. Mitchell, a newspaper correspondent.
Pleased to meet you, Hartford.
A little off your beat up in this neck of the woods, aren't you, Mitchell?
Oh, I don't know. My beat's where there's news, Hartford. And these attacks on the plantations come under that heading, I think.
Troops arrived yet, Hartford?
Yeah, they're dug in around the edge of the plantation. Say, according to that meeting all of us had 2 weeks ago, you were going to put some extra patrols in this area.
That's right.
Any of them around here?
Oh, here and there, old boy.
Okay if I nose around the plantation a little, Hartford?
Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Brown.
I'll tag along with you, Mitchell. Yeah, make sure you don't get lost.
Okay.
We'll check with you before we leave, Hartford.
Okay.
Willoughby.
Huh?
What's this meeting Hartford was talking about?
Oh, it was 2 weeks ago, Mitchell. We called in all the plantation owners and managers to outline and set up plans for the defense of the plantation against these attacks by the bandits.
Then Hartford or any other plantation owner or manager knows the defense plans for all the plantations?
That's right.
Perkins, do you recognize Hartford?
I couldn't be sure.
Say, Mitchell, do you think that Hartford could be involved in this?
Right now, I don't think anything, Willoughby. I'm just trying to find out. Brother, look at those machine gun emplacements.
Oh, the bandits would surely not attack a place as heavily armed as this.
Maybe they would, if they knew just where the machine guns were located. Perkins, any of those workers over there look familiar to you?
No, I've been looking at all of them very closely, but I don't recognize a single one.
How far to the next plantation, Willoughby?
Oh, it's 2 hours easy travel. There's a native village between here and there and a well-marked trail.
Who owns it?
A Dutchman, Van Voorhees.
Okay, we better get started. I've got no hankering to be caught in the jungle after dark.
Welcome to my plantation, gentlemen.
Thanks, Van Voorhees.
After you.
Thanks, old boy.
Thank you.
You arrived just in time. Another hour, and it will be quite dark. And in these times, it is not wise to be out after dark.
I hardly agree with that.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Well.
My wife, Sukala, gentlemen.
Hello.
I am honored.
Or I should say, my bride. 3 months now.
Yes.
The 3 of you will, of course, spend the night here.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
You, from this part of the country, Sukala?
No, I am not. If you excuse me, gentlemen, I will give the necessary orders to our cook.
Would you care for a drink, gentlemen?
Oh, a little later, maybe. Right now, I'd like to take a look around your plantation, if I might.
But of course, I will be glad to show you around. I will tell Sukala that we will be back shortly.
Willoughby. She must be at least 20 years younger than he is.
The wife?
Yeah, and she's not from this part of the country either. How long ago did these raids start?
Oh, they've been going on for, between 2 and 3 months now.
Uh-huh. And 3 months ago, she married Van Voorhees and moved into this area. Interesting thought, isn't it? We nose around the plantation. It's fortified just like the other one, but Perkins doesn't recognize any of the workers. We have a late dinner and turn in. Perkins' room is between Willoughby's and mine. I don't know how long I've been asleep when all of a sudden... The racket jerks me out of bed to the window. Tongues of flame are licking at the outbuildings. In the light of the fires, I can see guys running around shooting up the place. So here we've been breaking our backs to find the bandits. But the way it's turned out, the bandits have found us.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I run to Perkins' room and jerk open the door.
The bandits, Mitchell, they'll kill me.
Not if you stay under cover, Perkins. I'm going outside and see if I can lend a hand.
Over here, Mitchell! Okay. You got your gun?
Yeah. Where's Van Voorhees?
Right here. Sukala, get back inside the house at once.
Very well.
Every building is on fire except the house.
How could they have gotten through the defenses, Willoughby?
They must have known exactly where they were and infiltrated between them. They've already blown up 2 machine gun emplacements with hand grenades, and they've killed the troops at the 3rd over there.
Okay. Round up what troops are left, Willoughby. I'm going to make a try for that machine gun. I I start circling towards the machine gun. Suddenly a native looms up in front of me, an ugly scar on his cheek, and in his hand, a long knife that's even uglier. I drop to one knee. The knife whistles over my head. I dive for him, but he scrambles into the bushes. I throw a shot at him. I don't know whether it takes effect. Then I spot another bandit drawing a bead on me. This time I don't miss. I finally get to the machine gun, and I swing it around. The rest of the bandits melt away into the jungle, but by now the damage has been done. I join Willoughby and Van Voorhees on the front porch of the house.
The house itself is untouched, but that is the only thing there is. The plantation itself is a complete loss.
Well, it was an infernally well-organized attack, Mitchell. They got right into the machine.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Perkins, come on. I want to make sure he's okay.
Well, where was he during the shooting?
I went in his room, told him to stay undercover, but those bandits seem to know everything else. They could have known he was on the plantation, too. Well, here we are. Perkins, Hey, where is he?
He's nowhere in sight.
Perkins! Oh, great. If they've gotten him, we're licked.
Well, he might have done what he did during that attack before, escaped through the window.
It's closed. I'll try this closet, then we better... Perkins.
Is it all over?
Yeah, it's all over, Perkins. You can climb down off that closet shelf.
Well, you told me to stay undercover, Mitchell.
Yeah, you sure took me literally. And I guess it's just as well. Come on, Willoughby. Let's go talk to Van Voorhees.
Right.
Mitchell, isn't there someplace else where we can stay the rest of the night? I don't...
Look, this plantation is probably the safest place in the world right now for you, Perkins. The bandits have already done their job here.
And quite completely, too. I'd give a year's pay to know how those blighters are getting their information.
Yeah.
There, my dear. The plantation is a complete loss, but we are still unharmed. That is the important thing. Oh, gentlemen, my wife is quite upset over this. I've been trying to tell her that...
Gentlemen, if you will excuse me, please.
What are you going to do, Van Voorhees?
I think the only thing to do is to get out of here. I've been trying to talk my wife into leaving, but she thinks we should stay and try to rebuild.
Oh? Tell me, Van Voorhees, had you known your wife long before you married her?
Why, no. Only a short time. Why do you ask?
She came here to live about 3 months ago, and it was shortly after that these raids started. Raids that are obviously based upon inside information.
Hey, Mitchell, I have extended to you the hospitality of my house, but I have not extended to you the right to make accusations against my wife.
I'm not making accusations, Van Voorhees. I'm just trying to find out who's heading up this gang of bandits.
I would stake my life that my wife is not involved in such a thing.
I see. What would you stake on your neighbor, then, Van Voorhees?
Neighbor?
The American, Hartford, manager of the next plantation back.
Hey, Mitchell, the only thing I know about this Hartford is that I do not trust him.
Why not?
I do not know. I simply do not trust the man.
Mitchell, you pointed out earlier that Hartford had complete information on the defenses of these plantations.
Yeah.
Hartford also knew we were coming to this plantation. Perhaps he recognized me, and that is why...
Visitor at this time of night? Hartford.
Well, speak of the devil, Willoughby.
Quite.
I heard the shooting and saw the flames on Voorhees, so I headed for your plantation here to see what the trouble is. Oh, looks like I got here a little too late. Sure made a mess of the plantation, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did, Hartford. Amazing how they knew just where the defenses were located, isn't it?
Sure is. It must be pretty smart, all right.
Either that or somebody's giving them pretty smart information.
Yeah, could be. Got anybody in mind, Mitchell?
Yeah, could be.
You know, you seem to be taking quite an interest in this deal for a newspaper correspondent. Funny thing about a newspaper correspondent, they do a lot of traveling around, visiting plantations.
Sometimes it's a pretty neat cover to accuse somebody else, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning skip it. For now.
Well, gentlemen, I, for one, have had quite enough excitement for one night. And if you don't mind, I'm going back to bed.
Okay, one thing, though.
What is it?
Might be a good idea to lock your door, just in case. Perkins heads for his room, and I go to mine next door. I stretch out on the bed and light a cigarette. At this point, Hartford is high up on my suspect list. He's in a perfect spot to have engineered the raids, but I can't forget Van Voorhees' wife, Sakala, either. She could fit into the deal somehow, too. Finally, I guess I doze off. A faint sound starts pecking at my brain. At first, I think I'm dreaming, but finally it pulls me awake, like a rustle of papers or a faint crackle of flames. Then it stops. I head for Perkins' room in a hurry. Perkins, you all right? Perkins! Locked. Perkins!
What is it?
Mitchell, open up.
Oh, very well. What's the matter?
Hey, you okay?
Oh, why, yes. Sleeping like a baby, as a matter of fact. Why?
Did you hear a sound a moment ago?
Sound?
A faint crackling-like sound.
Why, yes, but I thought I was dreaming.
Let's take a look out the window.
Huh?
Hey, look down there on the ground just below the window.
Oh, a cigarette. Still burning. Mitchell, that crackling sound you heard, it must have been the rustle of these bushes outside my window. Somebody was trying to get into my room.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look out the window. Over there across the clearing.
Oh, 2 people. Why, it's Hartford talking to Van Voorhees' wife.
Yeah, comparing notes, maybe. Or setting up the next raid. Okay, throw your things in your suitcase, Perkins.
What? But why?
We're leaving.
Now?
Yeah, right now. Come on, get packed.
Oh, dear.
I go back to the living room. Van Voorhees and Willoughby are sitting there drinking cognac.
I have finally persuaded my wife that we should leave the plantation, Mitchell.
Where is your wife?
She went to bed half an hour ago.
I see. Willoughby, any of your roving patrols in this area?
Yes, one of them arrived here just a few minutes ago, Mitchell.
Good. Let's have them escort us back to Hartford's plantation.
Now?
Yeah.
But it'll be light in just a couple of hours.
And it may be too late. I'll explain later, Willoughby. Right now, I want to get started.
Very well, old boy.
Mitchell, as long as Sukala and I have decided to leave the plantation, we may as well accompany you. That way we will be sure of protection.
Okay, Van Voorhees. You and your wife pack up, and let's get going. Half an hour later, we shove off. Van Voorhees and his wife, Hartford, Perkins, Willoughby, the patrol, and myself. A little after dawn, we reach the native village that's halfway between the 2 plantations and start walking through it.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
You told me that you saw Hartford and Van Voorhees' wife talking together.
That's right. They could have been cooking up another raid.
Well, is that why you want to get us and the patrol back to Hartford's plantation? I mean, you think the raid is scheduled for there?
Could be.
Well, what's the matter?
Keep walking. He doesn't see me.
Who doesn't see you?
Over there in that bunch of natives, the gent with a scar on his face. That's one of the bandits. He chucked a knife at me last night.
What?
Go on without me. I'll join you later at Hartford's plantation, and don't let anything happen to Perkins. The rest of the party moves on. I drop out of sight in the bushes where I can keep my eye on the village and the native with the scar on his cheek. After a while, he eases away from the village. I tail him through the jungle, keeping well back so he won't spot me. An hour later, he reaches a small clearing, and I know I've found the bandits' main camp. There must be 24 of them lying around, and in the center, there's a guy trying to raise someone on a walkie-talkie.
Hello. 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 Hello.
He's not having any luck, but I am, because a lot of things have suddenly fallen into place. I turn and start to leave. Then I freeze. One of the bandits is coming along the trail to the clearing. He'll pass right by me and be sure to see me. I've got to get the jump on him. I wait until he's right up to me. Then I dive for his neck. He drops his gun. Claws at his throat. I know if he lets out one peep, I'm a dead duck. I increase the pressure. Tighter. Tighter. Finally, his knees buckle, and he slumps to the ground. I drag him under the bushes and take off. It's the middle of the afternoon before I get to Hartford's plantation.
And I was getting worried about you, Mitchell. About to send the patrol back to find you.
I'm glad you didn't. Where are the others?
Oh, they're all inside the plantation house.
Good. That patrol leader around anywhere?
Yes, he's right over there. Lieutenant Sheffield.
Yes? What is it, Willoughby?
Mitchell wants a word with you.
I've located the bandits' main camp.
What's that? Mitchell?
Yeah. Let's see. It's 3 p.m. That ought to give us time enough.
Time enough for what?
We're going to cook up a little gag, Willoughby. If it works, we're not only going to get the whole gang, we'll also nab their leader.
Not that I mind furnishing the liquor, Mitchell, but I don't quite see the reason for suddenly having a cocktail party.
Oh, just felt like a little celebration, Hartford.
I do not think there is cause for any of us to be celebrating right now. My husband and I have just lost our plantation.
My dear, you must reconcile yourself.
I, for one, will feel more like celebrating when I'm safely back in Singapore, Mitchell.
Oh, cheer up, Perkins. The worst is over. That's why I want to celebrate.
But celebrate what?
Let's see. It's exactly 5:30 p.m. right now. In just 10 minutes, those bandits will all be captured.
What are you talking about?
It's very simple. You see, I located their main camp.
You found their camp?
That's right, Mrs. Van Voorhees. Lieutenant Sheffield and his patrol are closing in on them right now.
Mitchell, my heartiest congratulations.
Thanks, Van Voorhees. Well, come on, Willoughby. Let's go outside and tell the rest of the troops they can knock off.
Right.
Okay, Willoughby. Around to the back.
Yes. You think it'll work, Mitchell?
I don't know. It's our only chance of pegging the leader.
But I still don't see how you intend to find out just who it is.
Okay. Hold it here. Now we'll just listen for a while.
But listen for what?
Quiet. There it is. Coming from that corner room. Come on. In the back door. Now, down the hall. And keep it quiet. Here we are. Door is undoubtedly locked, but it's flimsy. One push ought to do it. Come on. We'll rush it together.
Sort of get back for a running start, huh?
Yeah, come on. Ready?
Quiet.
Let's go. Perkins! Complete with walkie-talkie. Trying to warn your boys. What? Perkins?
He's going for his gun.
You'll never make it, Perkins.
Let go of me.
Sit down, Perkins. I said sit down.
I got his gun, Mitchell.
Hey, what's going on?
Very simple, Hartford. We just grabbed the bandit leader.
What?
This man?
Yeah, Perkins.
I do not understand.
Posing as an importer gave Perkins a good excuse to travel this area, picking up information, but when the plantations were fortified, he realized he needed more accurate information.
So he rigged up his story about being an eyewitness and the attempts on his life to give him an excuse to be brought to these plantations.
Yeah, put him in a perfect spot to transmit information about the defense to his boys by means of that walkie-talkie he kept in his suitcase. You see, Perkins, I heard one of your boys using a walkie-talkie in the jungle, probably trying to get in touch with you. It made a faint crackling sound, just like the one I heard last night.
Why,
and speaking of last night, Hartford, what were you talking to Mrs. Van Voorhees about?
What's that?
Relax, Van Voorhees. I knew you didn't like me, so I decided to talk to your wife instead to warn her about Mitchell.
Me? Oh, now look, I'm not that big a wolf.
I don't mean that. You didn't sound like a newspaper correspondent to me, so I was getting a little suspicious of your connection with this.
Well, that's the switch.
Sheffield to Mitchell. Over. What, the walkie-talkie?
Yeah, let's have it. Thanks. Mitchell to Sheffield. Go ahead.
3 bandits captured 10 minutes ago.
What? Only 3? What happened to the rest of them?
Dead, you know.
Okay. Good work, Sheffield. Over and out. Well, I guess that's the crop. And, Perkins, after you face the court of law for the various murders you're responsible for, I don't think you'll have much time left. Yep, you had a pretty neat scheme going, but I guess you forgot the ancient Malayan proverb.
What are you talking about?
Man who tried to do bad things with walkie-talkie, when law gets through with him, will do neither one.
Neither one?
No walkie, no talkie.
Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, enjoy The Man Called X and your hit parade on NBC tonight.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. This is Diamond. You know, I'm sure a lot of you people have never seen this big city of New York that I live in, but you ought to. It's really worth seeing. I don't mean a 4-bit tour in a bus. I mean that one time that you stop along the way and really take a good look. Maybe it's from a building 40 floors up. You brace yourself against the stiff morning breeze and you lean out and watch the biggest city in the world wake up, stretch, roll up its progressive sleeves and go to work. Or maybe it's 6 o'clock in the evening and you're on your way home. You hold up at a busy intersection and you feel the Colossus even before you see it. You look behind, to the right, the left, and then up. And there it is. You could only take in 3 blocks maybe, but the pushing crowds and towering buildings are a common denominator for the Bronx, Park Avenue, and Flatbush. The rest you have to imagine because your dinner's waiting. Well, I'm lucky in a way. My dinner's ready when I start throwing nickels in the automat. My meals and my time are freelance, and my work is a ringside ticket to the biggest city in the world. Sure, it's lonely sometimes, and trouble walks the streets on a 24-hour beat. But that's how I pay my rent. Trouble's my silent partner, and he sends me everything from divorce labels to some marked City Morgue, DOA, dead on arrival. One night last week, old man Trouble was sitting curled up on a doorstep watching 2 thugs hiding in the shadows of a building. Trouble had a big smile because he was cooking up a king-size mess for yours truly.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah?
Ain't he ever gonna come out?
He'll come out. We just gotta wait, that's all.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah, what is it?
I hope he comes out soon. That cop car is due in a little while.
Yeah.
Hey, supposing they drive up the street just when he comes out.
And we don't use the artillery.
We don't?
We follow him and get him someplace else.
Okay. Hey, Lou.
What?
Here he comes.
Yeah. You ready?
Yeah, sure. Look, he's got his 2 big watchdogs with him.
Get set. Now.
We better get going.
Don't run, stupid. You think we was being clocked?
Hey, Lou.
There's that lousy cop car. Come on.
Where you going?
In this club. Come on, hurry.
Hey, Lou, supposing the cops come down here.
Shut up.
Table, gentlemen?
Yeah, for my friend and me.
Right this way.
Picture, like a souvenir picture to take.
Lou, are you crazy? We can't sit down at no table. They'll have the whole neighborhood covered in a few minutes.
We can sit for a second, then we'll go out the back door.
Here you are, gentlemen. Is this all right?
Oh, just standing.
Yeah, this is just fine, thank you.
Very good, sir. I'll send a waiter right over.
Oh, now, come on, Lou. Let's blow this joint.
Wait till he gets further away.
Please, Lou.
Okay. Now you go first. Take your time. I'll follow you.
Picture, sir?
Huh?
No, miss. We don't want no photographs.
Yeah, we don't want none.
Thanks, just the same.
Oh, that's okay. Picture? Like a souvenir picture to take home? Yes, thank you.
Well, come on.
Right behind you.
Now, hold it right there. No. Don't move. Thank you. That will do you develop, Shorty.
Hey, Mel, hold it a minute.
Yeah, what is it?
It's that dame.
This is no time to start looking at dames.
No, you fathead. The one with the camera.
So she's got good-looking legs, but we got... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
There's a cop in the door.
Get going, but take your time. I'll tell you about the dame later.
Oh, Lynn,
Yeah? What is it, Monsieur Davis?
where are you going?
Back to the dark room to develop these pictures? You always said not to keep the customers waiting, didn't you, Monsieur Davis?
I'm glad to see you listen to your employer. I'll just come along to see how this batch turns out.
This batch isn't any different from the last 100 batches.
We'll just go along and see.
Oh, that does it.
I beg your
I
pardon.
said that does it.
You cornered me in that dark room once, and it was all I could do to keep you away from me.
Lynn.
If you think that just because you run this place, you got a right to make passes at me, you better get yourself a new girl.
Maybe that isn't such a bad idea.
Come to think of it, I kind of go for it myself. And as long as I'm quitting, here's something you've been asking for a long time.
Oh, hey, what do you think you're doing?
Now get out of my way. That phony French accent may fool the customers, but it doesn't fool me.
You get out of here. Pick up your check and get out of here this minute. You little... Oh!
Now, what were you going to say, Mr. Davis?
Get out. Get out. Diamond Detective Agency. If you've lost a body, let us dig it up.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Depends on who we dig up and how long he's been there.
Rick.
Hello, Helen, baby.
You're simply gruesome.
I know it, but my tongue matches my shirts.
What do you do when you wear stripes?
I tell everybody I've been licking barber poles.
Oh.
Nah. Thought you'd catch me, didn't you?
No, I don't think I'll ever get
Oh, I think you're the prettiest little old gal in the whole dang breasted state.
flattery. Will get you nowhere. Have we got a date tonight?
Only if the elevator's still running.
Mr. Diamond?
Hmm? Oh, I'll call you back later, honey. I think I just sighted the client.
Mr. Diamond, please, I've got to talk to you.
Well, honey, go back and shut the door. If too much smoke gets out of here, the ceiling will cave in.
What? Oh, yes. All right.
Rick, did I hear a girl's voice?
I think so. But maybe she just wears those clothes because her mother never had a haircut.
What does she look like?
I can't tell you right now. I'm parked behind a curb.
There. The door is closed, Mr. Diamond. Now, may I speak with you, please?
Helen, I'll call you later.
I don't care if she is a prospective client. You face the window when you're talking business.
Well, there's a cigarette ad out there. Why look out at an ad when the slogan's right here in my office?
Slogan?
Yeah, you know. So round, so firm, so...
Rick.
Bye, baby. Now, you were saying...
I want to hire you to protect me, Mr. Diamond.
I know an easier way. Wear a diving suit.
Mr. Diamond, put your eyes back in your head. And please listen to me. My life is in danger.
There's an answer for that, too, but go on. Tell me the story.
Well, my name is Knight.
Miss?
Yes.
Yes.
In the last 2 days, there have been several attempts on my life.
By whom?
Well, I don't know.
Swell. Do you know why anyone would want to kill you?
No, I don't.
Well, now we're getting someplace.
Don't be funny, Mr. Diamond. I tell you that twice an attempt has been made on my life.
How?
Well, the first time a man followed me home and tried to break into my apartment. I screamed and then frightened him off.
Maybe he was lonesome. What about the other time?
Well, I don't know whether it was the same man or not, but the next night a man jumped out of a car and tried to make me go with him. I kicked him and ran down the block.
Sounds more like a kidnapping than attempted homicide. Why didn't you tell this to the police?
Oh, I did. They investigated, but I couldn't give them enough to go on, so they just put a man watching my apartment.
I bet he has to stand in line. Didn't they give you an escort?
No. They seemed to think I was after some kind of publicity or something. They told me it was all right to go out in the daytime, but to stay in my apartment for the next couple of nights.
Sounds reasonable.
Will you help me, Mr. Diamond? I'm afraid this will happen again.
My dear, my fee is $100 a day in expenses.
100 a day? Oh, Mr. Diamond, I don't have that kind of money.
Well, neither do I, but if I starve, I do it with dignity. I can't lower my fee, Miss Knight. I never have.
Well, then, I just will have to find another detective agency.
There are a lot of good ones. I'm sorry, the rule might bend a little, but it won't break. If I took the job knowing you couldn't pay half the fee, 10 minutes later, some guy from Texas with an oil-soaked wallet might want to hire me to count his gas stations. Sorry, but it's a tough world, Miss Knight.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Mr. Diamond. Maybe you could recommend someone?
Oh, any of them are good. Just close your eyes and open the classified.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Diamond. I'm sorry.
So am I. My conscience just slit its throat.
Like you said, Mr. Diamond, it's a tough world.
Yeah, the toughest.
Goodbye.
Yeah. No, nuts. Yeah, what is it?
Diamond?
He's hiding his head in the desk. I'll get him for you. Come on out, you heel.
Look, I don't know who this is, but put Diamond on the pipe.
This is Diamond. Wait till I get the bad taste out of my mouth.
Look, you can wet your whistle later.
I've always wondered what happened to people who said that.
Is there a dame in your office named Knight?
Well, there was. She left just before you called.
Well, let me give you a little tip. If she hired you, you're going to start feeling overworked right now, so tell her you don't want the job.
Oh, I am, huh?
Yeah. Well, your nearest relative is going to have to come down and identify the body.
You know something?
No, what?
A couple of minutes ago, I proved that a good businessman can start looking like a big fat heel for a lousy $100 a day in expenses.
Huh?
Don't work on it too long, but stop in sometime, Buster. I'd like to help you spit out your teeth.
Better listen to what I say, Shamus. You're way out of your class in this one.
I'm always out of my class when I talk with slobs. And if you don't like it, look me up. I'll be working for Miss Knight. I went out of my office in a hurry. When somebody tries to push me around, it's like giving a kid a slingshot in a hothouse. You can tell him all night not to do it, but by morning, he's busted every window in the place. I hoped I might catch Miss Knight before she got to the street, so I grabbed the elevator and went down to the first floor. I couldn't find her in the lobby, so I went out on the sidewalk. The street was crowded, but those curves showed up like a covered wagon on Madison Avenue. She was just starting across Broadway when a big black sedan pulled up and a guy climbed out after her. I took off as fast as my little 175 pounds would carry me and cut kitty corner across the street with an eye on the black sedan. The guy had her by the arm, and I knew when she stopped struggling, he'd showed her his gun. I was on a dead run, going to make like a big hero, but his .38 changed my mind. He missed with the first one, then he shoved the girl away from him and tried again. I could hear the slug whine past my head, so I hit the sidewalk right next to the girl. He jumped for the car. I just lay there and watched him drive off.
Did you get the license number?
Oh, it was covered with mud.
Gee, I guess you must look pretty silly just sitting here.
Yeah. Got some jacks? I'm a whiz at forces.
Maybe you believe me now, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah. Here, let me give you a hand up.
Thanks.
Now, come on, let's get out of here. We're collecting a crowd.
Where are we going?
I know a policeman who can't understand attempted assault. He says it's not necessary. And believe me, baby, he's got a cure for it. Come on.
In just a moment, we will return to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. But first, the National Safety Council reports that in almost every motor vehicle accident, there is one or more violations of the law, speed, drink, and carelessness being the worst offenders. The difficulty is that people continue to think of the horror of accidents as always happening to someone else. It never occurs to us that we may be killed dashing out to lunch tomorrow. Yes, it can and does happen, for it's the careless little chances each one of us takes every day that cause the big accident totals. Every motorist and pedestrian is urged to support actively the safety movement in his own community. Be careful. The life you save may be your own. And now, back to Dick Powell and the second act of Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Diamond is hurrying with his pretty client to see Lieutenant Levinson, head of homicide.
I hailed a cab, and 10 minutes later, Len Knight and I were walking into the 5th Precinct Police Station. Sergeant Otis looked up and started to say something, but when he saw what I was with, he changed it to a low whistle. Oh, stop puckering, Otis. You look like you've been unstopping sinks.
Oh, very funny, wise guy. How about the introduction?
Miss Knight, Sergeant Otis. Homicide's answer to mercy killings.
Hello, Sergeant.
Yeah, don't pay no attention to him, Miss Knight. He was born with a nasty disposition.
Is the lieutenant in, Sergeant?
Yeah, go ahead. He'll see you. Nice meeting you, Miss Knight.
Nice meeting you, Sergeant.
Otis.
Yeah?
Stop clucking. You'll have every rooster in town in here. Hello, Walt.
Who's that with you?
This is Miss Knight.
Is she dead?
Walt, say something nice to the lieutenant, dear.
After that last remark?
Oh, look, Miss Knight, I'm sorry, but this guy you're with has a talent for finding homicides. I'm suspicious of everyone I see him with, because even if they walk into my office with him, he'd do it just to confuse me.
Well, I'm quite alive, Lieutenant.
Then let me give you a friendly tip, Miss Knight. Stay away from this guy. His sense of humor will turn your hair white.
Oh, isn't he a dream? Walt, Miss Knight wants protection.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Walt, now stop gnawing on the desk and listen to me. Miss Knight is in line for a murder or for kidnapping.
I knew it.
She wants protection, and you're going to give it to her.
That's not my department.
This is homicide, isn't it?
Of course it is. But you know very well we don't go to work until you're dead.
Well, honey, I guess you'll just have to run it and get yourself killed. That's the only way.
Now you stop that. Send her to another department. They'll give her all the protection she needs.
She's been there. They stuck a guy out in front of her apartment. Now, look, I just saw a hood try to muscle her into a car. He took a shot at me, and you know bullets give me that let-down feeling. Now, put one of your boys with her until I can do something about clearing this thing up.
What's your full name, Miss Knight?
Lynette. Lynn, for short.
Where do you live and where do you work?
I live at 419 West 48th Street, apartment 309. I quit my job 3 days ago.
Where was this job?
The Circus Club on 52nd Street. I took pictures.
Took pictures?
Yeah, you know. Souvenirs of the customers.
Oh. Why'd you quit?
Well, my boss got grabby. I slapped him around.
Hey, wait a minute, honey. Did you say Circus Club, 52nd Street?
Yeah, what about it?
Walt, didn't somebody gun down Al Rigoletta and two of his boys right near there?
Say, you're right. 3 nights ago.
You didn't see that shooting, did you, Miss Knight?
Well, no, but I read about it the next day.
Well, if you didn't see it, they couldn't want to get at you just because you were a witness.
This is screwy. What have we got to work on?
You just put a man to guard her. I'm going to see what I can do.
All right, but only because I owe you a favor. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Get in here.
Otis?
Yes, Otis. He's not as stupid as he looks.
Want to bet?
He couldn't be and live.
You want me, Lieutenant?
Not for keeps. I want you to stay with Miss Knight here until I tell you to come home. Somebody's trying to get rough with her. Got it?
Yeah.
Walt, have you found any eggs around the office?
Eggs?
Otis, where do you hide your nest?
Oh, Lieutenant, make this guy lay off for me.
Yeah, Rick, lay off the poor guy. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Stop standing on one leg and wait outside, you mallet head.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Walt, I'll keep in touch.
Okay.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
Thanks. I'll make it up to you some way.
Don't strain yourself. I like an obligation to be fun.
It will be.
Rick.
Yeah?
Bye.
I left the 5th Precinct and headed for the Circus Club. It was a small place with sawdust on the floor and colored decorations like the inside of a circus tent. The place was still closed, but a short, dapper little guy in a gray business suit answered my knock.
Yes, you're from the police?
Why? You need them?
I just put in a call. Someone burglarized the place last night.
Oh. You know a girl named Knight?
Lynn Knight?
That's it?
I most certainly do. I fired her 3 nights ago. If she's in some kind of trouble with the police, she deserves it.
You must run this place.
That's right. My name's Davis. Would you like to take a look at the room that was broken into?
I certainly would. What did they steal?
That's just it. I don't know. They turned it upside down, but I can't imagine what they were after. It's a dark room.
A dark room?
Yes. I have several girls that take pictures of the customers. They developed the prints in the back of the cafe. Right this way.
Forget it.
But I thought you wanted...
I'm not from the police, Mr. Davis. I'm a private detective. Tell me, did Miss Knight turn in all her film the night she quit?
I fired her.
Difference of opinion. Did she turn in all her film?
I know. As a matter of fact, she didn't. She left with her camera, and several customers got rather angry when the pictures weren't developed.
You mean her last roll was still in that camera?
It must have been. She didn't leave it in the dark room. I looked.
Where's the phone?
Right over there.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, I think I've got something.
Diamond, I've got something, too. A sour stomach and headache.
What's the matter?
Otis followed that night dame halfway home when some guy stepped out of an alley and split his head with a sap. He's down in emergency getting his skull crocheted.
What about the girl?
We don't know. Otis can't remember.
Oh, that's dandy. I'll call you back.
Now, you wait a minute.
I can't. Bye. I had one of those muscle-bound hunches. And I had to work fast or Lynn Knight was going to get herself kicked around and maybe end up in the city morgue. I remembered her dress. And 15 minutes later, I was standing in front of room 309. I could hear the phone ringing from somewhere inside, so I waited to see if anyone answered it. On the 3rd ring, I tried the door. Well. Hello?
Who is this?
This is Diamond.
Oh, thank goodness. This is Lynn Knight.
Well, where the devil are you? Lieutenant Levinson said you disappeared.
I'm in a bar on 50th Street. That man who tried to shove me into his car this afternoon hit Sergeant Otis on the head, and I've been running ever since.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, I didn't. I called your office and got no answer, so I just took a chance maybe you'd gone looking for me.
I was, but I was looking for something else, too. Tell me, baby, have you got a camera?
Why, I did have.
Did have? What happened to it?
Well, I sort of sold it.
Oh, you mean you hocked it?
I didn't need it anymore, and I did need the money.
You stay right where you are, and I'll be down. What's the name of the place?
2320 Club. Please hurry, Mr. Diamond. I'm scared.
Okay. I want to ask you something else.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I thought you'd hung up.
No, I thought you... Lynn,
Yeah?
is there an extension on this phone?
Why, yes, in the bedroom. Say, you don't think...
I don't know. Wait a minute. Hey, what are you guys... Oh!
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, are you still on the...
Okay, Mel. Let's go get the dame. Hey, that was pretty smart waiting around and listening in on the extension, Lou. What do you want me to do with the shamus? He looks like he can still hear things. Well, turn him off. Sure. Okay. Okay, let's go.
What are you limping for?
I kicked him with the wrong foot. I got a lousy ingrown toenail.
I laid there trying to crawl back to a more sensible way of life. He'd kicked me so hard that it shook my eyes loose and they'd run back into my head to hide. Everything was suddenly crammed into a long funnel that disappeared into the floor, and I felt pretty sick. I was stuck in an acre of colored molasses, and trying to get myself loose was like pulling a pillow through a garden hose. When I finally made it, I stuck my head under a sink and let the cold water bring me back to normal. Then I headed for the 2320 Club in a hurry.
Something I could do for you?
I'm looking for a girl, but I don't see her.
They come and go. It's like that around here.
She had on a green skirt and a jersey blouse. Couldn't miss her unless you don't like girls.
Oh, her. She used the phone and then she left.
Alone?
No, a couple of ugly-looking guys came in and she left with them. Hey, you know her?
Yeah.
Well, she forgot her purse. You might tell her.
Her purse? Let me see it.
Oh, no.
Here's the badge, Buster.
Oh, okay.
He handed me the purse, and I went through it. Nothing much but a pawn ticket. I looked at it, and that hunch started biting my leg, so I took off for the pawn shop.
Good afternoon.
Here's a ticket. I want to claim the article.
Sure. A11249. Here it is. Ah, lovely camera.
Bingo.
Did the girl sell it to you?
No, she just wants me to claim it for her.
Well, be careful. She said there was still some film in it. She wanted to come back and get it when she got a new job. $15, please.
Yeah, here you are. Is there a place around here where I can get the film developed?
Right across the street. You can see it from here.
Ah, thanks.
Here it comes. Yep, it's coming up, but we'll leave it in a little longer. Hey, maybe I'm nosy, but what's so important about this roll of film?
I'll tell you better when I look at it.
Well, I'll turn on the light. There you are.
Yeah. Well, nothing on this one. Nope. Hey, look at this.
Oh, some old guy with his wife. Is that what you wanted to find?
You see those two guys in the background that look like they're just sneaking out of a chicken house?
Yeah, so what?
The one in the back is Lou Garzoni.
The gangster?
Yeah. Give me that negative. Let's get out of here.
Well, you two holding hands in there?
Hey, who are you and what's the gun for?
Take it easy, Doc. He shoots people.
That's right. Now back into the room.
All right, but take it easy with that gun.
Give me that negative, Shamus.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, where's the picture?
It's still in the juice.
Well, get it.
I'll get it.
That's better. Well, come on.
I can't seem to find it.
Oh, yeah?
Look for yourself.
I'll look.
See?
Hey, you threw it in his face. That stuff might blind him.
So now he can't see to kill you.
My eyes. Get me to the doctor, quick.
After you tell me where the girl is.
212 West 45th Street, apartment 513. Harry, I can't stand it.
Call a doctor for this guy and then get hold of Lieutenant Levins in 5th Precinct. Tell him to meet me in front of 212 West 45th and to step on it.
Yes, all right.
I'll take those pictures.
I can't stand it. I'm
Sure you can. It's no fun looking at the electric chair anyway.
Apartment 513, he said? Oh, here it is.
Yeah. If Lou Garzoni's in there, we got to take him by surprise or he'll knock off the girl.
Otis is down the alley, so he won't get out that way. Well, here goes. I hope it works.
Yeah, who is it?
Oh, Mel had an accident. He sent me up to tell you.
What's your name?
Tony Vega.
Wow, why didn't you say so?
I thought you was in stir. Coppers, you dirty cops ain't gonna...
How about it, Walt?
He's on his way. Where's the girl?
Probably in the other room. Yeah. Take it easy, baby. All right. I'll get the gag on. Now, there you are.
Oh, Mr. Diamond. Mr. Diamond, he was going to kill me.
Yeah, I know.
Is she all right?
Sure, Walt. Oh, how about Garzoni?
No hurry for the wagon. Now, will you please tell me how you knew Lou Garzoni was in this apartment?
Well, he and his boy were after a picture Miss Knight took. Yeah, this one.
Ah, there they are in the background.
He was an old enemy of Al Rigoletto, wasn't he, Walt?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, I bet he was the one who rubbed him out. Then he and his boy ducked into the nightclub. Garzoni saw his picture taken, so they went after Len.
Why, Mr. Diamond,
Oh, what's the matter?
you finally called me Lynn.
Well, Len. You go home and take it easy. I might stop by tomorrow.
What's the matter with tonight?
I've got a piano lesson. Bye.
Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant? Is it all over?
Yes, you hammerhead. Now get out of that garbage can and see if you can find your way back to the station.
Oh, Rick, stop it.
Okay.
Rick, tell me about the girl in your office.
Oh, nice kid, lovely eyes.
I'm jealous.
Good for you.
And I'm mad.
You're so busy.
You like the new piano?
Oh, yes. It's a big one. Must have taken a herd of elephants to make the keyboard.
Sing something.
What does Rita Baby want?
I don't care.
Okay. Oh, I don't care. I don't care.
Rick.
Well, that's what you said. You said that. Yes, you did.
Something nice.
All right. Everywhere you go, sunshine follows you.
Oh, that's such a beautiful tune.
Really? Everywhere you go, skies are always blue.
Rick.
I'm going to finish it. Children love you, they seem to know. You bring the roses right out of the snow. The whole world says hello. Everywhere you go. You suppose the guy who wrote that song ever got shot at?
Oh, Rick, you idiot. Come here.
Oh. This is much more fun than piano lessons.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Paul Dubov, Herbert Ellis, and Sidney Miller. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, The Ethel Merman Show, and the NBC Symphony. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial tuned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. And don't miss the interesting story, My Mr. Powell and His Mr. Diamond, in the September issue of Radio Mirror, now on your newsstand. Now, this is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us again at this same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
And now, Dick Tracy.
Trail of the Nighthawks. Stand by for action.
Let's go, men.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. Boys and girls, it's time for our first VE Day message. As a reminder, to ask you if you've started saving for that war bond yet. As you know, this month is the big 7th War Loan Drive. Now, maybe buying bonds isn't exactly a glamorous job, but few jobs are, especially the kind of jobs that the guys in the infantry have. Take Corporal John Orcutt, for instance. He was on the Siegfried line, and his job was repairing breaks and wire lines to see the communication service was maintained. During 7 hard weeks of fighting there, Corporal Orcutt constantly braved enemy fire to fix broken telephone wires. And more than once, he lifted his carbine and picked off a few German snipers before returning to his repair job. Almost every move that he made was in the open, under steady fire. Corporal Orcutt did his job and later was awarded the Bronze Star Medal. Are we here at home doing our job, buying war bonds and stamps? Remember that the war in Europe is over, but the war in the Pacific is still going on. It costs plenty of money. Uncle Sam will need just as much this year as he did last year. Money that we lend him with our purchases of war bonds and stamps. And now, Dick Tracy. In yesterday's story, Dick and Pat did their best to learn all about the neighborhood that had been terrorized by a gang of young hoodlums who called themselves the Nighthawks. Finally, calling on Dick's old friend Mike Flanagan, they learned of conditions that were mighty serious and made arrangements through Flanagan to meet a couple of the boys who had been victims of the gang, hoping that this interview might also explain the reason why the boys no longer went to their boys' club, run by Ronald Framer. Today we find Dick, Pat, and Junior in their car. Tracy is explaining to Junior some of the facts of the case. Listen.
Hey, you see, Junior, Pat and I went to see Mike last night, and it's through him we'll be able to meet these boys. Apparently, they're friends of his.
That's right. He said they'd like to come in and have him tell them stories.
Sounds like quite a man.
He is, Junior. One of the finest men I've ever met. And he's lived in the same house since long before the days of the automobile.
But these Nighthawks that you mentioned, what sort of boys are they? Are they about as old as I am?
Well, I'm not sure, Junior. That's one of the things I want to clear up tonight. I thought I'd have you with us so the boys would feel a little more at ease.
You want me to ask him any special questions?
No, I don't think that'll be necessary.
Dick promised Mike Flanagan that he wouldn't make the boys squeal and any members of the gang.
I wouldn't want to do that either. Unless, of course, they'd been doing something serious enough to warrant it. Tell me, Dick, why didn't you treat that robbery just like any other case?
You mean that business at Bickleford's?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm pretty sure, Junior, that the job was done by members of this Nighthawk gang. If so, I'd hesitate to arrest the boys and throw them in jail.
Gee, that's a decent way to feel, Dick. Oh, in the eyes of the law, they're regular criminals.
Well, it's been my experience that jailing wouldn't cure the situation that exists. Pat.
Yes, Dick?
Better pull over here and park the car.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. There we are.
I don't want to go to Mike's house the same way we did last night.
And neither do I. Not with milk bottles crashing within inches of my head.
There must be a tough bunch around here. I'm glad you two are with me.
We can take this street to the back of Mike's house, then cut through the alley. That way nobody will see us. I called Mike during the day and told him to leave the back door open. Yeah, down this way.
Golly, Dick, I just can't get it through my head why fellas from a neighborhood like this, or any other for that matter, wouldn't be glad to go to a club like the one Mr. Framer's given them.
Well, that'll all come out in time. I hope we can clear it up before some of these boys have to go to jail.
At least that'd teach them a lesson.
Yes, Junior, it would. But not the kind of lesson I want them to have. Now, here we are. These stairs lead up to Mike's back door.
Well, step in.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Dick, Pat.
Hello, Mike.
I'm not saying anything to the young man till I get him into the light.
Oh, so that's it. I wondered if you didn't like my looks or something.
Looks have little to do with it where I'm concerned. It's a man's eye I look at and the feel of his handshake. Now, let's step in here. Now, sit down. My boys will be here any minute now. My bones are starting to creak. It's this late spring that does it. Now, Junior, come over here and stand in front of me. Good-looking boy. Shake hands.
How do you do, Mr. Flanagan?
You'll do. You'll do fine. And you're going to grow into a fine man. You can sit down now.
Thank you, sir.
Mike, did you have any trouble getting the boys to come here?
Not in the least. You see, the name of Dick Tracy is one to conjure with. No, they said Dick... there they be now.
You want me to let them in, Mike?
No, Pat, I'll go. I always answer the door myself. All right now, all right. How that fella stood it all these years, I never knew.
Gee, Dick, he seems like a grand old man.
He is, Junior. He's done more good for the people in this neighborhood than anyone else.
Now, just go on in, the two of you, and make yourselves known. Remember, he may be Dick Tracy to you, but he's just as much a friend of mine. Well, here they are, Dick.
Oh, come in, boys. I'm Dick Tracy. This is Pat Patton, and this is Junior.
How do you do?
Hi, fellas.
Well, speak up, speak up. Has the cat got your tongue? Well, there'll be nothing to do but for me to make the introductions. Dick, this little man is Roger Sweeney.
Hello, Roger.
And this one is Fabian McAllister.
Hello, Fabian.
Now say how do you do, or I'll snatch you both bald-headed.
How do you do?
Oh, sit down, boys, and don't look so scared.
Come on over and sit on this couch alongside of me. Plenty of room for the three of us.
Gee, thanks.
I'll sit in the middle. Here, how's that?
That's okay.
Say, the fellas call you Fabe?
Yeah, that's right. It's short for Fabian. I'm kind of glad they do, because I don't like the name Fabian.
I don't see anything wrong with it. It's no worse than going through life being called Junior.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at, Roger?
Oh, I was just thinking of what you'd say if you knew my middle name.
What is it?
Oh, I don't want to say. Come on, Roger, tell him. Honest, Junior, it's no worse than Fabian.
Yeah, go ahead, Roger. Tell me.
Well, I'll tell you if you promise you won't call me by it.
It's okay. It's a promise.
Runnymede.
What?
Runnymede.
Gosh, that is a name. Runnymede.
Yeah, some of the guys found it out, and they began to call him Runny Nose. Boy, that was a day. I guess Roger had to lick 3 guys the same day.
Yeah, that's the day Fabe and I became friends. He came to my rescue and wouldn't let the other fellas pile on me. He made them let me take them one at a time.
Gee, that must have been something.
And by the way, Roger, it looks as though somebody has been calling your names again. Where did you get that black eye? I said, where did you get that eye?
Do I have to tell?
Oh, I don't think Mike will insist. After all, a man's got the right to have a black eye once in a while.
Gee, certainly a beaut. Purple, blue, green, and a little touch of yellow. Say, what does the other guy look like?
Tell me, Roger, have you been to Mr. Framer's Boys Club lately?
No, I haven't, Mr. Tracy.
Neither have I. Now, what's the reason? I remember you used to tell me how much you enjoyed it.
Well, I guess we just had a little
trouble.
trouble.
One at a time now, one at a time, so we can get the straight of it.
You tell him, Raj. Okay. Well, we wouldn't mind going to the club, but the rest of the gang lie in wait for us and give us the winks. That's why I got this eye.
Sure, that's where he got that eye. He went up there to finish a ship's model he started, and they give it to him on the way home.
Yeah, and he busted in last night and wrecked the place. Broke all the airplane models and swiped the tools and just made a mess of the place.
And that's why we come here tonight, Mr. Tracy. Raj and I talked it over, and we thought if we told you all about it, you could put those guys where they belong.
Yeah, it's been going on for months, and it's just because we won't join their gang on Nighthawks.
Yeah, that's right. I got a note last night. It was shoved under my desk at school. It said, I better join up while I had the chance. But I'm not gonna.
Neither am I. Well, it was only last night some woman had her purse stolen while she was walking along the street. Now, I'd never do a thing like that.
That case was reported to me.
Gee, it was?
Yes, and I have a pretty good description of the boys who did it. For once, the woman kept her head. Of course, she was excited when she called me up, but her description was mighty accurate.
Accurate enough so we could send men out looking for the boys.
Yeah, I bet you don't get them.
What makes you so sure, then?
Gee, I feel the same way.
Why are you both so sure?
Because they've been getting away with stuff like that for months. Why, Johnny...
Name no names.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Flanagan.
That's all right, Fabian. Go ahead with your story, but be a little more careful.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to be.
Well, you know, I've had some experience in matters of this sort, and always the gang has to have a hideout to operate successfully. Do you think these boys have?
I'm sure of it.
Gee, sounds as if they were a professional gang.
They are, Junior, and mighty well organized.
Any idea how many in the gang?
Oh, I'd say between 15 and 20.
Mm-hmm. Now, here's a question I'm sure you won't mind answering. What are their ages?
Oh, they're all about like us, maybe a couple years younger, some a couple years older.
And I suppose, like all gangs, they have a leader? Well, all I have to say is that Pat and I are going to put a stop to all this, and we're going to do it right now.
Gee, would you want us to spread the word around that Dick Tracy was after them?
No. Not a word of it. No, sir, I forbid it. You boys aren't to say one single word about meeting and talking with the inspector.
And I agree with that completely, Mike. Now, I'm going to tell you something about my plans. Maybe you two will be able to help me a little while later. But for the present, mum's the word.
You know, Dick, this may not have been such a good idea of yours to prowl this neighborhood. I don't like the idea of getting knocked on the skull with a brick or something.
Well, I want to learn a little more about the neighborhood, Pat. And I want an excuse to get out of the house and leave the three boys alone.
They certainly seem to hit it off with Junior. When we left, they were going in one of the back rooms of Mike to look at his collection of pictures of battle flags.
Turn this alley, Pat. Now stop right here.
Hey, what's up?
We're being followed. Stand here in the shadows. No noise now.
It's a couple of boys. Do you think they were trailing us?
I'm pretty sure of it. I know how we can find out, though. Follow me.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
I'll walk around the block a bit, see if the same two boys is... Wait a minute.
I see them. They just passed under that street light ahead.
Yeah, they were joined up by two other boys. Now they split up. And the pair that followed us have gone on.
The new pair are waiting near the side of that house.
And one of the second pair of boys has a brown leather jacket on.
Yeah, I saw that. And they're pretty big, too. Well, if I didn't know better, I'd think they were grown men.
Come on, Pat. We'll soon see if what I think is right. The minute we turn this corner, duck in the nearest doorway.
Here they come.
Did you see that, Pat?
I sure did.
Come on, let's go.
In a moment, we return to Dick Tracy. But first, boys and girls, it's second message time on this VE Day. You know, when we buy war bonds, we're lending our government money to buy many things, from bombers down to bullets. Yes, and those small bullets are plenty important, too. Just ask anyone in the infantry. They use millions of them. And when they don't have them, well, that's not going to happen. Not as long as we continue to deliver the goods. And that reminds me of a story about something that happened in Italy when the going was toughest. An American machine gun section had been fighting off a determined German assault. They had succeeded so far, but they desperately needed more belts of bullets. 50 yards away from the group was an American infantryman who sized up their situation. Grabbing a box of ammunition, he ran courageously toward the machine gunners, with rifle bullets hitting inches from him, artillery shells bursting within 15 yards. But he delivered the goods at the risk of his life. Have you been delivering the goods? Those machine gun bullets can't go forward without your war bonds. And your war bonds start them on the trip to the front. Send our fighting infantrymen the ammunition they need. It's up to you and up to me, to all of us, to buy those bullets with war bonds. And now back to Dick Tracy.
Robbery, 24 East Boulevard. Cars 9 and 5 proceed there. That is all.
Step on it, Pat.
Immediately, Tracy's thoughts turned to the gang known as the Nighthawks. Is this another of their crimes? You'll know tomorrow, so tune in again, same time, same station, for the adventures of Dick Tracy, directed by Wiley Adams. And this is George Gunn speaking. Boys and girls, every day, thousands and thousands of new friends join the ranks of fans who faithfully follow the adventures of Dick Tracy and Pat Patton. We don't mean just youngsters either. No, indeed, there are plenty of grown-ups who are listening in, too. And did you know this? All over America, and in other countries as well, more than 200 newspapers feature the daily adventures of Dick and Pat. And each weekday, another episode of Dick Tracy, one of your favorite radio broadcasts, comes to you at the same time over more than 100 radio stations from coast to coast. So listen to Dick Tracy Monday through Friday. Don't miss tomorrow's chapter. Listen to Dick Tracy on the Trail of the Nighthawks. This is the Blue Network of the American...
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo, the Anastasia Nurses Academy was an imposing-looking training school, thought John Steed. No expense spared. Yet this was the place that had ordered 10,000 cream-wove bond envelopes from Madewell and Pew's. So far, Steed's only clue to the mysterious deaths of some of Britain's leading ear, nose, and throat specialists. When Steed called to make a few discreet inquiries, a rather beautiful nurse was hanging up a skeleton.
Aren't you going to introduce us?
His name's McTavish.
What's he doing out of his cupboard?
He lives out here during the exam.
Ah, so you can bone up on your facts, eh? Ask Matron if she can spare me a few minutes, will you please, nurse?
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Episode 3 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel, investigating the deaths of the ear, nose, and throat specialists, find the whole affair not to be sneezed at. John Steed saluted McTavish, the student skeleton, with his umbrella, and followed the shapely form of the nurse, Melanie, down the corridor. He'd privately decided that he quite liked women to have a little flesh on their bones. When Matron appeared, Steed wondered if quite so much flesh was necessary.
Ah, there you are, Mr. I'm Matron Alice.
Morning, Matron. What have you to...
No, not at all. I only hope I can be of service. Mr...
Steed, you've heard of my foundation.
Oh, I'm afraid not.
No? Oh, what a cloistered life you ministering angels lead. The Steed Foundation is dedicated to the service of the sick.
Oh, I see. Buying your way into heaven, Mr. Steed.
Well, it's the only place left, Matron. We're thinking of endowing an establishment of this nature.
Oh, well, this establishment is unique, Mr. Steed. We pride ourselves in setting the highest possible standards.
Oh, I appreciate that, Matron. All we can hope to do is to follow lamely in your footsteps.
Well, what is it you want to know?
Why, the secret of your success.
Well, that is simple. We only accept what we consider to be the cream of the nursing profession.
Is there much paperwork involved?
Paperwork?
Well, I'm hopeless at administration, you see. I wondered if I'd be biting off more than I could chew.
The amount of correspondence we have to deal with is, well, nothing out of the ordinary. Letters of acceptance or rejection, mostly rejection. We receive roughly 200 applications per month. 1 or 2 are successful.
Well, I'm sure you're right to be so selective. So it would come to something like 50 letters a week.
Oh, well, something like that.
Well, I don't think that would present too great a problem. I'm most grateful to you, Matron.
Oh, always glad to meet a genuine philanthropist. Only wish there were more like you.
Well, if one's born with a silver spoon in one's mouth, one must see that it feeds as many people as possible. Goodbye, Matron.
Goodbye, Mr. Steed.
Emma Peel was driving at high speed back from the country. It had been a wasteful trip. She'd tried to follow the Rolls-Royce that contained Priest, the postman who'd been delivering those fatal envelopes. But Priest had been on to her and had, in fact, completely turned the tables. Mrs. Peel didn't know it, but she was being tailed back to London.
Whatever happens, she mustn't see us, Dexter.
I understand, sir.
It'll be easier as soon as we reach town. There'll be much more of this type of car on the road. They're not easy to tail in a Rolls.
I think it's the last thing the young lady expects, sir.
Mrs. Peel reached town in record speed and made for Steed's apartment. Some minutes later, and half a block away, the Rolls glided to a stop.
So, our little bird has come home to roost, Dexter.
It would appear so, sir. Do we pay our nest a visit, sir?
But of course.
One of these?
Dexter, the chauffeur, reached into his pocket and drew out an envelope.
No. I want her alive. Here, I think we'd better use this.
Priest produced a cut-glass scent spray, handling it with extreme care.
We must find out what she knows and who she's working for. This should do the trick.
Up in Steed's apartment, Mrs. Peel looked round, saw that Steed's bowler and umbrella were not on the hall stand, and made for the drinks table, poured a large drink, and picked up the telephone. Priest and Dexter left the car and made their way up to Steed's apartment.
Hello? Institute of Allergic Diseases? May I speak to Dr. Fawcett, please? Yes, I'll hold on.
Dexter and Priest, having checked carefully, have found the right corridor and approached Steed's front door.
This must be it. Over to you, Dexter.
You'll come right over then. Fine, I'll be expecting you. Thank you, Dr. Fawcett. Oh, hey-ho. Yes?
Good day. Market research. We're canvassing for opinions on the new perfume due to appear in the shops next spring. I have the spray here. We call it Oblivion. I think you should fall for it.
But Mrs. Peel sensed all was not well. She noticed the shadowy figure of the postman in the background. She looked at the scent spray in Dexter's hand and the drink in her own. Without hesitation, she threw the drink in his face. As he stumbled into the room, Mrs. Peel chopped him neatly. Priest swung into action, grappling with Mrs. Peel. Dexter struggled to his feet, clutching at the scent spray.
Hold it!
Oh, no, you don't!
All right. I've got her. Help me. Sooner we get her down to the car, the better. Come on.
It was some while after that unpleasant happening that Steed arrived home. He started to remove his keys from his pocket when he noticed that the front door was ajar. He hesitated, prodded the door gently with his umbrella. That someone was waiting inside, he had no doubt. Warily, he pushed the gap wider and entered.
Mrs. Peel?
The man who spoke was a fussy little grey-haired creature. He was sitting primly on a chair in the middle of the room, as though endeavoring to create his own atmosphere of isolation.
Comfortable? No. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Well, I am, frequently. Choosing curtains like those. I rather like them. Too dangerous. 22.3% of all hay fever sufferers are allergic to that type of material. That's common knowledge, surely. And look at the dust about the place. Breeding ground for all sorts of bacteria. Where's Mrs. Peel? I haven't the faintest idea, Mr. Fawcett. Dr. Fawcett. Institute of Allergic Diseases. Oh, is that so? I understand, then, that Mrs. Peel asked you to meet her here. That is so. 4 hours, 31 and a half minutes ago. In connection with Dr. Padley's death? In connection with the death of Dr. Padley and Dr. Seaton.
What?
Dr. Seaton died this morning, soon after the death of his partner.
The same symptoms?
As far as I can ascertain, yes.
Then Emma Peel was certainly onto something. When did you say...
Steed broke off as his foot brushed against something on the carpet. He stopped and picked up the scent spray.
Odd.
Very odd.
A scent spray in the middle of my carpet. What do we deduce from this, Doctor?
That Mrs. Peel was here before I arrived. She probably phoned me from this very apartment.
True. Smell this.
Hey, steady, steady.
Well?
Chloroform.
I don't like it.
You're not the only one. If chloroform is exposed to light and air, it oxidizes to generate phosgene, which...
Dr. Fawcett, would you think me inhospitable if I suggested we postpone our little chat?
Not at all. What's another 4 hours to a busy man?
Well, it's just that I'm due for a rather unpleasant interview. Already, I can hear a voice saying...
Lost her? Lost Emma Peel? What on earth do you mean, Steed?
Well, she's disappeared, Mother.
Dirty work?
Smells. Here, the spray. A trifle unhygienic, too.
Inordinately careless. Scotch?
Oh, please.
Anything possibly gone?
Not much.
Our time's getting short. 4 more ear, nose, and throat men dead in the last 6 hours. 1 in Brazil, 1 in Australia, and 2 in Russia. Soda?
A dash.
What's the next move?
Find the answer to the puzzle.
What sort of puzzle?
Why a nurses' training college would order 10,000 envelopes.
That sounds like the road to nowhere.
Maybe, but it's got to be traveled, though.
Need any help?
No, thank you. One-man job. Mine.
When?
This evening.
And so, later, John Steed journeyed again to the Anastasia Nurses Academy. Outside the main doors, he read the motto, 3 C's.
3 C's. Competence, comfort, compassion. And no difficult locks, I trust.
There weren't. Steed entered silently. He found Matron's office without trouble. Then he heard an unusual noise. Unusual anyway for that time of night. Steed tiptoed to another door and opened it. To his amazement, Steed found himself gazing at a long line of typists, all typing away at envelopes, throwing them into growing piles in their delivery baskets. Steed closed the door.
3 C's. Curiouser, and curiouser, and curiouser.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular program on the West Coast. Remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular signal stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Poison is quicker.
Most men lead lives of quiet desperation, said Thoreau. Quiet desperation. How well little Alfred Smithers, who never read a word by Thoreau in all his life, knew the meaning of that phrase. All the nagging dullness of a humdrum existence and a tiresome wife. Yes, the saucy little servant girl Alfred had married in London so many years before had become a lazy, slovenly housewife whose untidy little home had miraculously survived the Blitz. Now, with the coming of peace, Gracie Smithers sat in her dingy front parlor night after night, reading murder mysteries and yawning, while Alfred gazed blankly at his daily express and wished he were rid of her. Wished it with all his heart and did nothing about it.
Oh, well, that's another one off me docket. The author didn't play fair, though. I still don't see how that little what's-his-name could have been the Crimson Hangman. What you thinking about, Alfie?
Nothing.
Still waters run deep, you know. You don't just sit there thinking about nothing. Only a perishing statue does that.
I was thinking about the days.
What?
The days aren't so bad. At least I have something to do at the office. At least I keep occupied.
What's the matter, Alfie? Getting the jitters?
Never mind.
Don't you like our happy little home all of a sudden?
If you must know the truth, Mrs. Smithers.
I say now, what's got your back up?
Oh, nothing.
Feeling sorry for yourself again, dearie?
Oh, shut up. Get back to your murder rubbish and don't bother me.
Really, Alfred Smithers?
Read, can't you? Let a man have a little peace and quiet.
There's nothing to read. I was hoping you'd pick up some more thrillers for me at the bargain shop tomorrow.
All right. What do you want me to get?
I wrote down the titles somewhere. Got them ready for you. Oh, yes, here they are. Dearest Alfred.
What's that?
Oh, don't get the wind up, lovey. It's only a book title.
Doesn't sound much like a murder mystery to me.
Perhaps it isn't. I thought I'd like to see the Alfred in real life if he's anything like Alfred in the book.
Very amusing.
The others are all thrillers, though. Death is my bridegroom. There gives you the creeps, don't it? Nobody loves me. That's a murder that looks like suicide.
Yeah.
This Way Out, a spine-chilling cat and mouse game, the catalogue says. I could hang. Don't know that one. And the last one, Poison is Quicker.
Rubbish. Nothing but tripe.
Alfred Smithers, you're a snob. Everybody reads murder novels.
I don't.
Oh, you've always thought yourself better than anybody else. Especially better than me. I've never been good enough for you.
That's for you to say, my dear.
That's a fine thing to say to your wife.
Oh, give me a list, Gracie. I'll pick the books up tomorrow.
Well, okie doke. Here's the list. Be sure and get Poison is Quicker. It's all about somebody murdered for insurance. Dark realism, the catalogue says.
Cheap trash. Dearest Alfred, death is my bridegroom. Nobody loves me. This Way Out. I could hang. But poison is quicker. Dearest Alfred, death is my bridegroom. Nobody loves me. This Way Out. I could hang. But poison is quicker.
Alfred, what's the matter? Why are you shaking so?
I don't know. I must have caught a chill or something.
Almost like a note to you, isn't it, Alfred? The barely coherent elliptical style of a suicide note. If Gracie were dead and that note were found beside her body, you try not to think of it. Why, it's monstrous. You're thinking of murder. You want to be rid of her, but not that way. Still, if you simply left her, you'd have no money. And Gracie does have insurance. But poison is quicker, she said. Poison. That arsenic powder you used in the garden. The thoughts in your mind all that night and all the next day. It's coming out now from its hiding place deep inside you. And then when you return home that evening, it happens. The little push that makes you a murderer.
Well, where are they?
Where's what?
My books, dearie. You said you'd bring them home with you.
I'm sorry, Gracie. I forgot all about them.
You forgot?
Yes, Gracie. They're the things on me mind.
Other things on your mind. Such an important little man, aren't we, Alfie? Can't keep a promise to your own wife.
I couldn't help it, Gracie. They slipped me mind.
Like fun they did. You done it deliberate. I know you did.
Gracie, don't raise your voice. It's vulgar.
Oh, so now I'm vulgar, am I? Well, if I'm not good enough to do things for, I'm not good enough to do things for you. You can make your own tea and toast tonight.
Don't shout at me, Gracie. Don't scream.
Oh, don't. I'm sick and tired of getting the frosty eye from you, dearie. You're not so high and mighty. Just a miserable little clerk in a dirty little office.
That'll do.
Oh, just a second, Your Highness.
Gracie! Don't. You'll only upset yourself. I'll make tea for the both of us.
You'll make none for me. That wishy-washy, weak stuff you'll brew for yourself. I'll make me own.
All right. For once, I'll do it your way.
Eh?
Tonight, I'll make it the way you want it, Gracie. Just as strong as you like.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Poison is Quicker, Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Inflation. You hear that word all around you these days. But in the midst of higher and higher prices and dollars that buy less and less, it's gratifying to find a product that actually offers more quality than ever before in history, but still sells at its pre-war price. Yet that's just what you get in new Signal gasoline. Of course, improvement isn't new to Signal gasoline. Since that day 14 years ago, when Signal Oil Company introduced the first guaranteed anti-knock gasoline at no extra price, Signal gasoline has been constantly improved to give you the benefit of every latest development in the automotive and petroleum industry. But today's Signal gasoline, in which the atoms in gasoline molecules have actually been rearranged to create amazing new power, is so superior to pre-war gasolines, it's really a completely new type super fuel. To discover what thrilling performance there's still left in your car, try just one tankful of new Signal gasoline. When you step on the accelerator, you'll know why Signal products, although still young in years, have grown and grown in popularity. Until today, those friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign now serve 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, back to the Whistler.
But poison is quicker. Strange what a book title can do to a man, isn't it, Alfred? Who would think it could be the stepping-off place to murder? And yet Gracie's dead now, the victim of arsenic poisoning. And you are already playing a new role, the part of a shocked husband, the little man who seems so dazed and bewildered. It's only 4 hours after you made Gracie such a nice cup of tea. Now she's dead. And Police Sergeant Jellaby is questioning you. You're thankful you're still in the safety of your own home. You might lose your head if you were in the hostile atmosphere of a police station.
Are you sure you can't think of any reason why your wife would wish to take her own life, Mr. Smithers?
Not right now, Sergeant. I just can't think now.
I'm sure you understand we must get to the bottom of this unfortunate affair.
Of course.
Now, about the question of motive, then.
Well, the books. Might have been the books.
Books?
But it's such a tiny thing.
You'd better tell me about it, Mr. Smithers.
Well, my wife was very fond of reading. Last night she asked me to pick up some novels for her in the city today, and I was so busy that I forgot all about them. She was rather upset when I come home without them.
Upset enough to kill herself, Mr. Smithers?
Oh, good heavens, no. At least I didn't think so then.
You quarreled about it?
Oh, no, we never quarreled. She was upset, as I said, and it disturbed me.
In what way?
I felt rather guilty about failing her, so while she was making our tea,
Your wife made tea after your little incident?
Oh, yes, she always done that. She said I made such audible tea. Our neighbours can tell you that.
Who are they?
Well, there's Mrs. Applegate next door. She's a widow, and then there's Henry Small across the road.
I see. Go on, Mr. Smithers. You said you felt guilty.
Oh, yes, so I did. So while she was making the tea, I decided to surprise her. Make up for what I'd forgotten to do, like, you know.
In what way?
Well, I remembered the rental library on the Queen's Road might still be open, so I thought I'd better take a quick walk over there and pick up a few novels for her. I left the house without a word. Wanted to surprise her, like, see?
How long were you gone?
I left at 6:30. It was foggy, you know the way it gets this time of year. So I was longer than I'd bargained for. Over half an hour I was.
And these are the books you got her?
Yes, Embers of Desire and Love in the Desert. Sort of thing most women like to read.
Did your wife read this sort of thing as a general rule?
I don't know. I never much thought about the books she read.
What books did she ask you to get for her in the city?
Books?
Yes, what title?
Oh, well, I know it's absurd, Sergeant, but I simply can't remember.
Are you quite sure?
Well, I just can't think of them. I mean, to say, I forgot about them in the first place, and now I'm so mixed up.
Perhaps it'll come to you later. Now about the note.
Yes?
Doesn't it strike you as rather odd?
I don't think I know what you mean, Sergeant.
Well, it isn't coherent, for one thing, and she didn't sign her name to it for another.
I thought of that. My wife, she must have been under great mental strain when she wrote it.
I can see that. Decided to take her life on a sudden impulse, eh? Must have thought you'd left the house in a fit of anger, then hurried about the business of writing the note and putting the arsenic in her tea.
It's a terrible thing to think about, ain't it, Sergeant?
Right. Arsenic poisoning's not the most pleasant of deaths. Since you weren't here to prevent it, perhaps it's just as well you didn't get home until it was all over.
Yes. Is that all, Sergeant?
Yes. You'll be notified when to appear for the inquest, Mr. Smithers. I'll see you then. Good night.
And so you've gotten away with murder, Alfred. Or have you? Is Sergeant Jellyby as stolid and blind as he seems? He certainly didn't seem too sympathetic. Was that merely his official manner, or does he suspect you? And was your trip to the rental library after you'd watched Gracie die as clever an alibi as you thought? You had to lie about the type of novel Gracie read. You deliberately brought home those trashy love stories to ward off any questions about the suicide note. But if Henry Small or Molly Applegate should remember that Gracie read mystery novels... you made a mistake there, Alfred. But it's too late to rectify it now. All you can do is attend the inquest with Molly Applegate and Henry Small on either side of it.
A nasty business, this, Alf. It'll soon be over, though.
I hope so, Henry.
You think that the coroner's jury could have made up their minds by now. Can't see why they're taking so long about it.
Well, it really isn't so long, Mrs. Applegate. They've only been gone a few minutes.
An harrowing ordeal for you. That's what it is. I don't see how you could be so cool up there on the witness stand.
The man can't reveal his grief in public, Mrs. Applegate.
That he can't. You done yourself proud, Alf. Me, now, the few questions the coroner asked me, they had me shaking like a leaf.
Pretty silly, if you ask me.
How you mean, Molly?
The few questions he put to you. Didn't really need to call you as a witness. Same goes for me as far as that goes. I'm sure I could have told a sight more if I'd been asked.
Just what do you mean by that, Mrs. Applegate?
they're coming back. The jury's coming out.
Mrs. Applegate, I'd like to know what you...
Now, here's the coroner.
Members of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
How find you the case of the deceased Grace Smithers?
In the light of the evidence disclosed, we find the deceased Grace Smithers is suicide while of temporarily unsound mind.
Well, that's it, Elf. There it is.
My, yes. Nothing to worry about now.
What do you mean? Nothing to worry about.
Well, really, Mr. Smithers.
Well, what do you mean by it?
Nothing to make you bite my head off, I'm sure. Only that it's official now.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Applegate. I'm not quite myself, you know.
Well, I didn't mean to snap at you myself.
You're right, of course. I haven't anything to worry about now. Nothing at all.
Nothing to worry about, Alfred. Then why is fear so clammy and cold inside you? You've always been afraid of so many things. And now you've actually killed Gracie, you're afraid you'll be found out. That's the greatest fear you've ever known. Murder was so easy, but that was only the beginning. What about Molly Applegate? What more could she have told if she'd been asked? The question haunts you all during the funeral and through the next day and the day after when the insurance man calls at the house.
Just one more question for our files, Mr. Smithers.
I don't see why I have to answer any more questions. You can get all your information from the police records.
It's a formality we have to follow, Mr. Smithers. My company's not in business for its health, you understand.
But surely I told you everything you want to know.
Just one more thing. What really made your wife take her own life?
That's in the evidence at the inquest. It's available to you.
My instructions are to get it in your own words. You want your wife's insurance, don't you, Mr. Smithers? No sense in going to pieces, you know. If I were in your shoes, you know what I'd do? Take a trip.
If you was in my shoes.
Yes, do you good. Now, what about your wife?
I guess the war was too much for her. She finally gave way after it was all over.
Sergeant Jellaby told me you said that.
Then you seen the police.
Well, it's part of my job, you know.
Is that all you want?
I think so. The money will come through in due time, Mr. Smithers. Good day.
Panic won't help you at all, Alfred. Still, Mr. Chatham, the insurance man, seemed much too suspicious, didn't he? Why all the leading questions? If he were in your shoes, he said, he'd go away. As if he knew that was already in your mind. Well, that's your plan now, isn't it? The moment you get your money, you'll go away, start all over again in another town, maybe even another country. You hold to that thought all the next day. And then you stop at the corner pub on your way home from the office and have a beer with your friend Henry.
Well, here's to you, Alf. A long life and no slip-ups.
No slip-ups?
Accidents. Hope nothing ever goes wrong for you. Cheerio.
Cheerio.
Oh, that's a bit of all right, what?
Yes, it is.
Ran into that insurance bloke this afternoon, Chatham.
You did?
Tells me you're thinking of going away.
What gave you that idea?
I don't know. Perhaps he didn't say that exactly. Said he mentioned it to you. Where are you thinking of going, Elf?
Well, I haven't got them.
South of France is the spot this time of the year.
Well, I haven't even thought about it, Henry.
Here, speaking of France, by the way, I read across a rum item in the paper last week.
Oh?
This French bloke's wife killed herself, see? Suicide. Plain as the nose on your face. Bloke collects the insurance and then skips off. Hops off to Paris and starts blowing in his brass on riotous living, you might say. The gendarmes picked him up like that. Give himself away, he did. He killed her himself. Now, if he'd stayed where he was, nobody'd have been any the wiser. Now, the way I look at it, Elf... Elf... where'd he go? I say there, Peg!
You could be a friend, Mr. Small.
Well, he was here only a second ago. I was just chinning, not looking at him especially, and he ups and disappears.
He walked out while you was talking, Mr. Small. White as a sheet he was.
just like he'd seen a ghost.
It wasn't a ghost you'd seen, was it, Alfred? Merely the folly of trying to go away. Henry Small's right. People would immediately start to talk. Wait, though. Henry Small never invited you to have a beer before. And why did he tell you that story about the Frenchman? It's very suspicious. As frightening as Molly Applegate's remarks at the inquest. What was the information she could have given the coroner? The question beats at your mind again as you walk home from the pub, trying to hurry through the fog that's come up.
Mr. Smithers?
Oh,
I hope I didn't startle you, Mr. Smithers.
you did give me a bit of a turn, Mrs. Applegate. I didn't notice you waiting at the doorway.
Thought you'd be along about now. I've been waiting for you.
Waiting for me?
I know how it's been for you since Gracie passed on. I thought perhaps you were tired of having your tea alone by now, eh?
Oh. Well, I haven't thought about it much, Mrs. Applegate.
As a widow, I know what it's like to be lonely myself. I just got some lovely fish and chips at the shop, and I left tea on at home. So if you'd like to come in...
Well, really,
I thought we might have things to talk about.
Things to talk about?
I'm a woman what keeps her eyes open. I know how things were with you and Gracie.
What you mean?
In our mystery books.
Well, what about them?
Believe me, I understand.
Understand what? What is it to understand?
You can trust me not to breathe a word to anyone.
Mrs. Applegate, I'm sure I don't know what...
Alfred, you've known me long enough now to call me by my right name. You can call me Molly if you want to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really must be getting home.
Oh, but our tea.
I don't want no tea. I'm not hungry, Mrs. Applegate. Good night.
What's happening to you, Alfred? Sergeant Jellaby, Henry Small, the insurance man, Molly Applegate. They've all talked to one another about you. Are they playing a cat-and-mouse game with you? You've got to find out how much they know. Ask Henry Small. Question him skillfully, cunningly, so that he won't suspect anything. But get the truth from him. That's it. Invite him to the house. He's late in arriving, though. By the time he does get there, it's late afternoon, and fog is beginning to creep through the streets again.
What did you want to see me about, Elf?
Well, Henry, I'd like to apologize about the other night at the pub, you know.
Apologize? What for?
I suppose you thought it was odd of me going... I said... Why are you looking out the window?
Oh, nothing. What's up, Alf?
I wanted to talk about something else, too.
What's that?
Well, I don't quite know how to say it.
Something troubling you, Elf?
Why do you say that?
Helps sometimes to get it off your chest. Like I was saying to Molly Applegate this morning...
Why must you keep looking out that window?
What's that, Alf?
You expecting something? Is that it? Is that why you was late?
Here he is. He's coming now.
Oh, who are you talking about?
Another minute and you wouldn't be able to see him for the fog.
Oh, is it here? Let me see.
Them uniforms don't keep out the cold in weather like this.
No, he can't.
What's up, Elf?
He can't come here.
What's
he
wrong?
can't come here.
Look here, mate. Easy does it. Now, look, Elf. Is anything the matter? He's at the door, Elf. You better let him in. Elf, don't you hear him? You better go to the door. Elf! Elf! Good heavens. Elf, what have you done? Here, let me help you.
You can let him in now, Henry. You all thought you were so clever. But poison is quicker.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about a sight that's becoming more and more common these cold mornings. Somebody trying to start his car, but no luck. The reason? Another war-weary battery has gone dead. So that this can't happen to your car, I'd like to suggest that you take advantage of your Signal gasoline dealer's complete battery service. At least every 2 weeks, stop in to have him check the water level and remove destructive corrosion from the terminals. If your battery seems run down, your Signal dealer has the latest equipment to tell its exact condition, as well as to give you a thorough recharge job. In the event that you need a new battery, he has top-quality signal batteries, fully guaranteed for long, trouble-free service. And I might add, signal dealers also have America's finest spark plugs, Champion spark plugs, which play such an important part in cold weather starting. So stop in at your signal dealer soon. You'll find he's much more than just a place to buy Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and fine lubricants. For wherever you see Signal's yellow and black circle sign, there you'll also find complete Signal service and accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Alfred, poison is quick enough to kill you while that uniformed figure still rang your doorbell. The cat and mouse game is over. The moment you saw his vague form coming up the walk through the fog, you knew that giant paw was descending on you. The police had come for you at last. So now you lie dead in a huddled heap in your little kitchen, while Molly Applegate, aroused by Henry Small's outcry, and Henry talked to the newcomer about you.
Terrible, terrible. How soon do you think the police will get here?
Sergeant Jellaby ought to be here at any time now.
Not that he can do anything. Nobody can now.
What made him do it?
Well, mate, the minute he saw you, he makes a dash for the kitchen. By the time I realized something was up, it was too late.
Oh, poor fella. Seemed to go all to pieces after his wife died.
I did what I could for him, too. Stood him a drink the other night. Ran out on me while I was telling him some yarn or the other.
I must say I was wrong about him.
Wrong?
Well, I feel proper ashamed of myself now, but I got the idea she hadn't been a good wife to him. I tried to tell him so.
Poor old chum. Ain't it funny how he jumped on the edge the minute I spotted you coming up the walk? Thought you might be bringing me a quid or two on the football pool this week. Instead, you called on old Alf.
What gets me? Why does he do it just when I'm ringing the bell?
What was it you had for him, Mr. Postman?
A special delivery letter, registered, from the insurance company. It's the money from his poor wife's policy.
Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Leslie Edgley, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
One man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. We do not have to worry about coal this winter. The anthracite industry expects to produce several million tons more than it did last year, so you can be sure there will be enough coal for everyone. However, your fuel dealer needs your patriotic cooperation to aid in planning deliveries so that everyone will have enough coal for immediate need. Remember, we must share and share alike. Don't demand delivery of more coal than is actually needed for your present heating requirements. There is no need to hoard. Cooperate with your fuel dealer. He can and will schedule deliveries so that your heating requirements will be taken care of this winter. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Wailing Corpse.
Mr. Van Dyke, as your lawyer, I protest against this fantastic idea.
Danforth, my mind is made up. You have your orders? Very well. I'm sending Joan to my place in Carolina. She will hear nothing of this. I will not have my daughter touched with sorrow. She is very dear to me. You understand? Stop here, please. This is the establishment. Shall I wait? No, thank you. Goodbye, Danforth. Goodbye, Mr. Van Dyke.
Yes?
Oh, didn't see you for a second. The light is dim.
We do keep it rather subdued in here.
I'm Ellsworth Van Dyke. I phoned you.
Yes, sir. Please sit down and we'll discuss the type of funeral you want. Casket?
That's it. Is it possible to have a special casket made?
Yes, but of course you realize that the price...
Money is no object.
Oh, I see. Well, now, what would you like?
The casket must be made of some material that will withstand decay. I prefer glass.
Glass?
Yes, I must have it. Now, how wide is the average coffin?
Approximately 3 feet.
I want this one 5 feet wide.
5 feet wide? But it will take time to have it made, Mr. Van Dyke.
It must be ready within 2 weeks.
At that time, you can have the body changed to the special casket. But naturally, you proceed with the funeral immediately.
There's not going to be any funeral. Yet.
No funeral? But surely you can't wait.
I can wait, Mr. Griswold.
Eh?
Yes. You see, I am to be the occupant of that coffin.
Mr. Cranston, in all my years as an undertaker, I've never seen anything like this coffin I've just delivered. You were interested in the strange and weird, so I came to you.
Oh, I'm very glad you did, Mr. Griswold.
A glass coffin?
That's not all, Miss Lane. He insisted that the coffin be ventilated.
Oh, not really.
Go on, sir. I can see there's more.
Mr. Van Dyke demanded some means of communicating with the living from his coffin.
A telephone?
Yes. It's connected with a speaker in his house. He's to be placed in a mausoleum on his estate.
Well, he must be afraid of being buried alive.
Oh, there's another angle, Margot. I've heard that Ellsworth Van Dyke believes that the dead can communicate with the living. Mr. Griswold, I know he has a young daughter. Any other relatives?
His brother, Arthur, and his wife live with Mr. Van Dyke.
Excuse me.
I left this number. It may be...
Hello? Yes, he's here. What? Oh. Well, I'll tell him.
Come on, what's wrong?
Ellsworth Van Dyke has just died suddenly. He's being placed in his mausoleum immediately.
Confound these newspapers, making a sensation of Ellsworth's funeral. It was that fool coffin of his, Clara. Now everybody will be watching us, prying into things.
There's no need to break down, Arthur, and act like a nervous idiot.
Yes, you can talk.
Thank heaven Joan isn't here to ask questions.
What sort of questions, Uncle Arthur?
Joan, darling. How did you get here?
By train, Aunt Clara. I came as soon as I heard that Father was dead.
Who told you? You weren't to hear.
Oh, it wasn't your fault I heard. Someone phoned me about Father.
Who did that?
I don't know. They said it was a friend.
Oh, Joan, you poor darling.
Don't touch me, Aunt Clara. You think I can't see through you. You hated my father. Both you and Uncle Arthur.
Joan, how can you say that?
How? Because I know. You hovered over him like two vultures, waiting for him to die, waiting for his money.
Joan, I realize you're not yourself.
My father wouldn't believe what I told him about you and Aunt Clara. And now he's dead. Father's dead.
What are we going to do about her?
She's our responsibility now. She goes on like this, she'll cause a scandal.
We've got to do something.
Yes, people will talk.
Quiet, Arthur. Is that you, Sarah?
Yes, Mrs. Van Dyke. Did you ring for me?
It must have been Miss Joan, Sarah.
Miss Joan? Is she here?
She just came home.
Oh, poor child.
Sarah, you must help us.
What do you mean, sir?
Joan has her mind filled with all sorts of strange ideas.
Yes, I know.
You realize that they are ridiculous, don't you? That she's suffering from hallucinations.
Well, why don't you answer?
I'd better go to her, sir. She needs me.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
There now, child. I'm here.
Sarah, what would I do without you?
There, dear. There. You must rest. Perhaps if I turned the radio on low.
No, please.
No, I'd better not. Might keep you awake. It's late and you must sleep now.
Sarah, Father thought the dead could send messages to those they loved. Could it be?
You mustn't think, Joan. Just rest. Rest. There, dear. There.
Did you call her? It was Father's voice.
Joan. Joan.
Father. Why don't you answer me? Father, where are you? Where are you? Answer me. And so I came to you, Commissioner Weston, to tell you what had happened.
Miss Van Dyke, you're sure you heard your father's voice?
Positive.
Lamont, suppose I take Miss Van Dyke into the other room for a minute.
Good idea, Miss Lane. Good idea.
Come on, Miss Van Dyke. Come with me.
Well, what do you think, Cranston?
Sounds like a very strange business, Commissioner.
If it's true.
You think that the girl is unbalanced?
Perhaps.
I've got a hunch, Commissioner, that she did hear something.
Oh, now, Cranston. Not the voice of her dead father.
Commissioner, he was afraid of being buried alive. So he arranged to communicate with the people above and be rescued if he were.
You think it's possible he actually was? Good heavens, what a terrible idea.
Yes.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Van Dyke estate and find out. Come on. Mr. Van Dyke, you understand that the police can exhume your brother's body if circumstances justify it.
Commissioner Weston, surely you don't take the ravings of a poor hysterical girl seriously enough to act on them?
Uncle Arthur, you must listen to me.
No, Joan, my brother is dead. He must be left in peace.
Well, if he's really dead, how do you explain the voice?
Voice?
What voice? Miss Van Dyke says that last night she heard her father calling to her.
She heard his voice? Just after 2 o'clock, I was awakened by my father calling my name.
Oh, it was a dream.
No. I was fully awake. I know my father's voice.
Mr. Van Dyke, did you hear the voice? No, I heard nothing. If it had been my brother speaking from his tomb, everybody would have heard it. The merest whisper there is magnified into a shout in that receiver he set up in the hall.
Mrs. Van Dyke, did you hear anything?
Nothing. Sarah, you were with me until I fell asleep. Did you hear anything?
No, child. I heard nothing.
You're all looking at me as though I were out of my mind or something. I tell you, I heard my father crying. Oh, doesn't anyone believe me?
Joan, you must be calm. When you've had time to rest, you'll feel less excited.
I want an investigation. I demand it.
I won't have it, you hear?
Why not? Why are you afraid to have anyone examine him? I know why. Because you murdered him.
That's a lie.
One moment, please. Murder, eh? Now we're getting somewhere.
He has no proof.
Maybe we'll find proof. We've got a motive.
Motive? What possible motive could I...
Money.
Right. Van Dyke, if you could get this girl shut up as insane, perhaps you could grab his money. That's motive for murder.
My brother died a natural death.
It was pretty sudden, wasn't it?
He slipped away in a coma.
What was the cause of death?
It was certified as heart failure.
There was nothing wrong with my father's heart.
We'll find out. I'm going to have an autopsy.
May I speak, Commissioner? I was Ezra's lawyer.
What is it, Mr. Danforth?
I have kept silent till now, but Mr. Van Dyke's will expressly forbid exhumation of his body.
Now what? Just a moment. If the police decide to exhume...
The heirs would lose their money. Under those conditions, any one of them could stop you by an injunction, Commissioner.
Then, Mr. Danforth, you're against me, too.
Oh, now, Joan, dear.
You're all against me. All of you.
Joan, wait.
Leave me alone.
Margot, come here a moment.
What is it, Lamont?
Let's slip away. I want to pay a visit.
A visit?
Yes. I want to spend an hour tonight in the tomb of Ellsworth Van Dyke.
Our government has asked everyone to work together on a plan which will permit delivery of some coal to every bin. Consumers who have large supplies of coal on hand have been asked to withhold orders for additional delivery. Those who need coal at once should order only enough to take care of immediate needs. There is no shortage of coal, but your dealer has a real wartime delivery problem. You can help solve this problem by notifying your dealer of the approximate amount of fuel you will require for the entire winter. This will enable him to carefully plan deliveries so that everyone will be taken care of. Planned deliveries will also cut down on gasoline consumption as well as save wear on tires. Another thing, remember there is no advantage in placing duplicate orders with two dealers because this only complicates distribution. Your blue coal dealer has received hundreds of new orders for coal, and he is anxious to see that everyone is taken care of. Your friendly cooperation will make possible the delivery of enough coal so that no one need suffer from cold. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont, this is spooky. I wish we'd brought Commissioner Weston.
Poor Weston. He's trying to find his way out of legal red tape.
But we can't wait.
No. Something dreadful is going to happen here. Come on. I want to see inside the tomb. It's a beautiful mausoleum, Margot.
Yes, if only we didn't have to go inside. Shall I turn on my flashlight?
No. Someone in the house might see it. And here we are. Well, it's unlocked.
Ooh, what a noise.
Step inside.
You go first.
All right. Yeah, shut the door. All right. Now the flashlight.
Why, it's just an empty room. Listen to the echo.
Speak low.
Where do they keep the bodies?
In the crypt below, I suppose. That big metal cover slides back. Must be a lever here somewhere.
Oh!
Look down into the crypt.
Hold them out.
Turn the light that way. There it is.
Ellsworth and Dyke's coffin. Why, it's huge. But there aren't any stairs going down.
So it seems.
Well, no one could get down there without help.
Don't stumble, Margot.
Hush. 2 o'clock.
Joan.
That's it, Lamont. That's the voice she heard.
Joan.
Father! Father, you've come back again. Father, speak to me.
Clara, are you awake?
Yes, Arthur.
Did you hear it? That voice.
Voice? I didn't hear anything.
It was Ellsworth's voice calling. Joan was right.
Oh, no.
I heard it.
Then you're insane, too.
I've got to investigate. I've got to find out. Where did that voice come from? Oh, there's a light in that room. Who left the light on? Is anyone here? No one. Somebody left that phonograph turned on. This time of night? What? It's Ellsworth's voice. It's on that record. So that's what Joan heard, a record. Someone is using it to fool her. Poor child. But who? Who would do that? Who is it? It's you. You! To think how I've trusted you. And all the time you've been using this record to torture that poor child. Wait! Put down that gun! Put it down, I say!
Well, Cranston, I think somebody murdered Arthur and tried to make it look like suicide.
Not a very skillful job either.
Yeah.
Weston, did you notice this phonograph? Somebody's been playing it.
Now, forget that stuff. I'm thinking about Ellsworth Van Dyke's will. Listen, it makes Arthur Van Dyke guardian of Joan until she's 21, with full control of her money. If he dies, the management passes to Clara.
I wonder if Ellsworth Van Dyke had a special reason for that.
Well, the point is, 5 years control of that fortune, and you could be sitting pretty. Cranston, I think our case is solved.
Where are you going, Commissioner?
Clara Van Dyke?
Yes, Commissioner.
Clara Van Dyke, I arrest you for the murder of your husband.
But Lamont, why come here to the Van Dykes in the middle of the night? Arthur's dead and Mrs. Van Dyke is in jail.
Yes. So the person behind this thinks that the coast is clear. Margot.
What?
There's a light in the tomb. Come on, quick.
Why, the door's open.
Yes. And candles burning.
Look, Lamont. You were right. There is a staircase going to the crypt.
That wall is a sliding panel. Someone opened it. Come along, Margot.
Down into the tomb? Well, what do you think we'll find?
The end of this mystery, Margot, and the criminal. Hurry. All right. Flash your torch around.
Oh, there's no one here. Lamont, what was that?
The panel's closed. We're locked in.
Oh, Lamont.
Say, I know that voice.
Yes. Yes, you know it.
Sarah. Why, it's Sarah speaking from over here.
Yes, through that opening.
You'll pay for your meddling, you fool.
Sarah, it's you who killed Arthur Van Dyke.
Yes, I killed Arthur. And I made Ellsworth Van Dyke want to die.
Sarah, how did you do it?
I lied to them, all of them, about each other.
Well, what motive could you have?
To drive Ellsworth Van Dyke's daughter insane. Insane. And you can't stop me, for you're going to die, too. Die. Down there.
The mob were locked in.
can we do?
I'm not sure, Margot. But I think that...
Listen. What's that? Lamont, that noise. There's someone here in this vault with us.
Steady, Margot. Turn your flash that way.
Lamont. Lamont. In the coffin. The body's moving.
He's tapping on the glass.
The coffin. It's opening. He's sitting up.
Margot, stop. It's all right. He's alive. It's Ellsworth Van Dyke. Come here.
It was Sarah.
Mr. Van Dyke.
It was Sarah all the time.
You help me hold him up, Margot. He's very weak.
Yes, Lamont.
You've been drugged, haven't you, Mr. Van Dyke?
Well, how?
No, I did it myself. Had to.
To find out who in your house was plotting?
Yes. I nearly went crazy, wondering.
If you feigned death, you thought matters would come to a head.
Yes. Sent Joan away.
But Joan's here and in danger.
Joan's here?
Yes. Look, Ellsworth, I must escape from here. How do I release the panel?
The carved wreath up there.
Yes?
Pull down. Pull down. It opens the panel.
Margot, he's fainted. You stay with him. The shadow has work to do.
Joan. Wake up, Joan.
What? Oh, Sarah. I was dreaming. I had such bad dreams. I'm glad you're here.
Yes. I'm here, Joan.
Pains in my head are awful. You've told me how bad they are so many times. I've listened to you.
Listen to me now, Joan. What was that?
The door opened. Is someone there?
No, it must have been the wind. No, Joan.
Tell me that I'll get well, Sarah.
No. No, you'll never get well. Slowly you will sink down, down, down into the quicksands of insanity.
No.
Your brain will turn soft.
No.
Your eyes will stare sightlessly from your head.
Sarah, don't say that.
You will pay for the pain you've caused me.
What have I done to you?
You stood in my way. Always.
Sarah, I didn't know.
No, Joan, my darling, you didn't. But you'll pay just the same. I swore I'd avenge myself on you all. And I have. Your father is dead. His death hastened by the worry I planted in his mind. And you, my dear, are going insane.
No, Sarah. No.
I murdered your Uncle Arthur, and your Aunt Clara will pay for it with her life. Now, there's only you.
I'll go to the police. I'll tell them.
No, you won't, Joan, my dear.
I will.
You'll do as I say, Joan.
Sarah.
Here. Sit down. Sit down, I say, at your desk. Now write this. I can't live without you. Father.
Father.
I am following you.
I'm following you.
Sign your name. Sign your name. All right. Everything's ready. Now, there's no reason for you to live, is there?
No reason.
Open the drawer of your desk.
A gun. Yes. A gun.
Place it against your heart.
Now I can go to my father.
Pull the trigger, Joan. It'll be very easy. Pull the trigger. Why did you throw the gun to the floor?
She didn't. The shadow did.
Shadow? Where are you? Where did you come from? I can't see you.
The shadow cannot be seen by mortal eyes. I've come to right a wrong, to save this girl from your evil plans, and to make you pay for your crimes.
You can't save her.
It isn't safe to defy the shadow. Tell the truth. Why did you commit these crimes? You said Joan stood in your way. How? Tell me.
Her father loved me.
Go on.
And he would have married me if his brother and that wife of his hadn't told him it was unfair to Joan.
So you plotted against his family.
I hated them. Ellsworth went away without a word to me. Then I hated him, too.
That didn't give you the right to commit crime. You must pay.
I'll never be brought to justice. Never.
Drop that gun.
Oh, how terrible.
Death is not as terrible as a crime like hers. Corroding hate drove her to it. And then to death.
Oh, Lamont, what a nightmare. But you say Joan's all right.
She's taking care of her father. That'll help her to forget the horror she's been through. The doctor says he'll recover.
Why, Lamont, he must have been mad to do such a thing.
Well, half mad for the moment.
But did Joan really hear him calling from the tomb?
No, Margot. He was in a stupor for 60 hours from the drug he took. As for the voice, years ago, Ellsworth made a phonograph record of his own voice calling Joan. Sarah played it.
But, Lamont, how could Joan hear the record?
Well, the phonograph was connected to Joan's radio with a wireless pickup from the other room. Every night as she left Joan, Sarah would fiddle with the radio, pretending to turn it off, but really setting it for the phonograph.
Yes, well?
Well, then she went to the other room and played the record. Joan heard it from the speaker of her radio. When Sarah lifted the needle, the sound stopped. Sarah was mad, but clever.
Oh, Lamont, if it hadn't been for you, why, Joan would be dead. And perhaps Van Dyke, too.
Yes. And if it hadn't been for Van Dyke's coming to life, where would we be now?
Where would we? Oh, Lamont, don't talk about it.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Constance. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I've got to prevent a murder. Yes, and since I don't know who's behind it all, I may have to try a shot in the dark.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novel. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now, join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unwelcome wife. In just a moment, we'll bring you the latest adventure of the Falcon. But first, just a word about the latest addition to the Kraft family of fine foods, Kraft Salad Oil. If you haven't yet tried this new Kraft Salad Oil, you've really been missing something. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil, the first ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied salad oil that blends quickly and perfectly with other ingredients. Yes, lighter-bodied, because Kraft Salad Oil is not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Try this new lighter-bodied, superfined Kraft Salad Oil in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. You know it's good because it's superfine by Kraft. Get some tomorrow at your grocer's. And now, the case of the unwelcome wife. It's early Sunday evening in New York, and in the Swank Club 19, a young man named Richie Wayne gazes around the bar with a proprietary interest. And proprietary is the word for it, for if Richie doesn't exactly own the place, he manages it, which is the next best thing.
You fellas getting everything you want?
Yeah, you bet, Richie. How's things by you?
Couldn't be better.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Joe, take care of my friend.
Right.
Excuse me, Mr. Wayne.
What is it, Marty?
Mr. Castell wants to see you.
I can't right now. I'm busy.
The boss said it was important.
Okay, look after things. I'll be right back. Hi, Jack. Tommy? How you doing?
Yes?
Hello, Vince.
Oh, come in, Richie.
Thanks. Marty said you wanted to see me.
Mm-hmm. I've got bad news for you, kid.
Why? What's the matter?
What would you say if I told you that one of my most trusted men had let me down? Man I treated like my own son.
Who?
You, Richie.
What are you talking about?
I dropped in at the bank today.
Oh, you should have let me go.
That was my mistake. I've been letting you go too often. They tell me I'm $90,000 overdrawn. Now, how do you suppose that happened?
Listen, Vince, I can explain.
I'm not interested, Richie. All I want is my money.
Look, you don't understand.
I understand. I trusted you and you let me down. That hurts, Richie. And if you don't get that money back in 48 hours, it's going to hurt you a lot more.
Richie.
Hello, Joan. How are you?
Fine. Let me take your coat.
No, I can't stay long. June, I've got to talk to you.
But, darling, I've got company.
Who?
I guess she means me.
What are you doing here, Bruce?
Now, Richie.
I'm afraid your friend doesn't like me, June.
No, I don't. Get out.
I thought this was her apartment.
Maybe you better go, Bruce. I'll call you later.
Okay. So long, Richie. No hard feelings.
Go on, beat it.
You're the boss. Good night, June.
Good night, Bruce.
What was he doing here?
Now, look, darling, let's get one thing straight. This is my place.
You promised me you'd never see him again.
Did I?
Yes.
And I guess I just can't be trusted.
June, let's not fight. I'm in enough trouble as it is.
What do you mean?
Vince discovered that I've been forging checks.
What?
Well, how do you think I was able to give you the ring and the bracelet and all the other junk?
Yes, I often wondered about that.
Of course. Couldn't buy that on my salary.
So you've been dipping in the till.
Listen, June, I hate to ask you this.
But you want me to turn back everything you gave me?
Yeah. I probably could raise $70,000 on this stuff.
No, darling, 50.
How do you know?
I've already sold it.
What?
Mm-hmm. The jewels you saw me wearing were copies.
Where's the money?
Oh, I found a better investment.
June, you gotta let me have it.
Don't be ridiculous, Richie.
But you don't understand. Vince will kill me if I don't get it back.
You really think so?
Of course.
Well, in that case, all I can say...
You'll let me have the money?
No, it was nice knowing you, dear. Too bad it had to end like this.
Second. Take it easy, will you? Hiya, Mike.
If it isn't Discount Charlie.
Yeah, that's who it is. Can I come in?
What's the password?
I can get it for you wholesale.
Advance, friend.
Thanks.
Sit down, Charlie.
Yeah, don't mind if I do.
How's business?
Oh, swell, swell.
Good. Cigarette?
Yeah. Oh, incidentally, Mike, how much you paying a cut?
$1.90.
Well, I can get it for you for $1.80.
Well, I'll keep you in mind, Charlie. But you didn't come here for that.
No, I got a proposition for you, Mike.
What do you mean?
Well, I got a case for you. There ought to be a very nice fee in it. Less, of course, my usual small cut for steering the business, do you? What's the matter?
I don't split fees.
Well, I ask us 10%.
I wouldn't give you 5.
I'll take 2.5.
Sorry, I'm not interested.
You sure?
Positive.
Well, that raises a very delicate point, Mike.
Oh?
Yeah. You see, the guy was coming to you anyway.
You little chisel. Hey, where you going?
Oh, he's waiting in the hall. Hey, Richie.
Want me, Charlie?
Yeah, you might as well come in now. And Mike, I want you should meet a very swell fellow, Richie Wayne.
How do you do?
Heard a lot about you, Mr. Waring.
I've heard a couple of things about you.
Well, now that we're one happy family, Richie, I want you should tell Mike your problem.
Not very involved, Waring. I work for Vince Castell.
I know. You managed the Club 19 for him.
That's right. Well, a little while ago, I needed some money and...
And you helped yourself to some of Vince's?
Yeah.
What did you do, forge checks?
$90,000 worth.
Now I suppose Vince threatens to blow a whistle. Huh?
Not exactly. He gave me 48 hours to get the dough up. If I can't by that time, I don't think he'll bother going to the DA.
Mm-hmm. What happened to the money?
Bought some jewelry for my fiancée.
Only this doll does not happen to be his fiancée. She's a grifter named June Dennison.
June Dennison?
Yeah. She's working a con game with a character named Bruce Cheney.
What do you say, Waring?
You think you can get the moolah back for Richie?
I can try. Where does this June Dennison live?
She's got an apartment at the Stratford Arms.
Okay, I'll look her up.
Yeah, be careful, Mike.
Why, Charlie, I didn't dream you cared.
No, I'm not kidding. I know this doll. She's as sharp as a razor and just as dangerous. Watch it when she starts working on your neck.
Yes?
Now, how do you do? My name is Mike Waring.
Come in.
Thanks. I'm looking for a June Dennison.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? That just happens to be my name.
Well, looks like I hit the jackpot.
Just think it only cost you a dime. Or did you come by cab?
June, I wouldn't be surprised if we got along real fine.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Mike.
And that Mike proves it.
You don't think I'm being forward?
No, not at all. But this is all very funny. You invite a strange man into your apartment, and you never once ask what he wants.
Maybe I can guess.
Oh, mind reader, huh?
You're no stranger to me, Mr. Waring. I understand you're one of the best private detectives in New York.
Tell me more.
Well, I imagine you've come up here to see about Richie Wayne.
That's right. Now, how about it?
How about what?
At $90,000. Why not give it back? You're going to have to anyway.
Oh, I'd love to, darling, for your sake. But unfortunately, I've got a little partner.
Bruce Cheney?
And I don't think Bruce would approve of my turning back the money. Not after we worked so hard for it.
Well, let me worry about Bruce.
All right, Mike. Anything you say.
You mean you'll refund the money?
With the great Falcon on my trail, what else can I do?
I don't get it.
Oh, darling, you're so suspicious. You see, I've got nothing up my sleeve.
Nothing but a lovely arm.
Well, shall we drink to our bargain?
Why not?
I'll be back in just a moment.
It'll seem like a year.
Am I as good as my word?
Oh, much better.
Here's your drink.
Just a moment, June.
Yes?
Would you mind very much if we traded glasses?
But why, darling?
It's an old family custom.
Mike, you're pretty cute.
You ought to see me do card tricks. Well, shall we switch?
You insist?
I insist. Now, let's see you pour it down.
Your health, darling.
Drink hearty.
Well, I'm still alive.
Yeah, I guess I owe you an apology.
Then why not drink to me?
No sooner said than done. Here's to a beautiful friendship, June. Hey, that's pretty potent stuff. A bit of pack
Why, Mike, what's the trouble?
All of a sudden, I feel dizzy.
It's your imagination, darling.
Why, you little...
Waring. Wearing? Oh, you poor darling. You poor, poor sap.
Hello?
Hello, Bruce.
Yes?
June,
Waring show up?
as predicted.
What happened?
He came, he saw, and I conquered.
Good for you, baby.
Oh, it was nothing, Bruce. I guess I'm what they call a femme fatale.
How long has he been out now?
About 10 minutes.
Well, he's good for 3 hours. That ought to give us enough time. You know what to do?
Mm-hmm. Just follow your instructions.
That's right. Think you can handle it?
Leave it to me, Bruce. As far as Mike Waring is concerned, I'm a knockout.
It's lighter body. It's super fine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft-prepared salad dressing products. When you make a homemade salad dressing, or a chiffon cake, or anything else that requires liquid shortening, you know that much of the secret of outstanding success lies in the salad oil you use. And that's why the introduction of Kraft Salad Oil this spring has been such big news, such good news for so many women. Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil designed to blend quickly and perfectly with other ingredients. And Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. So, tomorrow, when you see Kraft Salad Oil on your grocer's shelves, remember,
It's lighter body. It's super fine.
try lighter-bodied, superfine Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Several hours have passed since Mike Waring paid his visit to June Dennison, and the young lady in question swept him off his feet. Of course, she had a little help. It came in a bottle labeled Mickey Finn. And now, as we find the couple...
All right. All right, June, you can turn off the water now.
Don't you think you ought to soak your head a little longer, Mike?
No.
Oh, but darling, you'll feel better.
Oh, I feel dandy now. Oh.
I just can't understand what happened. Where have you been eating lately?
Obviously in the wrong places. Where'd you get that Mickey?
Mickey?
The one you slipped in my drink.
Oh, darling, how can you say such a thing? We were celebrating and you overindulged.
Well, I might buy that, June, only I had nothing to celebrate.
Now, Mike, how can you speak that way about our marriage?
Of what?
Our marriage. Oh, darling, you were so masterful.
You kidding?
Why, Mike, you couldn't possibly have forgotten so soon. Would you like to see the wedding license?
I'd like nothing better.
Here you are.
Well, I'll be a dirty name.
That makes me Mrs. Dirty Name.
All right, June, the comedy's over. What's this all about?
Sweetheart, I told you. It was love at first sight.
Yes, plus the fact that with me married to you, I couldn't very well accuse you of taking Richie Wayne to the tune of $90,000.
You see my point, Mike? You wouldn't want your wife known as a common criminal.
Whose idea was this? Bruce Cheney's?
Hmm? He was here with the justice of the peace while you were, shall we say, out?
Didn't the justice comment on my condition?
Oh, no. He was a friend of Bruce's.
Oh. It was very smart of Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to congratulate him.
Don't bother, dear. Just send him a wire.
No, that's too cold. I'd rather take this up with him personally.
Oh, but, darling, what about our honeymoon?
Well, that will have to keep, Angel, until Bruce and I get together and decide who's the best man.
I guess he's not home.
Are you sure this is Bruce's apartment?
Of course, darling. Would I fool you?
No, Perry forbid. I suppose we go in and wait.
The door's locked.
Well, I'm surprised at you, June. That's no insurmountable obstacle.
You going to pick the lock?
No. I'm going to pick your purse.
Let go.
No, Angel, you can't begrudge your husband a little privilege like this. That's part of the marriage contract. The groom is entitled to life, liberty, and pursuit of his wife's handbag. Here we are.
Dirty trick.
No, June, I don't approve of you having a key to Bruce's apartment. And I may have to take steps.
Now, listen, Mike.
Uh-oh. Someone's taken them before me.
What?
Look.
Bruce.
Yeah.
What's the matter with him?
He's dead.
Oh, no, I don't believe it.
You're a pretty hard girl to convince.
But who could have killed him?
That's just what I was going to ask you.
What do you mean?
Well, thanks to those knockout drops, I was out for about 4 hours. Now, what did you do to amuse yourself during that time?
Aren't you overlooking something?
I don't know, am I?
Yes. Where's my motive?
What about that 90 grand you got from Richie Wayne? Now you won't have to do any long division. You can keep it all for yourself.
Oh, you're wonderful, Mike. You can't imagine how happy I am that we're married.
Why, because a husband can't testify against his wife?
You ought to know, dear. But doesn't it work the other way, too?
What do you mean?
Well, a wife can't testify against her husband either, and you had a motive to kill Bruce, too.
Did I?
Well, you don't exactly approve of our marriage, and it was Bruce's idea.
Yes, but I was unconscious during that time.
So you claim, but now that I think of it, maybe you were faking.
I don't know how long our marriage is going to last, June, but I can see now it's going to be exciting.
And think, darling, it's just beginning.
Yes, I'm going to love every minute.
That.
Came from that closet. All right, friend, come on out.
Okay, why not? Get those hands up, Waring.
Richie.
I'm sorry I startled you, June, but I had no choice. Mr. Waring was so insistent.
What are you doing here, Richie?
Slumming, and you?
What's the matter with you, kid? Don't you remember? I'm working for you.
You mean you're working on me? You must have gotten quite a laugh when I told you about my troubles.
I give you my word, Richie. You got it all wrong.
I'll bet I have. So you were in on it all along.
No.
No wonder Discount Charlie gave you such a build-up. I can't wait to thank him for bringing me to you.
Richie, you've got to listen to reason.
Just stay where you are, Waring. I'm not clowning. Come on, June.
What?
You heard me. I'm taking you with me.
Oh, now, Richie, you wouldn't want to do that. Mike and I were just married.
That's too bad. But unless you and your husband want to spend your honeymoon in the morgue, you'll go quietly.
Come in. Oh, Mike.
Hi, Charlie.
Hey, what's the score?
Well, doesn't look too good for the home team.
You mean you didn't get Richie's dough back?
Not a dime.
Yeah, that's not so good, Mike. The kid ain't got much time left. You know what Vince Costello do to him if he don't dig it up.
I've got an idea.
Well, what'll I say to Richie when I see him?
Well, whatever it is, Charlie, you better make it convincing. He thinks you and I were working with June in this swindle.
Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
Well, wait till you hear the topper. Bruce Cheney has been murdered.
You're kidding.
Hardly.
Hey, who knocked him off, June?
I don't know. Before I had a chance to ask, Richie kidnapped her.
Hey, that's not good.
No, we were on our honeymoon.
What are you talking about?
Sure, congratulations are in order, Charlie. We're Mr. and Mrs.
This a gag?
Well, if it is, it's on me.
Well, why did Richie want to snatch your wife for?
I don't know. Maybe he thought she could help him find you.
What?
Yeah, that's right. I had so much other news I forgot to tell you. When last I talked to Richie, he mentioned he was going to look you up.
Hey, the kid's gone off his trolley, Mike. We got to find him.
Why not let him find us?
What do you mean?
Well, if he's going to try to kill you, obviously he's got to locate you first.
That's a cheery thought.
Yeah, I was sure you'd like it. Well, after he shoots you, call me at my apartment, huh?
Yeah, supposing he kills me dead.
Well, now, Charlie, you don't want to be selfish. I'm supplying all the ideas. The least you can do is supply the corpse. I'll be seeing you, fella. I hope.
Just a second.
Mr. Vince Costello?
Yes?
My name is Mike Waring. I tried you at your club, but they told me you left.
Come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind, Mr. Waring?
I'd like to talk to you about Richie Wayne.
What about Richie?
Well, I'm working for him. You gave him 48 hours to dig up the money to cover those checks?
I know what I gave him.
Yeah, well, how about an extension?
Not a chance.
Now, what do you want to be so vindictive about? Richie made a mistake. Anybody might have over this girl.
I can't be that tolerant.
Well, you never saw her. She's the type who uses voodoo. One whiff and you're knocked out.
Has she got my money now?
I think so.
Well, then I'll see her very shortly.
You know her name?
I'll find out.
Well, I can save you the trouble. They tell me it's Mrs. Michael Waring.
What?
Oh, I think your phone's ringing.
Well, let it ring.
Yes, but it may be for me. I left a message at my place. I was coming over here. You mind?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
Hello?
Hello, is that you, Mike?
Yeah?
This is Discount Charlie.
How'd you make out?
Well, not so hot I couldn't find Richie anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, Charlie, here's what I want you to do.
Well, wait a minute, Mike. Someone just came in.
Who?
Hey, listen, kid, what's the idea? Hey, put away the rod. Richie, I'm your friend. You don't know what... Oh.
Charlie. Charlie!
What's the trouble, Waring?
Something's just gone dead, Castell. I don't think it's the line. Where is it? This apartment here. 4D. Try the door.
Oh, it's locked.
Yeah, sure, wouldn't you know it?
What about the keyhole?
So this is how you become a columnist.
See anything?
Nope, he's still in there.
Well, there must be some other way to get into the apartment.
Oh, forget it. There isn't. Come on, Vince. Give me a hand.
What are you going to do?
Break it open. You with me?
All right.
One. They don't make the doors the way they used to. In the old days...
Waring.
Huh? Where is he?
In the corner.
Charlie. Charlie!
Is he dead?
No, his heart is still beating. Get some water.
Oh. No, don't, Richie. You got us wrong.
Now, take it easy, Charlie. You're going to be all right.
Oh, Mike.
Hiya, fella. How you doing?
Great.
That's the spirit.
Here you are. Here's the
Thanks.
water.
Now, come on, boy. Drink this down.
I can't hurt.
Where?
All over.
That's just the shock. As far as I can see, it's nothing but a flesh wound.
Charlie, what happened?
I don't know. Somebody plugged me.
Now, don't give me that. You know who it was.
Honest, I don't, Mike. He got me from behind.
And how come the bullet entered your shoulder from the front? What's more, I heard you calling Richie over the phone.
Now, listen, Mike. The kid didn't know what he was doing.
I hope the cops will agree with you. Was June with him?
No, he was alone.
You feel well enough to travel?
Yeah, where we going?
Over to Richie's apartment.
Isn't this a job for the police?
Now, you forget, Vince. Richie beat it with my wife, and I wouldn't want the cops to interfere in a purely family affair. Shall we go?
When you shop tomorrow, be sure to pick up a pint or quart bottle of Kraft salad oil. It's the wonderful new oil for your homemade salad dressing, your cooking, your baking. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by Kraft. Remember, it's a lighter-bodied oil that blends perfectly with other ingredients. Lighter-bodied because it's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Don't wait to try Kraft salad oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring learned that he obviously is never to enjoy his honeymoon. Now we find the Falcon, Charlie, and Vince knocking on the door of the Snake in his own personal Garden of Eden.
Yeah? Richie Wayne in?
Sure. Come in.
Thanks. Where is he?
Under the blanket.
What?
You want to look at him?
Yes.
Holy smoke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
McDonald. Only it's Lieutenant.
That's what I thought.
I don't believe I caught your name.
Waring.
The Falcon?
That's right.
Who are your friends?
My name is Vince Castell.
I've heard of you.
Charlie Beck's my name. Glad to know you, Lieutenant.
Hiya.
What happened to Richie?
Can't you see?
You mean that gun in his hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, but why should he want to commit suicide for?
You friends of his?
I work for him.
Okay. And you can read this.
To whom it may concern. There's nothing else for me to do. I killed Bruce Cheney and Charlie Beck.
Oh, that poor nutty thought he knocked me off.
No one else is to blame except the woman who got me into this, June Dennison. Well, that's all there is.
Ain't that enough?
I don't know, Charlie. There are several things it doesn't explain. One, what happened to my wife.
Hello, Mike.
Speak of the devil.
Darling, you're not very flattering.
Who's she?
My wife, Lieutenant.
Really?
Really? Were you worried about me, Mike?
Why, naturally. You forget, Angel, we haven't even had our honeymoon.
Well, leave it to me, darling. I'll make up for it.
You'll make up for a lot of things, June. You caused that kid to take his own... Hey, hold it. Hey, you know something, Mike? I don't think Richie did commit suicide.
What do you mean, Charlie?
Well, I got an idea he was knocked off. Well, why couldn't that letter have been tricked up by June?
Oh, isn't he sweet?
No, you're wrong, Charlie. June couldn't have done it. How would she know that Richie tried to kill you?
Oh, yeah, she wouldn't.
But you were right about one thing. The note is a phony. It was written long before the attempt on your life.
That doesn't make sense.
It does to Charlie, though, doesn't it, pal?
Hey, Mike, you realize what you're saying?
Sure, you killed Richie Wayne and Bruce Cheney.
Now, what's the idea, Mike?
Well, you steered me to a good thing, friend, so I don't mind steering you to one. A little item known as the chair. And, Charlie, for you, I'll even forget my discount.
You know, I've just come to a conclusion, Mike.
What's that, June?
I've really got a brilliant husband. What gets me is how you knew that the note Richie left was a phony.
Had to be, Angel. It was obviously written before the attempt on Charlie's life.
Hmm?
Charlie killed Richie, wrote the note, then went back to his own place and shot himself.
Is that a guess?
No, it's the only way it comes out even. When Vince Castell and I got to Charlie's apartment, we found the door locked. Before we broke it down, I tried to peek through the keyhole. Couldn't.
Why not?
Key was still in the lock. And since that was the only door to the apartment, you tell me how Richie could shoot Charlie, make his exit, then lock the door from the outside, yet leave the key on the inside. That calls for a Houdini, baby, and he's been dead for years.
But what was Charlie's motive?
You know that as well as I. Didn't he steer Richie to you and Bruce in the first place?
Yes, but why did he steer Richie to you?
He had no choice in the matter. Richie had made up his mind to come to me anyway, and by going along, Charlie could keep tabs on the situation. Isn't that how you knew I was coming over to your place?
Well, yes, but why did he kill Bruce?
Well, if he could knock him off and frame you for the kill, that left him in the clear with Vince's dough and no one to split with.
Then why did he kill Richie?
Well, Charlie couldn't afford to let him live. Richie had him pegged as the party responsible for all his troubles. That was why he released you to go after Charlie.
Well, that'll learn me.
I hope so, Angel.
What are we stopping here for?
This is where we get off.
That's police headquarters.
Well, that's right, it is.
What's the idea, Mike?
Well, the idea is that I'm working for Vince Castell now, and you've got a nice hunk of change that belongs to him.
But I'm your wife.
Ah, look, June, let's not kid each other. You don't think for a minute I believe that routine? Think you know that you can't get a license in New York without a blood test?
Are you no good?
Now, Angel. If you're so set on getting married, I'll be waiting. And with time off for good behavior, who knows? We may even be able to make it by 1961. Friends, this is Mike Waring. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you ever break a traffic safety rule? You know, every time you do, you're taking a chance, a big chance, and making yourself a vital statistic in the traffic death toll. A toll that's tragically big. Yes, in most every traffic accident, there's a violation of some traffic safety rule. So be careful. Whether you're walking or driving, obey those safety rules. Remember, the life you save may be your own.
The Case of the Proud Papa. The Case of the Proud Papa. That's the title of the next adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that when three people confess to a murder, they're shooting two over par. Starting next week, the adventures of the Falcon will be heard on Wednesdays. So be sure to listen Wednesday, June 6th. That's right, Wednesday, June 6th, to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on a famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Joan Alexander as June. This coming Wednesday, listen to The Great Gildersleeve, and be sure to hear the next adventure of the Falcon the following Wednesday evening, June 6th. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Adventures of the Falcon, Wednesday evening, June 6th, over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Paul Douglas stars on Theater Guild tonight over NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
This is Mad Scientific Detective number 137596.
Sam, no matter what anyone says, I'll stand by you. You're nothing of the sort.
Not scientific?
Of course not. You're two-fisted.
Well, thanks, Effie. And that ain't all, Effie. I was actually mistaken for a convolutional melancholiac.
Oh, Sam, are you all right now?
Wrong diagnosis, Angel. It turned out to be melancholia catatonica.
Oh, you poor darling. What is that?
Well, it's a thing where you lie motionless and silent with fixed eyes and indifference to surroundings. Unquote.
Sam, what happened to you? What hospital are you in? Can I bring you anything?
No, Effie, I am now at large. Pull down the blinds, check the corridors for men in little white coats, and set a bottle in the window if the coast is clear.
Oh.
I'll be right down to dictate my report on the mad scientist caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Nobody has to tell you that a neat personal appearance can have a lot to do with helping you get ahead on the job. Now, the first step to a good appearance is well-groomed hair. And I mean hair that's groomed with Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil always grooms the hair neatly and naturally. It relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Yes, men, to look your best at all times, spruce up with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
Come in, Sam. The coast is clear.
Where are you? Why is it so dark in here?
Well, I had to put the lights out. The blind stuck. I couldn't get it down.
The heat's off, Effie. Let there be light.
Oh, I'm so glad. Now, let me look at you.
Don't look at me like that and stop whispering.
Oh, Sam. Did you get me all upset like that just for a joke?
It's no joke, sweetheart.
You really sick?
Yeah, just sick of some of the types I made in this business.
Oh, that.
Date, July 25, 1948, to Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the mad scientist caper.
I worry so.
Dear Dundee, he looked like a mad scientist, and that's exactly what he was. His eyes had a wild gleam in them, his hair was a wild tangle, and he was wearing a wild assortment of clothing that looked as if they'd been slept in shifts. He leaned across the desk at me and said,
"They have stolen my secret formula."
"They have? Gee, that's too bad."
"Oh, you think I'm crazy?"
"I don't know yet. I just met you."
"My name is Raymond Fox. Does that mean anything to you?"
"Raymond Fox. Yeah, I think it does, but I don't quite remember what."
"I invented the helioscope."
"Helioscope? No, that wasn't it."
"I also synthesized hydroxylamophotochronaton."
"That was it."
"Yes, but unfortunately, production costs were prohibitive."
"Uh-huh, but you didn't let that discourage you."
"Oh, no, indeed. You see, after a brief illness, I was back in my laboratory, perfecting my greatest contribution to science. What may prove to be the greatest contribution of science to humanity. I call it penetron."
"Penetron?"
"That is what they have stolen, the secret formula for penetron."
"Penetron, huh? Now, what exactly is penetron, Mr. Fox, and who are they?"
Well, penetron is a plastic with a molecular structure which repels atomic radiation more efficiently than lead, yet weighs less than aluminium.
"Oh, that.
Do you realize the significance of this?"
"Well,
Imagine a motor no larger than a cigar box, with a power potential that even I don't believe, but they do."
"Who's they?"
"Grierson Enterprises. Now, how do I know this? When I applied to the patent office to protect my discovery, I received this letter. Here, go on, read it for yourself."
Commissioner of Patents, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Fox, your application for patent on formula designated under the trade name penetron is hereby rejected.
You see.
Both formula and trade name, together with descriptive material identical to yours, have been registered by Mr. Albert Grierson, Grierson Enterprises, San Francisco. Very truly yours, George Sherman, Acting Deputy Assistant Commissioner.
There. You see?
Yes. You don't need a detective, Mr. Fox. What you need is a good patent lawyer.
Lawyer? I have one. A legal ball of fire named Roscoe Manning. You know this scoundrel?
Yeah? He's got an okay reputation.
And I am paying for it. $3,000 in retainers. And now he tells me he can do nothing. Insufficient evidence, he says.
What is this outfit, Grierson Enterprises?
Yeah, a snare in a delusion, with rented furniture, unscientific ventilation, and dirty work at the switchboard.
Mm-hmm. How did they get hold of your formula?
Well, it must have been while I was ill. They came and took it away.
Out of your laboratory?
Oh, well, what does it matter where?
I've got to start someplace.
Start with the man. I promise you he's a crook. If he steals from me, he's stolen from others. If we can prove that, then I have a case.
Well, I can't promise you anything, Mr. Fox, but I'll see what I can do.
Will $100 be enough for your retainer?
Too much. 25 now, and the balance if I can do anything for you. I doubted if I could even earn the 25, but if he wanted to gamble, it was okay with me. The offices of Grierson Enterprises were pretty much as he described them, a beautiful front, especially at the switchboard.
Grierson Enterprises, good afternoon. No, Mr. Grierson's out of town. No, I don't know when to expect him. I'll be right with you.
That's good news.
Grierson Enterprises? No, he is not. No, I do not, and he doesn't want to talk to you in any case, Mr. Manning. Oh, if it would just stop.
Can't you shut it off?
I might as well. Nobody seems to believe me anyway. You aren't looking for him, too, I hope. Oh, please, just tell me you're selling magazines or collecting salvage or just anything.
My card.
Oh, Detective, Mr. Grierson hasn't done anything, has he?
That's what I want to find out. My client says he swiped this secret formula.
Oh, not that maniac. You don't look the type. You know he's mad, don't you?
Maybe yes, maybe no. Personally, I'm crazy about money. Mad money, pin money, or dirty money. Your employer didn't happen to leave any lying around, did he?
No, but he has a charge account at a bar downstairs in the building, and it's nearly 5 o'clock. Could you cross-examine me there?
I thanked her as gallantly as I could under the circumstances. She said, "Wait here, I won't be a minute." And while she was gone, I made a quick frisk of the office. The file cabinet was empty. Grierson's desk contained nothing but 2 unsharpened pencils, tobacco crumbs, a rubber band, some rusty paper clips, an old gas bill, a glass ampule, broken, labeled sodium denadrine for intravenous injection, and a business card from one Roscoe Manning, attorney at law. I stuck the card in my pocket, went back to the switchboard, and in less time than it takes to tell, I was calling her Lois, and she was calling me Sam over cocktails for 2.
And that's all I know about it. I didn't think anything about his taking his correspondence out of the files. He often took work home with him.
Mm-hmm. When was the last time you saw him?
Oh, it's been nearly 6 weeks.
You haven't heard from him in all that time?
He was with Mr. Fox just before he left. They had a terrible quarrel. But then Mr. Grierson managed to get him calmed down, and they left the office together.
And that's the last time you saw Grierson, huh?
Yes, and it's all very strange. What did that maniac tell you?
That Grierson swiped his invention.
Do you believe that?
I didn't even believe in the invention. Now I'm beginning to think it was worth stealing.
Oh, Mr. Grierson wouldn't. He's a brilliant man, you know.
What else has he invented?
Well, I don't know. He always had a lot of projects, but of course he never took me into his confidence.
Just exactly what is your job?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. I just tell people he isn't in.
Yeah. Look, sweetheart, you really mean to tell me it never occurred to you that there might be something slightly fishy about Grierson Enterprises?
I know. Why should it?
Because there's a smell of red herring up there. It's in the air.
You mean Mr. Grierson's a crook? Well, what does that make me?
Worry that out on his time. Drink up. She looked as if she were telling the truth. Though with women, especially blue-eyed women, that doesn't always mean anything. If she had anything more to tell, she obviously wasn't ready yet to tell it. I asked her to come up and listen to my Herb Jeffries records. She said my apartment needed a woman's touch. I handed her a broom. She hit me on the head with it and left. And so to bed. Up the Times and phoned my client. He wasn't in. Then I phoned a guy I know who sometimes knows about things and asked him what sodium denadrine was. He said it was a sedative and or truth serum, a mental-type drug. I wondered what Grierson had been using it for during office hours. I also wondered what else he'd been spending money for. I phoned another guy who knows about other things, and he called me back with the name of Grierson's bank, Golden Gate Trust. An hour later, to my surprise, I actually had something to go on. Because in the past 6 weeks, checks totaling $50,000 had been deposited to Grierson's account, all drawn on the Citrus Exchange Bank of San Anselmo, and all bearing the signature of one Carl Birdwell, M.D. He wasn't hard to find. It was a big place in the outskirts, and the sign on the gate said Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the Mentally Deranged. Dr. Birdwell's cottage was one of 5 without bars on the windows. He was spraying his roses.
Joe, that's cystectomy of Dr. Kobler's. How are those convulsions? Coordination all right?
Can't complain.
Got the use of your fingers back? Good. Pick up those shears. I want all those ragged edges. Cut off the hedges.
Well, why don't you hire a gardener? Or did those checks to Grierson use up all your ready cash?
Eh? I thought you were the cystodectomy. Good Lord, you're that convolutional melancholiac. You're not allowed out on the grounds. Guard! Guard!
Now, wait a minute, Doctor.
Matters. This one acting up? Take him back. I sent for the cystodectomy. This is the wrong man.
You're crazy.
Come on.
Let go of me. I'm not a patient here. I'm a detective.
Yeah, and I'm Sherlock Holmes. Come on, now, back to the violent war.
Come on, lay off. I got an office in San Francisco. I can prove it. 137596.
Okay, Dr. Watson, but come on, come on.
And in more time than it takes to tell, due to the guard's jujitsu, I was disrobed, straitjacketed, and rolled into a wet sheet. A full-fledged inmate of the Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the Mentally Deranged, which is exactly where I belong for having taken Mr. Fox's $25.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the mad scientist caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I have been shot, stabbed, slashed, pistol whipped, and sapped into unconsciousness. But until you have spent a night rolled up in a wet sheet, Dundee, you don't know what punishment is. You feel hot and cold at the same time, too miserable to sleep, too exhausted to stay awake. And after 4 hours of it, you just give up and join the crazies pushing up the daisies. There's only one thing I can say in favor of the Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the Mentally Deranged. They get the patients up early. By 6:30 in the a.m., I had been rolled out of the sheet. By 6:45, I had thawed out enough to be taken out of the straitjacket by an orderly. I was glad to be out of it because it was very heavy, and that gave me an idea. I picked it up and swung it. In less time than it takes to tell, I was in the orderly's uniform, out of the violent wing, and shuffling up the walk through Dr. Birdwell's rose garden and through his cottage door. Good morning, Dr. Birdwell.
Good Lord, who let you in here? What do you want?
I was trying to tell you yesterday when I was so rudely interrupted.
Hey? Oh, yes, the detective. Did you say Grierson sent you?
I didn't say that.
I'm afraid you'll have to be absolutely specific or I can't help you.
All right. My client is an inventor who claims that Mr. Grierson stole a formula from him, got a patent on it, and stands to profit to the tune of about $1 million. The last 2 items check. I don't know whether Grierson's a crook or not. He's into you for $50,000, so you might know.
This inventor. Pale eyes, contracted pupils, big mop of hair.
That's a fair description.
Fox. Raymond Fox. He's a patient, escaped from this hospital. That man, Mr. Spade, is a homicidal maniac. If you'll jog your memory, you may recall the case. Sacramento, 1935.
Wait a minute. Chemistry professor, lab explosion?
That's the case. 2 of his colleagues, whom he irrationally suspected of stealing the formula for the explosive he used to blow them up.
You sure they didn't?
The man was adjudged hopelessly insane. He must be returned to us. He may murder Grierson, he may murder you, but he will commit a murder if he remains at large. Perhaps more than one murder. You must help us, Spade.
Like you, Doctor, I can't help unless you're absolutely specific about a couple of things. Your connection with Grierson, for instance.
I invested in Grierson's firm.
Uh-huh. How did Fox meet Grierson?
He was allowed a certain degree of freedom here during his rational periods. I guessed that he went through my papers or overheard one of my conversations with Mr. Grierson.
Mm-hmm. Did you know he retained a lawyer?
Hmm?
Manning, smart patent lawyer. You must think Fox has a case.
Oh, surely not.
Grierson thinks so, too.
You've talked to Grierson?
No, but I've examined his bank statements.
The bank allowed that?
I told him I was Grierson's attorney. The point is, Grierson is broke. Why? Because he's paid out every penny you gave him to the order of Roscoe Manning, attorney at law. And you know what I think, Doctor?
Yes?
I think Raymond Fox is crazy like a fox. And I had the same idea about Dr. Birdwell, but I didn't say so. I didn't feel up to spending another night in a wet sheet. I also didn't feel up to the interview that was awaiting me outside the gates. A limousine, only a little longer than a hearse, was standing at the curb. A round pink head with a gray Homburg on it bobbed out at me from the driver's seat and said,
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
Roscoe Manning. How'd you do?
About $49,975 less than you've done in the caper so far.
The law is a lucrative profession, my boy. Get in. I'll drive you back to town.
No charge?
I'll even give you some free advice, sans retainer. Well, sir, you are an elusive chap. I've had the devil's own time catching up with you.
How did you? I won't ask why.
And I am not without resources. Now, as to our mutual client, Mr. Fox, obviously you've learned a good deal about him.
Dr. Birdwell says he's cuckoo, and it's only a toss-up which one of us he's going to blow up first.
Just about what you'd expect from a medical man. If you'd listened to as much conflicting medical testimony in court as I have, you'd take them all with a grain of salt. Or should I say soda mint?
Or sodium denadrine?
That's a mysterious remark.
I was just trying it on for size. It didn't fit.
Mm-hmm. Well, sir, here is my proposition. As to Fox's sanity, it's of no importance. He has money, and I think he has a case. We can always get a doctor to say he's back in his right mind.
Where do I fit into your scheme?
You just keep looking for Grierson. And watch that secretary of his. I don't trust her.
Anything else?
Oh, I almost forgot. Here's $500, and here's your ticket to Chicago.
I don't know why, but somehow I got the impression that Mr. Manning was trying to get rid of me. He should have used that ticket to Chicago himself. We stopped at Sausalito for breakfast, and the condemned man ate a hearty meal. We drove the last mile through the Marina District and pulled up in front of his house.
Well, sir, have a nice trip. Or take the car, Mr. Spade. I'll pick it up at the depot. Goodbye. It's been charming. Goodbye.
He backed across the sidewalk, waving, and I waved back. Then he went up 3 steps, put a key in his door, and opened it. It didn't do much damage to the house, but all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Roscoe Manning back together again. I got out of the car and just made it up the steps when it happened again. I hated the look, but I did. Where the limousine had been parked with me in it was a smoking heap of scrap metal. I then headed for the nearest phone booth and, pausing only to inspect it for mines and booby traps, dialed the number of Grierson Enterprises.
Grierson Enterprises.
Lois, Sam Spade.
Sam, darling, thank you for the present.
What present?
I haven't had a chance to open it yet, but I think I can guess what it is. A traveling clock.
You mean a package arrived and it ticks?
Oh, darling, don't be such a tease.
Now, Lois, listen.
Oh, all right, I'll open it now.
Throw it out the window. No, don't do that. Pedestrians, innocent bystanders. Have you got a metal wastebasket there?
I think so, yes.
Well, fill it up with water and throw the package into it.
And ruin my lovely clock?
It is not a lovely clock. It's a lovely booby trap.
Oh, go on.
I'm serious. Manning just got one of them, and what's left of him is on the way to the morgue.
Oh, I think I'm going to faint.
Lois! Lois! Wake up! Pour some water on yourself. Hello, hello! Let me through here. Come on, let me through. Lois. Lois. Oh, you're okay. Glad of that. All right, she's all right now, you people. Come on, get out of here. She's all right. Come on, get up. You're not hurt.
What happened?
It exploded in the water. At least you had sense enough to do what I told you to.
Oh, this was a new dress. Now look at it.
It looks fine. Here. Put this coat around you.
I don't think that was a very funny joke, Sam.
Neither do I. Now, try and forget your clothes for a minute. And try and answer a few questions for me. There isn't much time.
Sam, what is it?
I want you to be very sure of this, Lois. Try and remember accurately. How many people has Grierson seen since he opened this office?
Well, not very many. He was hardly ever in. It's strange. Now that I think of it, I can only remember two, Mr. Manning and that mad scientist man, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, did you hear any of the conversation between Grierson and Fox?
He just screamed at Mr. Grierson about how his invention had been stolen from him. Then it sounded as if they scuffled, and all of a sudden Mr. Fox calmed down.
Mm-hmm.
When they came out, his eyes looked funny, as if he'd been hypnotized.
Yeah. What does Grierson look like?
Oh, he must have been quite handsome at one time. He's sort of like Gregory Peck with a mustache, only fatter and balder and older.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have put it exactly like that, but I can see what you mean.
But you've never seen him.
Don't make book on it, but I think I have. I made 3 phone calls. One to a crime reporter I don't like very well, giving him a false story on the death of Lois, Grierson's secretary. Another to my client, the mad scientist, alias Raymond Fox. And one to Dr. Birdwell. Then I went to my apartment and waited. My client arrived 5 minutes before the doctor. When Birdwell came in, my client said,
Aha! That's he. He stole my secret formula.
Now, Raymond, you're getting confused again.
No.
I'm the doctor, don't you remember?
That's not true. Your name is Grierson.
Oh, he's much worse. These identifications. Now, you must try to remember, Raymond. Nobody's going to hurt you. But you'll be much sicker if you don't remember.
But I do remember. I remember everything.
Do you remember setting the bombs at Manning's house and the one you sent to Mr. Grierson's office?
No. Grierson isn't dead. You're Grierson.
No, Grierson isn't dead. Only that poor girl.
No. She didn't steal my formula. It was you. Oh, you're trying to mix me up.
I'm trying to help you. Now, roll up your sleeve. I'll give you something to quiet your nerves, and we'll go back to the hospital.
Put it away, Doctor. You've helped them enough.
Huh? Now, look here. This man is my patient. He needs medical attention.
I won't argue with you, but I think he'd better get it from some other doctor. Right now, he's making more sense than you are.
Just keep on the way you're going, Spade, and I'll have you back in that wet sheet. I did it once, and I can do it again.
Sit down. You got delusions of grandeur. Stop shaking, Raymond. I said you're making more sense than he is, and I can prove it.
You think you're very astute, don't you?
No, I'm stupid, but I'm lucky. I should have tumbled to the whole caper when I found that you'd invested 50,000 smackers in Grierson Enterprises. When I found out that Raymond was an escaped patient, I should have tumbled to what that Denadrine vial was doing in Grierson's desk. I should have known then that you and Grierson were one and the same person.
I told you.
When I discovered that you'd paid Manning all that shakedown money, I should have known you were planning to knock him off and everybody else who could identify you. But it didn't work out that way. I got out of the car before it blew up. Dumb luck.
And you can identify me as Grierson?
I don't have to.
Come. Surely you're not counting on Raymond's sanity to that extent. He can't even remember that I was his doctor. Can you, Raymond?
You're trying to mix me up. You stole my formula. I didn't kill them, did I, Mr. Spade?
Now, lie down on the couch and relax, Raymond. Don't worry about a thing.
Well, Doctor, what now?
You relax, too. Okay, Lois, come on in.
What? Lois!
Why, Mr. Grierson, have you been sick?
How dare you? How dare you ruin all my plans like this? You stupid girl!
Okay, that's enough. Come on, get back there. Get back. Sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to let him get that close to you.
What were you trying to do?
It was an experiment, just to see what would happen. It did.
So that's the way you scientific detectives work. For a hard-boiled chap, you have the vaguest way of doing things I ever heard of.
Well, plans are all right sometimes, Doctor, and sometimes just stirring things up is all right if you're tough enough to survive and keep your eyes open so you see what you want when it comes to the top or something. Spade, Dundee. I'm at home. I've got 2 homicidal characters here, one sane and one insane. Now, if you can tell the difference, I'll let you give the story to the papers. And that, Lieutenant D, is the crop. You picked the wrong one. Figures. It's as simple as this. Raymond Fox was the loony, but Birdwell, alias Grierson, conceived and executed the whole scheme, including the explosions. Don't worry about Fox. He's now back at the hospital working on a new secret formula. I don't know what it is, but it might be an anti-truth serum, because that's how Birdwell got the Penetron formula, by using truth serum on the mad scientist to make him talk. Any way you figure it, he's crazy like a fox. His enemies are all dead or on their way, and he's as snug as a rug in a bug house. Period. End of Looney Tune.
Well, of all... Well, just imagine. Well, Well, it takes all sorts to make a world, I guess.
Well, I guess you never spoke a truer word, Effie, but don't forget a stitch in time saves 9.
Don't feel too badly about it, Sam. Better late than never.
You took the words right out of the horse's mouth, but it's later than you think, Angel. Tight that up, Angel, and while you're at it, see if you can think up a way to teach an old dog new tricks.
Say, mister, if you haven't tried Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, why not get it tonight or first thing tomorrow? You'll be glad you did, for Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally without giving it that plastered-down look. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Simply step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil in the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. And I've been thinking over what you said
Which?
about teaching an old dog new tricks.
Hmm?
You're only as old as you feel, Sam.
Then send in the application for my old age pension.
Oh, Sam, I won't let you talk that way now. You're just tired and nervous and run down.
Yeah, backaches, stay-up nights, sour racket.
You're just feeling sorry for that Mr. Fox. I wouldn't worry about him. As you pointed out, he's safer where he is for all concerned.
Hmm.
And after all, necessity is the mother of invention.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, he's an inventor, isn't he?
Oh, that.
You see? All's well that ends well. Good night, Sam.
Good night, Pollyanna.
Pollyanna. Oh, she's a glad girl. Oh, no, Sam, that's Shakespeare, that old...
You know best. All ashore that's going ashore. Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents yours truly, Johnny Dollar. The next half hour has its baggage packed to take a trip with America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, he's just an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Honesty Life Insurance Underwriters, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. Attention, Austin Farnsworth, General Manager. The following is an accounting of my expenditures in the investigation of policyholder Milfred Brooks III for your company. Expense account item 1, 75 cents. Cab fare to your office in answer to your original hurry call. Tip to driver, $1. Expense account item 2, 25 cents. Shoe shine. You remember I got my shoes scuffed when I unsuspectingly walked through the private door to your office.
Dollar, grab him. He's trying to jump out that window. Let go. Get off.
I'll show you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, let go, you fool. Get away. Had a nice try, sonny boy. Now pay attention to teacher.
No.
Class dismissed. Well, Mr. Farnsworth, why didn't you tell me what you had waiting for me? I'd have worn my boxing gloves.
Dollar, this was all a complete surprise to me.
Well, just in case your little chum on the floor there wakes up in a hurry, I think I'll close the window. Now.
My goodness, Dollar, what are you doing?
I'm sitting on his head. I don't care if this guy tries killing himself again. I just don't want him to try and kill me. After all, we haven't even been introduced.
Dollar, that happens to be one of our largest policyholders. His life is insured with this company in the amount of $2 million.
Oh, now I can see why you're so anxious to keep him from putting a dent in the sidewalk.
Precisely.
He'd also put quite a dent in your company's bank account.
By the way, Dollar, aren't you in danger of smothering the boy sitting on his head that way?
Maybe. Now, tell me, what's this guy's name, and what's his story?
That, sir, is Milford Brooks III. As I said, we have him insured for $2 million. His mother and father left him with a paid-up policy for the sole purpose of enabling his heirs to pay the inheritance taxes on his estate when he dies. Unfortunately, due to the kind of life he's been leading, Brooks not only hasn't any heirs, he hasn't any money.
He blew all his cash?
That's right. Now he's trying to get some out of us by threatening to kill himself. And that policy pays off on suicide.
In a mortuary, he'd be a millionaire, huh?
Please, Dollar.
Sorry, go on.
1/2 hour ago, Milford walked into this office and changed the beneficiary in his policy. When that was done, he proceeded to demand, not request, mind you, $500,000 in cash.
Oh, well, say, that's quite a touch.
When I explained to him that there was no loan provision in his insurance policy, he threatened suicide. He said I could either give him the $500,000 cash or pay off the $2 million on his policy.
So all you have to do is to keep him alive.
And he's managed to make that no small problem. The man he named as his new beneficiary, just before he made his demand for the cash, is, well, it's downright frightening.
Why? Who is it?
One of the most notorious gamblers in the East. His name is Hatcher. Harold Hatcher.
Oh.
You know him?
Yeah. Say, that kid's been a post office pinup boy for a lot of years.
Well, there's the situation, Dollar. I'm engaging you to protect Milford Brooks' future.
Yeah, what there is of it. The way this lad operates, you'd think he had but 2 lives to give for his country. He's not only set himself up to get knocked off by somebody else, he's just dying to do the job himself.
Well, it just means that you'll have to work twice as hard.
Oh, it also means something else.
What's that?
That you'll have to pay me twice as much money.
You'll get your money. The situation demands sacrifice, I'm afraid. But protect the boy, Dollar. Give him something to live for, an interest in life.
An interest in life, huh? Let's see. I know. Here, this should help.
What's that you got there?
It's what's commonly referred to in the more successful bachelor circles as my little black book. Now, let's see. Ruby? No, her favorite expression is drop dead. Bernadine? No, she'd be the new beneficiary by midnight. Oh, here's one. Here. Butter.
Butter?
Hey, Farnsworth, would you mind passing me that phone, the one with the long cord?
No, not at all.
My little friend here is showing signs of life.
Here you are. Maybe you should let him breathe a bit more.
Don't worry. He'll be all right. Hello? Hello, I want to call New York. Person to person. Miss Theodora Butts. Yeah, that's right. And you'll get her at Hudson 24292.
Dollar, you're not thinking of taking this boy to New York, are you?
Well, I'm going there myself, and you want me to keep an eye on him, don't you? Don't fret, Farnsworth. All is not lost.
You do worry me sitting on his head that way.
Hello? Hello, Butter? Butter, this is Johnny Dollar. I'll be in town tonight. I want to see you. Look, here's what I want you to do. Yes, this is all right to say over the telephone. I want you to reserve a table at the hatchery in my name for 10 o'clock tonight. Will you do that? Okay, I'll see you in a few hours. Huh? But I can't make it any earlier. I'm sitting up on a sick friend. Okay, goodbye.
I'm not sure that I agree with your methods. Oh! What's the matter, Dollar? Did he hit you?
Hit me? No, he bit me. Expense account, item 3. Liquor, $18. Keeping Milford Brooks III peaceful seemed to be the immediate problem, and a bottle of rare old brandy seemed to be the immediate answer. I poured most of it into him, loaded him into my car, and we headed for New York. As we passed through New Haven, he opened one eye, looked up, saw the ale bowl, and gave 3 cheers for old Eli.
Yeah, right.
Old Yale would sure be proud of you. Why anybody would want to insure you for $2 million is more than I can figure.
Yeah, well, my daddy loved me very much, and my mother loved me very much. Not only that, but I love somebody very much. And not only that, but I hate somebody very much. Hey, you want to know something?
Huh.
Next to one other guy, I hate you most of anybody. else.
Here, lover boy, it's cocktail hour again. Time for your bottle. Rolling along the Merritt Parkway, I felt very much alone with my own thoughts. And believe me, they weren't very pleasant company. The way it stacked up for me, Brooks had built up a fat gambling debt to Harold Hatcher and had been forced to make him his beneficiary. The suicide threat that he was holding over Honesty Insurance Company was a little tougher to figure, unless he was trying to finance a trip for himself to get away from the man with a custom-tailored murder motive, Hatcher. My hungry little mind nibbled away on those unsavory morsels of food for thought all the way to Butter's apartment.
Hey, where are you taking me? I want to go to New York.
If you don't behave, Buster, I'll punch your ticket.
Johnny, darling, welcome to New York.
Fastest trip I ever made.
Quiet.
Well, where did you find this?
In a box of Cracker Jacks. Come on, let me in.
Oh, I don't know about you, Johnny. Some men bring me flowers and some bring me candy. What do you bring me? A boiled owl in a Brooks Brothers suit.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you. My name is Brooks, but I haven't got any brothers.
Lucky them.
Fix the pillows on the couch, will you?
They look more at home in the bathtub.
Come on, Buster. Lie down.
Oh, I'm charmed. Thank you.
Hey, this kid's liquor sure can hold him. He's passed out.
How long have you been playing nursemaid to this bottle baby?
Lead me into the bar, sweet. Let's get away from this buzzsaw, and I'll tell you all about it.
Sure, come along. Horrible examples don't seem to bother you, do they?
If you knew how that guy's been bothering me.
What'd you do to him?
Oh, let's just say he put the bite on me. The river sure does look pretty tonight.
Like a brandy?
Anything but. I've been sniffing that second hand, all the way from Hartford. Oh, make it a Bravo root beer. Hey, Butter. See that big boat out there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I sure would like to be on it with you. Sailing off to faraway romantic places.
Get with it, darling. That's the 125th Street Ferry. Here's your root beer. Come on now. Tell Butter all about it.
First things first. Now that I've got a Dad's old-fashioned root beer, how about giving me one of Mom's new-fashioned kisses? And then I'll tell you all about it. A few seconds later, I proceeded to tell her all about it, and it wasn't easy. Everything about her kept flagging down my train of thought. She was a sympathetic listener to my story until I gave her the answer to her first and only question.
Where do I fit into all this?
Well, baby, I thought you understood. My job is to give the poor, misguided boy something to live for. That's you.
Well, he should live so long.
Now, Butter, wait a minute.
Well, don't butter me.
Now, don't get excited now. You misunderstand. I really mean it. I thought if he just got a look at you, realized that things like you exist, you'd make any man glad to be alive. If you can't stand it, I'll take him away. But I sure need you, Butter. Come on, baby. Melt a little. I wouldn't let you get hurt. You know that.
Did I hurt you?
No, I'm getting used to it. People have been taking pokes at me all day.
Sorry.
Oh, that's better.
Want some more root beer?
I want some more of you. How about another kiss?
Well, help yourself. Oh, darn. I'll get it, Johnny.
Okay, and if a man answers, hang up, will you?
Oh, don't worry. Hello. Yes, this is Hudson 24292. Well, that depends. Who's calling? Oh, just a moment. It's for you, Johnny. Mr. Farnsworth.
Huh? Oh, okay, I'll take it. Thanks. Say, while I'm talking, be a good girl, will you? And take a look at Milford in the other room. And while you're at it, get me in the root beer, huh?
Oh, sure. The service is good around here.
Hello, Farnsworth.
Yes, Dollar, I'm glad I got you.
How'd you get this number?
It's the one you called from my office. I remembered it. I have a photographic mind.
I hope you haven't got a picture of what I'm thinking. What do you want?
I want to know how Milford is. I mean, is he still alive?
Of course he's alive.
Good, good. Do you suppose I could talk to him? I mean, do you think he'll talk to me?
Well, the last time I saw him, he was sound asleep. I'll take a look. Hold the phone. Oh, Butter. Oh, Butter. Hey, Butter. Hello, Farnsworth?
Yes, yes.
Do you have any aspirin there at your house?
Why, of course, Dollar. Why?
Well, you better take a handful. Milford Brooks III just took a powder. I'll call you back.
You let anything happen to him, and you'll need the aspirin.
I've already got a headache. When Milford left, he took my girl with him.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, we want to remind you that it was 437 years ago, next Sunday, the famed Spanish explorer Ponce de Leon began his search for the Fountain of Youth. By sheer coincidence, the man who's still looking for it, Jack Benny, will be heard on CBS next Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. And now, back to Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Well, nobody could say I wasn't working fast. I'd only been in town for an hour, and I had already succeeded in not only losing your $2 million baby, Milford Brooks III, Mr. Farnsworth, but in losing my $1 million baby, Theodora Butts. I tried to put myself in Milford Brooks' $40 shoes, but they wouldn't fit. You can't outthink a maniac. The best I could do was figure either that he was on his way to commit suicide, or that Harold Hatcher, the man who now stood to collect $2 million in the event of Milford's death, had snatched him out of Butter's apartment. With birds of that type flocking together, Butter stood a good chance of being a dead duck. I spent an hour unsuccessfully shaking down the neighborhood for them. I questioned cab drivers, harness bulls, bartenders. Then I decided to ask for help from higher up. And I don't mean that I said a prayer. Expense account, item 4, 5 cents, phone call.
Police headquarters.
Give me missing persons.
Any particular one?
Don't be a wise guy. Lieutenant Fisher.
Oh, yes, sir.
Hello, Dollar. What did you lose?
Practically everybody. Let's start with a girl, Theodora Butts.
You mean you lost your girl? Why didn't you call Dorothy Dix?
Don't waste time being clever. Just check your reports, will you?
Hold on. Buddington, Bumpus, Byers. Nope, nothing on her, Dollar.
Okay, well, try this one. Brooks, Milford III.
Bullseye. Brooks, Milford III. He hasn't been reported missing, and we haven't found him yet. But, we think we know where he is.
Oh, this kind of a question I always hate to ask. Where?
The Hudson River. At 11:15 tonight, his top coat, complete with identification, was found taking a ride on the 125th Street ferry.
Anything else?
Nothing much. Package of matches was found under the coat, monogram. You don't happen to know anybody whose initials are H.H., do you?
H.H.? Well, there's always Horace Height. Thanks, Fisher. I'll check back with you later.
I'll be here.
Expense account, item 5. Nightclubs, $28. Harold Hatcher's hatchery was in a cellar under a hotel, but the prices were high enough to rate a penthouse. The club was draped in too much satin, its lady customers in too little. The decor was French provincial, music Brazilian, and the food was nowhere. The drinks looked weak and the waiters looked strong. All in all, the joint was a sight for sore eyes, for making them sore. The only pretty thing in the place was a blonde. She came strolling up to my table, her hips unconsciously sending subtle little messages back to the rumba band. She opened her mouth, slid her tongue over her lower lip, and let a few warm, soft words slide out.
Looking for someone?
Oh, well, you'll do until the real thing comes along. Sit down.
Thanks. No, I won't have a drink. My name is Janelle. I understand you were asking about Mr. Hatcher.
Yeah. You know him?
More than somewhat.
Are you Mrs. Hatcher by any chance?
I might be.
Does that mean you might admit it or that you might talk him into it someday?
I'll ignore that. What do you want to see him about?
A mutual friend, Milford Brooks.
I know most of the quiet clothes boys around here, so you want a cop. You don't look like the type who to be a society friend of the Brooks family. So what are you?
I'll ignore that. Is Hatcher around?
He might be.
Oh, come on now. Where is this office?
At the top of the stairs in the back.
Can I expect any trouble getting in?
You act like you just saw a B picture. Harold is doing his best to act like an honest businessman these nights. You won't have any trouble.
How do you know?
Because Harold sent me down here to look you over. I think you're all right.
Oh, so I've won myself the good housekeeping seal of approval, huh?
Keeping house with you would meet with my approval.
I ran for my life, had a slow walk across the dance floor, edged my way through a cluster of tables, and went up the back stairs. When I located the door to Hatcher's office, I knocked once and went in.
Come on in.
Thanks. I'm Johnny Dollar. I've been hired by Honesty Life Insurance underwriters to protect the interest of a guy named Milford Brooks III.
What's that supposed to mean to me?
You know him, don't you?
Well, he isn't exactly one of my boozing buddies.
How much money does he owe you?
We've got him on the books for a few grand. Why?
They picked up his top coat tonight on the 125th Street ferry. He wasn't in it. It might have been a suicide, or it might have been a knockover made to look like a suicide. What's your choice?
Where do you get off asking me to make a choice?
Where were you around 11:30 tonight?
What's it to you?
I don't know. I just thought you might like to rehearse a few answers. The law will be asking you some questions real soon now.
I don't know why I should tell you, but I was driving around in my car getting some air.
You better do better than that. They found a match folder under Brooks' coat. It had your initials on it.
You're out of your mind. The guy owed me a couple $100,000. You think I'm going around knocking off my own assets?
I don't know whether you're stupid or bright, Hatcher.
Don't worry about it. I know.
What about that insurance policy?
What insurance policy?
Now, look, Hatcher, we're big boys now. We both know that changing the beneficiary of an insurance policy is a legal transaction. That means witnesses. That means it isn't secret.
You mind telling me what you're trying to say?
That you and the Honesty Insurance Company and I all know that Brooks made you the beneficiary in his policy and that you stand to come into $2 million when they fish out his body.
I don't know anything about it.
Motives don't come much bigger.
I'm telling you, this is all news to me. You or nobody else is going to move me off that story.
I feel the same about mine. It doesn't take a genius to know that Brooks didn't love you $2 million worth. There's only one logical reason for his making you the beneficiary that I can see. You forced him into it. Who'd believe anything else?
Who cares? They'd have to prove it. And, brother, that can't be done. Now, how would you like... Wait a minute. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, okay, Rocky. Thanks for the news. Dollar, did you turn me in?
Oh, they're here, huh?
Yeah.
No, I didn't turn you in. What's the matter? You got a good story, Hatcher? You're not worried, are you? Here, have a cigarette.
Thanks. I got a light.
Oh, worked the first time.
Yeah. Nope, I'm not worried. I'll be out in 48 hours.
You'll be lucky if you're out in 48 years.
Okay, boys, come on in.
The homicide boys invited Hatcher down to headquarters. He accepted and invited them down to the bar for a no-hard-feelings drink. They accepted. I walked back down the stairs into the club. The place hadn't changed. Same stale customers, the same stale music, same stale air. And the same lovely Janelle sitting at the same unlovely table.
Hello. How'd you make out?
Oh, I left before they started playing 20 questions. But I wouldn't worry. You've got a smart boy in the bar there.
In some ways, maybe. What'd he hand you?
A big round zero.
Wouldn't talk, huh? About what?
Oh, just a little doodad, a $2 million life insurance policy.
Wait a minute. That young Brooks kid?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I knew it. I tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Trying to tell who what?
Hatcher. But he'd get into trouble about that policy. It just looks funny, him being made the beneficiary.
You knew about it, huh? I suppose you also know what was behind it.
Sure, Milford owed him some money. A lot of money. It's in writing.
What kind of writing?
It's a personal note that Brooks was going to get back if he made Harold beneficiary. It's up in his office.
Hey, you must be awful close to Hatcher.
I'm the close, friendly type. I'll have that drink now.
You've earned it, beautiful. She had earned it, and I had a hunch as to why. If ever I saw a gal busy putting the skids under her boyfriend, she was. Even if she helped send him up on a murder rap. I would have bet a quick 50 that she'd tipped him to the police. It's happened before if the boyfriend is the murdering type, and it's a nice, neat legal method of disposal. Janelle led me back up the stairs and into Hatcher's office. I sent her back down to watch the bar to divert Hatcher in case he decided he'd forgotten something. Brooks's personal note made out to the gambler was easy to find, lying neatly in the middle of the top desk drawer. But I found something even more interesting when I went through his wardrobe closet. I began to see a glimmer of light. And then, encouraged by not too much thinking on my part, it turned into a veritable bonfire, which I hoped wouldn't be too hot for me to handle.
Did you find everything?
Honey, if I were a judge, I'd be ready to sentence the guilty party.
Good.
Oh, waiter, the check.
Where are you going? To the police?
Bright girl. I'll see you later. Expense account, item 6. Cab fare, $1. Tip to driver, $1. Once out of the hatchery, I walked to the corner, got into a taxi, and waited. In just a few minutes, my favorite suspect came out of the club, jumped into a taxi, and the chase was on. We nuzzled our way through the traffic over to 2nd Avenue and headed downtown. Then he took a right turn on 45th Street over to Lexington and headed uptown. But they didn't lose us. At 72nd, The cab ahead turned right and pulled to a stop. My driver was on his toes, and his toes were on his brake. We stopped, too, half a block behind.
You want I should wait?
No, here you are. Keep the change. It was a garage that belonged to a residence on the parallel street a block away. I made out a for sale sign on one of the big doors. The living quarters upstairs were dark enough to look interesting, so I indulged in a bit of genteel breaking and entering. Entering that old barn didn't take much breaking. I crept up the stairs. They sounded like they were left over from an old ghost story. And so did the first voice I heard when I stopped, halfway up.
So we've got to be careful, especially about that Johnny Dollar. Are you sure he didn't follow you?
That voice sounded awful dry to be coming from a guy who supposedly had spent most of the night snoozing on the bottom of the Hudson River. It was Milford Brooks III. Get up on your feet, Brooks.
Now, wait a minute.
I started this thing slugging you. I might as well finish it the same way.
Leave him alone. He's mine.
Pull in the claws, Angel, and sit on his lap.
Oh, you Connecticut hick. I'll kill you.
Look, I'm the last guy in the world who enjoys physical violence, give or take. But believe me, you two are coming mighty close to changing my whole character. Now settle down before I really lose my head.
Get off of me. I should have known better than to get mixed up with a low-class nobody like you.
Cut. We've pushed the lady around enough, Brooks.
Tell me to be careful. Why didn't you think of that before you led him here?
Wipe your nose, big boy.
Now, don't you go getting fat-headed gorgeous. Neither one of you is exactly what I'd call a mastermind. When you planted that match folder underneath the topcoat on the ferry boat, you both should have been more careful.
Huh. You think so?
You bet I think so. If I were planning a piece of evidence to incriminate Mr. Harold Hatcher, I would have left a cigarette lighter. I found one in the pocket of every suit he owns, back there in his closet in the club. It wasn't hard to figure out that guy never carries a book of matches.
What do you want?
I'm only interested in one thing, saving the insurance company $2 million. And, Buster, I think you've done it for me.
Wait, look, Dollar.
This is insurance fraud. It has been ever since you put on that fake suicide attempt, trying to extort $500,000 out of the company for you and Janelle.
Wait a minute, Dollar.
So much for the company. Now, something a little more personal and a little more serious. Where is my girl?
Well, she's all right, Dollar. I couldn't help it. I had to get out of that apartment. She caught me leaving. I had to take her with me.
Where is she?
Well, I didn't mean to hurt her. I was afraid she'd yell.
Oh, you miserable...
I'll tell you where she is, Dollar. I put her in a cab and sent her to the emergency hospital.
Get up.
Oh, no, Dollar, please.
I'm
let me
give you the
explain.
beating yell.
Harold.
Hatcher.
You had your fun, Dollar. Now I want mine.
How did you get here?
New York City, world's most efficient police force, remember? When they think maybe a guy's jumped off a ferry boat and nobody's seen him do it, they check the turnstile counters at each end. In the case of Brooks here, as many people got off that boat as got on.
Yeah, that makes sense. They'd hardly hold a guy for murder just because somebody else lost a topcoat.
How'd you know we were here?
You know me, Janelle. You never go any place that I don't know about. Okay, Brooks, you felt like explaining. Now I feel like listening. Get it up.
I don't know what you mean.
I know what you mean, Hatcher. One, he gave you a big, fat $2 million motive for murder. And two, he did his best to make it look like you did murder him with that broken-down match cover plan on the ferry boat. Why? Well, they wanted to get rid of you and live happily ever after. The big mistake they made was in trying to shake the insurance company down for some ready cash.
And you, baby.
Harold,
you
please.
put him up to it, didn't you, you cheap little muscler?
No, Harold!
Calm down, Hatcher. You don't need a gun around here. They're tame.
You don't know me very well, Dollar. I'm going to teach all of you amateurs a lesson. How these things are really done. Come on, Brooks.
No, Hatcher. You can have everything I've got.
For a second, it looked like Hatcher was going to take everything. But I hadn't gone that far to see Brooks knocked off with me as a witness. Hey, maybe I wasn't going to be a witness. Maybe I was going to be a victim, too. When that thought hit me, that's when I flew across the room and hit Hatcher in a do-or-die flying tackle from behind. Oh. Hatcher went down shooting. I went down kicking, and a lucky boot knocked the gun out of his hand. I beat him to it and swung it straight into his skull. Oh. Half the people in the room were lying there bleeding. Brooks from a gunshot, Hatcher from the gun butt. Janelle and I both stood there panting. But believe me, not for each other. We stood that way until the police arrived.
Johnny, I hate being in the hospital. But I look awful.
Butter, honey, you look lovely in white.
This patch on my head? Johnny, they had to cut a big hunk of my hair off to put in the stitches. Oh, that awful man.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, baby, that awful man got taken care of. He's upstairs in the same hospital.
Well, Johnny, you didn't shoot
No,
him.
Butter, I didn't have to. Harold Hatcher saved me the trouble. They don't know yet whether Mr. Brooks is going to live or die, but it doesn't make much difference to me or to the insurance company. He signed a statement admitting attempted fraud.
Serves him right hitting a lady on the head. Johnny, what am I going to do? My hair will look awful. It'll take months for it to grow out.
Now, don't worry, Butter. I'll buy you something to cover it up. I know a guy over on Fifth Avenue who claims he makes something that looks prettier on a woman's head than her hair. Expense account, item 7. $640. Ladies' hats. To cover the lump on lady's head. Expense account, item 8. $20. Tip to nurse for reminding Butter on the hour every hour that accidents will happen. Expense account, item 9. $7. Mileage driving back to Hartford. Expense account total, $1,182.23. Which you may say, Mr. Farnsworth, is a lot of money for one man to spend in a day and a half. But you must bear in mind that the amount at stake was $2 million. And you know the price of steak these days. Signed, yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Listen in again next week when CBS brings you yours truly, Johnny Dollar, with Charles Russell as Johnny. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd, with music by Mark Warno, and is produced and directed by Richard Sandville for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
(10 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. For supreme accuracy, expert design, and outstanding value, choose a Bulova, masterpiece of fine watchmaking. WEAF, New York.
Lever Brothers, makers of Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso, presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Step on it, Steve. I got my foot on the floor now. We gotta do something then. We'll never lose that car that's chasing us. Don't talk. Lean out and see if we can hit a tire. Okay. Well, missed. Hey, watch that curve. I'll take care of the driving. Try it again. Try and hold this bus steady, will you? I'm doing the best I can. I've been fighting this wheel for 20 minutes. Now, after I swing around that next curve, I'll slow up. Try and get that tire again. Okay. Here goes. I got her, Steve. She's heading right for the telegraph pole. What a crack up. Them plainclothes cops in that car ain't gonna interrupt another one of our hijack jobs. Plainclothes cops? Those ain't no cops. The driver of the car that just wrapped around the telegraph pole is Boston Blackie.
In a moment, we'll meet Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend. But first, a fashion note for summer. The spotlight is certainly on cotton, and that's not just my idea. I was looking through a couple of those fancy fashion magazines, and every page had something about crisp, colorful cotton dresses, cotton evening things, daytime dresses, and so on. Well, speaking from the man's point of view, I'm for it. Those printed cottons are certainly mighty pretty. And speaking from the Soapy Rich Rinso's point of view, it's easy as a breeze to keep them crisp and colorful. Rinso's rich suds are gentle and safe for washable colors. Leave their bright colors gay and sparkling week after week. And it's so easy to do a Rinso wash. A short soaking, a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. Really Rinso white and Rinso bright, too. So next wash day, be sure you have Rinso on hand to give you a hand. And now, here is Chester Morris as Boston Blackie.
tell me, Blackie, how does your wrist feel, huh?
Oh, just a slight sprain, Shorty. But we're lucky. We might have been killed when those thugs got our front tire last night. I thought for a moment we were killed.
Hey, Blackie, let's stay up here in your apartment and mind our own business for a while, huh? At least until I get over that shaking up I got.
Well, we weren't looking for trouble. We were just driving along and...
Yeah. I know. Always that and. That's what gets us into more jams.
All right, so we went for a drive. Nothing unusual in that?
No, but why'd you have to notice that big sedan was parked right in front of a truck and two guys were holding up the driver?
Well, I always feel sorry for the guy on the other end of a gun.
Yeah, but listen, boy, if you want to listen
Blackie. You too, Shorty. Up high, way up.
Yeah, all right.
I cover, Mike. Okay. So the crack-up didn't kill you guys, huh? The boss sent us to find out. You got more lives than a cat, Blackie.
Yes, I've got 10.
That means you rats better look out. Hey, that's good, ain't it, Blackie?
It's wonderful, Shorty. Say, what are you mugs doing here?
The boss didn't like the idea of you interfering with that hijack job last night.
Oh, well, I don't like the idea of having my car wrecked either, Stooge.
We ain't interested in what you like. We had a pretty good setup, Blackie.
Well, I'm so glad. That's fine.
Yeah, we got a lot of meat tied up, and we're getting good prices for it.
Well, what do you want me to see me about? What's the catch?
The boss wants to know if you want in on the racket.
What?
Yeah. See, he don't want no more interference from you. That's the catch.
Oh, black market, huh? Well, if I say no, what does the boss say?
He says we should give you a little treatment.
Oh, and by the way, who is your boss?
Never mind.
Well, how do I know your boss is a reasonable guy?
Hey, where you going?
Now, don't be scared, Stooge. You know, I always talk when I'm thinking. After all, you're the one that's got the gun.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, boys, I finished thinking. I guess I have no choice, huh? Well, tell the boss I'll go along with him.
Now you're talking sense.
Well, I guess that makes us partners, huh, boys? Say, how about a little drink on that?
Yeah, I'll take a snort.
Fine. I'm sorry. All I've got is bourbon.
That's okay with me.
Uh-huh. With soda?
Yeah.
Well, come on, boys. I'll build you a couple. Say when, Steve.
When? Look, I gotta hold this gun on you, Blackie. It ain't that I'm impolite. It's just that I'm careful.
You flatter me. How much soda?
Gee, I never had it with soda before.
Really? You haven't? Well, you're going to get it.
All right, give it.
All right, Shorty, I'll take care of this one.
Okay, boss. Okay, I got his gun.
Why, you...
All right, take it easy, Steve. Now, cut out the nonsense. I've got your gun. Now, be a good boy. You wanted an answer for your boss, huh? Well, you have it. Now, get out of here. And in the future, boys, remember, never drink during business hours.
Say, boss, did you know that it was 103 in Needles yesterday?
That's an enlightening breakfast conversation, Shorty.
Thanks.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Boston, Blackie?
That's right.
Sorry to disturb you so early in the morning.
Well, won't you come in?
Thank you.
Shorty, another cup of coffee for Miss,
Parker. June Parker.
Well, Miss Parker, you're a charming eye-opener for so early in the morning.
Boston, Blackie, I need your help.
And I'm glad to know you, too.
As a matter of fact, you've already helped me.
I have?
Mm-hmm. My driver tells me you helped one of my trucks get through the other night.
One of your trucks?
Yes.
Well, I don't quite understand.
This may sound a little strange to you, but I have a ranch and I raise stock.
Yes?
I've sold a lot of cattle, only I can't deliver it to my customers.
Oh, I see. And your trucks are being hijacked by that black market gang, huh?
Yes. That's why I came to you. Will you help me get them through?
You know, that's the second offer to go in the meat business that I've had in the last 24 hours. Why don't you go to the police, Miss Parker? I'm sure Inspector Faraday would be glad to give you protection.
I've gone to the police, but my trucks still aren't getting through.
You're really in a jam. Those black market thugs are worse than any racketeers we've ever had in this country.
I've been offered any amount if I'd sell to the black market, but I won't, not for anything.
Of course you won't.
Then you'll help me?
Now, look, Miss Parker, it isn't only helping you, it's helping me. It's helping everybody. The black market is one of the biggest things we've ever been up against. And you're fighting that black market. You know, you're the kind of a girl who's helping win this war.
Coffee's ready, boss.
Forget the coffee, Shorty. We've got a job to do. The biggest job we've ever done. That's you, Matthews?
Yes, Inspector.
Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute. Got to finish writing this letter. Hey, Matthews, how do you spell stupidity?
F-A-R-A-D-A-Y.
Hey, oh, it's you, Blackie. I should have known. Matthews can't spell. All right, what do you want here?
I don't know. What have you got here?
One of these days, we're going to have you here in a cell.
Faraday, you're nothing but an idealist. You know, I've been lonely. You haven't been bothering me lately. What's the matter? Don't you love me anymore?
I love you anyway. I love you like poison ivy. What do you want, Blackie?
Well, Faraday, my life has been threatened. I want police protection.
You're wonderful. You want police protection, Blackie. Stop
Now, wait a minute, Faraday. I'm serious. There's a gang after me, and they're not fooling.
Poor little Blackie. I'd like to see the gang that you couldn't handle. What is this, a gag?
No, wait a minute. I'm on the level.
Blackie, you're breaking my heart. You've never been on the level with me in your life, so why should I start believing you now?
Oh, so you won't give me police protection, huh?
Don't make me laugh.
Okay, Faraday. That's all I wanted to know.
Blackie wants protection.
Got him, Mike. Help me get him into the car. Come on. Let's get out of here. Boston Blackie's going for a long trip.
Well, it looks as though Boston Blackie's in a pretty tight spot. But Blackie is also a pretty resourceful individual, so just wait and see what happens. You know, we used to have a nice hand-embroidered motto hung up on our wall that said, "True friends are like diamonds, precious and rare." How well that applies in wartime to the washing machine. Yes, ma'am, if you're lucky enough to have a washer, keep in mind that it's your true friend and take care of it. One way is to follow the advice of the makers of 33 leading washers and use Rinso. You see, soapy-rich Rinso gets out more dirt. And with such a short run, it's easy not only on your clothes, but on your washer. And Rinso results are something to see. All your white clothes gleaming, sparkling. Sure, Rinso white. And colors washable, Rinso bright. So be sure to put Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, right on top of tomorrow's shopping list. And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie. Well, Boston Blackie, intent on breaking up a black market meat ring, was waylaid by thugs as he was leaving police headquarters where Inspector Faraday had just refused him police protection. Blackie has been thrown into a car.
Hey, Steve, he's coming too. Must be this country air. Stop the car.
Okay, let's get this over with.
Yeah, I'll take the gag out of his mouth.
Yeah, nobody can hear him out here.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I want to get my necktie back anyway. The best one I got. My girl gave it to me. She's a redhead. Says it matches her hair.
You know, it's too bad she ain't a brunette.
Yeah, you just don't like redheads.
Hey, never mind putting on your tie now. Leave it there in the seat and let's get this job over with. Come on, Blackie. Can you talk?
Well, what is this, the end of the line?
No. This is where we transfer.
Okay, boys. What's the score?
2-0, and you're the nothing. Blackie, can you stand up?
Well, I'm not so sure.
Well, you better stand up while you can, Blackie. You're going to be laying down for a long time.
You have a charming sense of humor.
You had a chance to join up with us, Blackie. You nixed it, and now you're getting rubbed out.
Oh, boss's orders, huh?
Yeah, and besides, it gives us a chance to get even for that soda trick yesterday.
I see.
Get over that fence, Blackie.
Say, what is this, an obstacle course?
Yeah, and you're the obstacle.
Hey, Steve. Hey, what's that over there?
Huh? Nothing. It's just a cow.
That happens to be the cow's husband, gentlemen.
Gee, a bull. Hey, if a bull sees red, he goes crazy.
What's the matter? You scared, Mike? Now we got to finish our job. Okay, Blackie? Anything you want to say? Any last request?
Well, I'd like to start running, gentlemen, if you don't mind, and I'm sure you would, too.
What?
That bull's coming this way, and fast.
Hey, he's after me.
Thanks for the gun, Steve.
Hey, let's get out of here, will you?
Don't worry, Steve. The bull's after Mike. You see, I stuck his own red necktie in his back pocket.
Who's there?
It's me, June. Boston Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, just a minute. Well, please come in. I'm glad to see you, Blackie.
Thanks. I'd like some information, June. These gents we're up against are playing a little rough.
Oh, Blackie, what happened?
Well, I went to Faraday for protection. He didn't believe I needed it. Next thing I knew, I was tapped on the head and ended up in a cow pasture playing matador.
Blackie.
Now, look, June, all I want to know is just one thing. You told me that somebody tried to get you to sell your cattle to the black market ring. I want to know who that somebody is.
Well, I can't tell you. I don't know.
Oh, if you're being afraid, don't be. I'll see that nothing happens to you, and it's also a little bit important that nothing happens to me, too. Now, look, all I want to know is who approached you on that black market deal?
Well, some men who said they represented a Mr. George Williams.
Williams? Well, who's he?
I don't know him. He has a wholesale meat plant on Johnson Street.
Yes.
But, Blackie, I've never seen him.
Quiet, June.
What's the matter?
The doorknob, it's turning.
Oh.
Now, I'll be in back of the door when it opens, but you keep on talking.
Okay. But, Blackie, I don't know whether I can go to dinner with you or not. Oh.
Okay, drop those guns. Now, drop them fast. I'm right here in back of you. Better drop your gun, too, Steve. Well, you two matadors again, huh? This is getting a little monotonous. How far did that bull chase you this morning? I'm a little fed up with you two guys. June.
Yes, Blackie.
Take the cord off those drapes. I want to tie up these two bullfighters. Then I've got to go over and see a man by the name of George Williams.
Blackie, I'm afraid
You don't have to be afraid, June. Oh, when Blackie ties them up, they stay tied. And when I get through with this, you'd better call the police and have them pick up these mugs. And I gotta work fast.
Hey, Miss Parker. You ain't gonna call no police.
What? What do you mean?
And besides, you're gonna untie us right now. Or else the boss won't like it.
You mean Mr. Williams?
No, Miss Parker. You see, Williams ain't his name. His real name is Parker. Parker, yeah. George Parker, your brother. Now, will you untie our hands?
I don't know what you're talking about, Blackie. I operate a legitimate business here. I sell only at ceiling prices.
I came up here to tell you I'm tired of being kicked around by those two mugs of yours. And also that you're going to lay off June Parker.
June Parker? Who's she?
Well, she's the girl you've been threatening. You know, the one that owns the trucks you've been hijacking. But you won't do it anymore. You see, I'm taking you with me.
You're taking me with you?
That's right. You're going to be my insurance that from now on, this black market gang of yours is unemployed.
What are you going to do with me?
What's he going to do with you? He ain't going to do anything with you.
Faraday, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
Inspector, my secretary had the good sense to call you. And I'm glad you got here so fast.
Mm-hmm. What's Boston Blackie been up to now?
He held me here in my office at the point of a gun, Inspector. He was going to force me to go with him unless...
Unless what?
Unless I stopped selling meat at ceiling prices and went into the black market.
Now, wait a minute, Faraday. That's ridiculous. You know that can't be right.
I don't know nothing.
Oh, you know a thing or two. You're just being modest.
I'm a reputable merchant, Inspector. I've been in business for years. This Blackie person wanted me to make this plant his headquarters for illegal meat sales.
Now, Faraday, listen. He claims I pulled a gun on him. I don't even have a gun.
It was in his hand when you came in the door, Inspector.
With Blackie, that don't make any difference. He can make anything disappear.
Thanks.
Someday I hope he goes to work on himself.
This Williams is head of a black market ring.
That's not true.
Not only that, but he's got a couple of thugs that have an obsession about my collecting old age pensions.
That's ridiculous. Please take Blackie with you, Inspector. I'll prefer charges.
Now, wait a minute, Inspector. I know I've tricked you, and we've been playing hide-and-go-seek for years.
Go on.
But I've never gone back on my word, now have I?
That's right.
And I'm not going to try any tricks. I just want you to come with me to a young lady's apartment.
Oh, now.
No, really, I want you to meet two friends of Mr. Williams. And if I can't prove that my story is true, well, I'll go downtown with you. Now, nothing could be fairer than that.
Sounds all right. But then you can make anything sound okay. You want me to see a gal who'll set me right on this whole thing?
That's right.
Okay, Blackie. I'll give you a chance to square yourself, but remember, this better not be a runaround.
This is the apartment, Inspector. Come on in.
Who is it?
Oh, it's me, June. It's Blackie. I'm here with Inspector Faraday.
Who?
Inspector Faraday.
Wait a minute. I'm coming. Well, hello.
Hello, June. Would you mind telling the inspector about that black market ring that threatened you?
What black market ring?
Well, you know that the... June.
I'm Miss Parker. And who are you?
That's all, Blackie. I've heard enough.
June. Now, what happened to those two men I left tied up here at your apartment?
Inspector, who is this man?
Don't you know? He says he's a very dear friend of yours.
Why, I've never seen him before in my life. And now, will you excuse me, please?
Okay, Blackie. We made a deal. This gal who was supposed to explain everything claims she never saw you before. Come on, let's go.
No, I can't go with you, Inspector. I've got to find out what this is all about.
Sorry, Blackie. Figure it out while you're waiting trial.
Faraday, will you listen? This girl is lying, and I can prove it. If you give me time.
I'll give you time, Blackie. You're coming with me. And keep your hands where I can see them. Now, come on over here to the telephone. I'm going to get you an escort downtown.
Okay, Inspector, but you're making a great mistake.
According to you, I always make them. So what's the difference? Remember, Blackie, I'm keeping my eye and my gun on you. Get me police headquarters. Blackie, stop playing with that telephone cord. You make me nervous.
I'm not playing with it, Inspector.
Get that wire off my gun, Blackie. Hey, stop you twisting that gun. You're breaking my wrist.
I'm sorry, Inspector. Now let go of the gun.
You're going back on your word.
That's
You're
better.
going back on your word now. You never did that before.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've got to be free to get the head of that black market ring. And put a ring right through his nose. Shorty?
Hey, open up, will you, boss?
Wait a minute. Come in, Shorty. Well, Oh, what are you doing here?
She made me bring her down here to your waterfront hideout, boss.
Well, that's fine. What do you mean she made you?
She came to the apartment and she was crying.
Oh.
Boss, you know I can't stand to see a poor dame cry.
Blackie, you've got to listen to me.
Yeah, I listened to you once.
I know I lied to Inspector Faraday, but I had to.
Well, that's fine. Why don't you tell it to Faraday?
I can't tell Inspector Faraday I lied. I can't.
You can't do this. You can't do that. You sound like the Summer Sisters. Why did you make Shorty bring you down here?
So that I could beg you to please forget all about me and the black market ring.
Oh, well, forgetting about you will be a pleasure.
I don't blame you for feeling that way. But believe me, it's for the good of everyone for you to forget about all this.
Believe you? Are you kidding?
You almost did once.
Yeah, I almost died once, too. And I've no desire to try that again, either.
You wanted to help me when I was in trouble, Blackie. I'm still in trouble. But the only way you can help me now is to drop this whole black market case.
Mm-hmm. And you're the girl I thought was going to help win the war.
Oh, Blackie, please.
June, there's no point in your coming here to see me.
But, George, I didn't even know you were here in the city. And then to find out what you're doing. How in the world did you ever get started on this?
Just why should I explain that to you, June?
I can't understand you. And Dad couldn't either. When you ran away from the ranch 5 years ago, you broke Dad's heart. And not hearing from you after that didn't help any.
I don't see why you should complain. Dad left the ranch to you, didn't he?
Yes, but what else could he do?
But it's worked out all right anyway. You've done a good job, Joan, raising good cattle. That's helped me in my business.
But black market, George. You call that a business?
I don't go for those names. All I know is I'm making money. And incidentally, Joan, it wasn't in my plans that you should know who I am. And it's your own fault that you do. You got mixed up with this Boston Blackie, and I had something to do about it.
Well, this is convenient, finding the two of you here together.
Boston Blackie.
Blackie.
Well, now who wants to talk first? You, Williams?
I got nothing to say to you, Boston Blackie.
Oh, I see. How about you, June?
I can't tell you anything.
Well, let me tell you then. Williams, you ought to pick smarter stooges. Or I might say you ought to pick a dumb stooge, one who can't talk. You see, Steve talked. With a little persuasion, of course, but he talked. So, Williams, I know that you're really Parker, June's brother.
But, Blackie,
And June, that explains a great deal, too. Of course, you made Faraday very happy by pretending not to know me, but You didn't make me very happy.
Oh, please, Blackie, you've got to listen to me. Look, I didn't know that my brother was going under the name of Williams. And when I found out, I was so stunned, I didn't know what to do. Except I knew I couldn't turn him over to the police. Now I know he deserves to be.
Swell sister I got, huh?
Yes, I think so.
Blackie, you said it was very convenient having two of us here. Well, I think it's very convenient having the two of you here. And this gun is very convenient, too. Put 'em up, both of you.
Georgie, did anyone ever tell you what happens to little boys who play with fire?
Both of you stuck your noses into my business. June always did, and I'm used to that. And anyway, she's my sister, but I don't have to take it from you, Boston Blackie.
Well, you have something there, Georgie. Not to mention the gun. June, would you please leave the room? If I'm right in supposing what your charming brother intends to do with me, it won't be very pretty.
George, you wouldn't.
Now, please, June, do as I say.
But Blackie...
Please, June.
Oh, it's all my fault. I got you into this. I didn't know that... Oh, my own brother. Blackie! Oh, Blackie, I thought...
You know, June, for a man raised on a ranch, your brother isn't very quick on the trigger.
Oh.
Personally, I'm very glad because it gave me a chance to show him his mistake.
Blackie, what did you do to George? Can I see him?
Well, a little later. He's busy right now. You see, he's got 1,000 pounds of steaks hanging in his wholesale plant, and he's looking for one little piece of beef to put on his eye.
Yeah, Blackie, I guess I'll forget about you going back on your word.
Good old inspector. I had a pretty good reason, you know.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, you broke up this black market ring, and I get the credit.
Thanks.
You know, sometimes I find it kind of hard to hate you.
Well, keep trying, Inspector. You know you're much prettier with a worried look on your face.
You know, this thing kind of calls for a celebration, Blackie.
Yeah?
You and I break up a black market gang, and 1 million people can buy beef at reasonable prices. What do you think we ought to do?
Well, let's see, Inspector. How about coming up to the apartment for a home-cooked steak dinner?
Shall I bring anything?
Yes. Points.
Boston Blackie will be back in just a moment with an interesting preview of next week's program. Meanwhile, let's see now. There are the dishes, the floors, the woodwork, the tiles, sink, windows. Hey, I could keep this up for hours. Listing the jobs that Rinso will make easier for you. Yes, those same soapy rich suds that are such a help when it comes to washing clothes are great for all the soap and water jobs around the house. So be sure to get Rinso tomorrow, ladies, for dishes, housework, and to keep you singing through wash day like this.
Rinso white, Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso white, Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
Yeah, Matthews, I know the guy's dead. You said that. Now listen, did you find the gun?
Sure, we found it. It was hooked up inside the radio. When the guy turned the set on, it fired the gun.
I get it. Hey, was the telephone receiver off the hook?
Sure, when we broke down the door... Hey, Inspector, how could you know that?
Just so happens that's the way a guy was killed in the play I've been watching. Somebody lifted the idea, and I've got an idea who that somebody was.
Yeah? Who, Inspector?
The man who's backing this play, a fellow by the name of Boston Blackie.
Tough luck, ladies. I mean about choice cuts of lamb going back on rationing. Means you've got to be smarter than ever at figuring ways to fix the meals your families want, especially since you don't have as many points as you used to. Well, the smartest thing to do is to get extra points by turning in waste fats. You know, your meat dealer will give you cash and 2 red points for every pound you turn in. So get going. You'll be doing yourself a favor and your country an important service. For used fats are urgently needed for military medicines, armaments, and a host of things so necessary to win this war. Strain every drop into any tin can, no glass containers, please, and turn them in as soon as you have a pound. Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Faraday. Music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
And don't forget, tomorrow, when you ask your grocer for the new Rinso, buy a cake of Lifebuoy at the same time. Lifebuoy's rich, purifying lather goes right after dirt and perspiration, leaves you feeling extra clean. So use Lifebuoy daily in your bath or shower. Remember, it's the only soap especially made to stop...
Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to... Let George do it. Brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. George Valentine. Yes, George Valentine, fresh out of uniform and eager to put his many talents to work, as well as to earn a living, ran an ad in the local paper. Do you have a crime that needs solving? Do you have a dog that needs walking? Have you a wife that needs spanking? Let George do it. His ad attracted several clients, some who paid him a fee and some who paid him nothing. His secretary, Claire Brooks, worries about the mounting pile of bills. But George, as he sits in his office with his feet on his desk, is occupied with more important matters.
Claire, I wonder, do you think I could find any sardines?
Oh, I'll send Sonny out. Sardine on rye?
Oh, no, not a sandwich. Bait.
Bait? What do you want to catch?
A fish.
Mr. Valentine, you can't afford a fishing trip.
Yeah, but if I get a client before Friday, a nice, simple case, you know, somebody wants me to find their uncle or lose their mother-in-law, just a few quick bucks and I'm on my way.
You can't afford a fishing trip.
I'm sitting back in the rowboat. I haven't a care in the world, just soaking up the sun. All of a sudden, wham! Then another wham.
Mr. Valentine?
I got a bite.
What is it, Sonny?
Yes, Sonny, what is it? Halibut, swordfish, yellowtail?
Mrs. Harrington. Isabel Harrington. James Harrington's wife.
There, you see, I did catch my fish. I told you, sardine's the best bait in the world.
Hey, sis, is he feeling all right?
It's normal for him. Send her in, Sonny.
Okay.
Now, remember, Mr. Valentine, she's the Mrs. Harrington.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, come in, Mrs. Harrington. Come right on in. Sit here. You'll be more comfortable.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. This is my secretary, Claire Brooks. But don't let her upset you. She knows all the skeletons intimately.
Oh, how charming. Mr. Valentine, I've been trying to get up enough nerve to come here.
Well, you just go right ahead and open up and talk. Nothing goes out of this office.
And nothing comes in.
Oh, I'm afraid that someone close to me may get into trouble. Oh, Mr. Valentine, I want you to watch that person every minute of the day. Do you understand?
Well, now, wait a minute. What kind of trouble?
Well, you see... Oh, it's so humiliating. This person picks up things.
Picks up?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a kleptomaniac.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I can't go on.
Oh, now, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, no, please. Later. Have lunch with me. 2:00 at the Savoy.
Oh, but Mrs. Harrington.
Please, be there.
A kleptomaniac, huh? Must be your husband.
Her husband? Mr. Valentine.
Yes?
Don't look now, but your fountain pen is missing.
Well, look, Mrs. Harrington, the food is fine and the company excellent, but what do you say we get down to cases? Give me back my fountain pen.
Your fountain pen?
Look in your purse, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, then you know everything. Well, I'll be quite frank. I'm under a doctor's care. He expects to cure me in a month or two, but meanwhile, my husband is running for alderman.
Oh, I see. Does your husband know that you pick up things?
Oh, no. And you must never find out. Oh, please promise me.
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Harrington.
You see, Melvin Gordon is running against my husband. You know Mr. Gordon.
Gordon's department store, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes. Well, just forget about it, Mrs. Harrington. The election is tomorrow, And I'll stay with you until your husband's elected alderman.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, if you'll protect me from myself, I'll pay you well. I promise.
Oh, well, we'll discuss that later. Now, suppose you run along home, and I'll be there this afternoon.
Oh, that's wonderful. I have a little shopping to attend to, and then I'll go straight home.
Oh, good. That's fine. See you later.
Goodbye.
Bye. Well, how about that, Claire? I'm going home and pack my rod and reel.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I can just taste those fish.
Mr. Valentine, she went shopping.
Yeah, I know she did. Shopping? Claire, let's get out of here.
Why come here? What makes you think she shops in Gordon's department store?
Because she'd be in most danger here. You heard her. Gordon is running against her husband for alderman.
Still, Mr. Valentine.
Where?
There.
Hmm?
Compacts.
Compacts?
Straight ahead.
Oh, what's she got in her hand?
Gold compact.
Uh-huh.
With stones.
How much?
About $50. Oh.
Oh.
Did you see that?
In her pocket. Come on.
What are you going to do?
Well, you look at compacts and stay close to me. You got it?
But, Mr. Valentine...
Shh, do as I say.
Oh, all right.
Well, hello there, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, a lovely store, isn't it?
Oh, yes, I've often told Mr. Gordon that he can be proud.
I beg your pardon, madam, but may I have that compact?
A compact? What compact?
The one you were looking at, madam.
Oh, well, I decided against it, miss.
Oh, that's quite all right, madam. But where is it?
Why, I put it back on the counter, of course.
It isn't on the counter.
Oh, well, now, young lady, I distinctly saw Mrs. Harrington put it back on the counter.
Yes.
Yes. I said hello to her. She put the compact down, and
All
then...
I know is it isn't here. I think I ought to call the store detective.
Oh, no, don't do that.
He'll take you upstairs to have a little talk with Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon?
No, wait a minute.
The compact isn't here, mister.
Oh, well, why not search that young lady there?
What? Who, me?
Yeah, look in her pocket.
Why, did you... Oh, it is in my pocket.
Well, come on, miss. Mr. Gordon will want to talk to you.
Mrs. Harrington, go home. Beat it.
Oh, yes, I will.
Come on, miss, this way. And don't make any trouble.
No, miss, don't make any trouble.
Why, you...
No, you're wasting your time, young man.
But, Mr.
There
Gordon...
There have been too many things disappearing from my store. I'm going to make an example of this young woman, and I can't be talked out of it. Now, you get that?
Mr. Gordon, are you married?
I certainly am.
Then you have a wife?
I certainly do.
Mr. Gordon, do you love your wife?
Is the door closed?
Yes.
I love my wife.
Then you must know how I feel.
This girl is your wife?
Mr. Gordon, don't listen to him.
It's all right, Claire. In spite of everything you've done, I'm not ashamed.
Oh.
Look, Mr. Gordon, here's $50 for the compact. Does that cover it?
No, I guess so.
Oh, I promise you, it'll never happen again.
No, all right, take her home.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Gordon. Darling, thank you.
Let me out of here.
Yes, darling, of course. Goodbye, Mr. Gordon.
Good luck, young man.
Oh, Clara, listen.
I hate you. It was the dirtiest trick you've ever played on me, and I hate you. You'll never get a chance to play another trick because I quit, understand?
Oh, well...
I definitely quit, and I definitely hate you.
Oh, Claire, honey. Now, look, you like your job. I know you do. Now, forget it, darling. It's just part of the game. Now, come on. Wipe your eyes and powder your nose. Here, use the compact. And just to show you the kind of a man I am, you can keep it.
Now what?
Now we go back to the office, and then I'll go to the Harringtons.
Don't think I'm going to forget this in a hurry, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, be a good girl, and I'll bring you back a halibut.
Someone's trying to attract your attention in that car.
Mr. Valentine!
Oh, it's Mrs. Harrington. Mrs. Harrington, I told you to go home.
Well, I'm going now, Mr. Valentine. I was worried about Miss Brooks.
Oh, well, everything's fine.
Oh, you were superb, Mr. Valentine. And whatever my bill will be, I want you to double it.
Well, thanks a lot. Now go on home.
I'll be expecting you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Don't laugh, Mr. Valentine. Maybe you don't believe in a woman's instinct, but I wish you'd drop this case. I have a feeling that... Mr. Valentine, what are you doing with that fur scarf?
She did it again.
A silver fox.
Claire, think. Was she wearing a silver fox when we had lunch with her or while she was shopping?
Oh, no, I couldn't have missed it.
I noticed it in the car just now while we were talking to her. She must have picked it up when we were with Gordon.
A silver fox. Oh, call her back, Mr. Valentine. Make her take care of it.
Well, now, don't get excited. Why should I worry a good client?
But, Mr. Valentine, I have a feeling.
Will you forget that you're a woman and that you've got an instinct? Come on, we'll go back to the office.
With the silver fox?
With the silver fox. Come on.
Oh, all right, but I've got a feeling. Oh, my feet are killing me. The least you could have done was to hail a cab.
I just put out $50 for that compact. Only one more block.
Mr. Valentine?
It's Sonny.
Well, why did you leave the office?
I've been looking all over for you
What's
two.
up?
Mrs. Harrington phoned.
Yeah?
She says when you go out to her house this evening, don't worry if you bump into a cop.
A cop?
It seems that last year on her birthday, her husband gave her an animal to drape around her neck, and somebody stole it this afternoon out of her car.
Say that again, Sonny, and slowly.
Somebody stole her fur scarf. It was a silver fox, black, with... Hey, like that. You've got it.
Yep, I've got it.
Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do with it?
Take it to Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, but there might be a cop around her house.
Well, I'll sneak by him. I'll find a cab and we'll go right out there. Here, Claire.
What?
Meanwhile, wear it around your neck.
No, thank you. I'm not wearing any hot fox. It's not fashionable this season.
Then here, Sonny, wind it around your head.
Huh?
You know, like Daniel Boone.
I don't want to be Daniel Boone.
Then be Buffalo Bill.
I don't want to be Buffalo Bill.
Sonny.
I want to be Van Johnson.
Never mind. I'll stuff it inside my shirt.
Mr. Valentine, I've got a feeling.
Sweetheart, shut up, will you? Here comes a cab. Hey, taxi!
Mr.
Taxi!
Valentine, wait!
Taxi! Come on!
It's a police car.
Uh-oh.
Jeepers.
Can I do something for you, sir?
Oh, I beg your pardon, officer. I thought I was hailing a taxi.
Oh, that's quite all right, sir. Very understandable. Can I give you a lift?
Oh, no. I wouldn't think of troubling you.
No trouble at all. Step right in, sir.
Oh, no, officer. I just can't let you do it, but thanks anyway. Goodbye.
Would you mind telling me your name?
My name? Valentine. George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, pardon me for mentioning it, but, what is that sticking out of your shirt?
My shirt? Oh, you mean my pet? Yeah, my pet. I always carry him close to me.
Pet? Pet what?
Well, it's Gopher. That's it. My pet Gopher.
Strange. First time I ever saw a Gopherus polyphemus with a bushy tail.
Gopherus polyphemus?
Gopher.
Oh, yes. It's a gopher.
With a bushy tails?
Well, you see, this is a funny sort of gopher. It's got a little squirrel in it.
I'm sorry to contradict you, sir. Not squirrel. Vulpus fulvus.
Vulpus fulvus?
Fox. Silver fox. Hop in, Mr. Valentine.
But, officer...
And there's plenty of room, so bring your friends with you.
How will George talk himself out of this predicament? And while George is pondering his problem, I'll take just a moment to tell you what occurred to me as I was driving to the studio this afternoon. I was thinking that every Chevron gas station should wear a sign reading, "Local Boy Makes Good." For these cream green and burgundy Chevron stations, you know, are home-owned. Generally, the Chevron dealer is a fellow who worked hard and in many cases learned the business from the ground up before he branched out for himself. Now he runs his own Chevron gas station, and you can bet your bottom dollar he's going to hustle to make it tick. That, of course, explains why the service is cheerful and willing and competent at Chevron gas stations. I'd like to see you get acquainted with the Chevron dealer in your neighborhood. You'll find that he's a nice fellow and mighty glad to help you out any time. He gives your car the best, too, climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. Drop in at a Chevron gas station this weekend and see. Remember, your Chevron credit card is good as gold with any Chevron dealer. Well, it looks as if George is really in a jam this time, and with the law, too. Right now, George, Claire, and Sonny are cruising along in a squad car. The officer is their chauffeur.
I tell you, you're making a big mistake, officer.
Maybe so, sir, but they told me at the station to be on the lookout for a Vulpes fulvus, silver fox.
May I congratulate you on your vocabulary, officer?
Thank you very much. And may I congratulate you on your pulchritude.
What'd you say she was?
Cute.
Oh.
Now, take the glove compartment in my car. Now, most people would keep cigarettes in there. What would you keep in it?
Maps.
Lipstick.
Bicarbonate of soda.
Well, I got it filled with books. You know, books. Pocket edition.
Oh, look, officer, if you'll just take us to Mrs. Harrington. She's very absent-minded. She forgot that she asked me to take care of her silver fox.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm taking you to the station.
Jeepers, officer, give us a break.
I'm sorry, son. I'm taking you to the station.
Officer.
Hmm?
Now, officer?
Okay, I'll take you to the Harringtons. There doesn't seem to be anyone at home.
I know Mrs. Harrington is home. I told her to stay home.
Wait a minute. There's someone coming.
Now, if you don't mind, I'll handle this in my own way.
Yes? Oh, what's wrong?
Mrs. Harrington.
I said I'd handle this. Mrs. Harrington, may we please come in?
Yes, of course, but...
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Harrington, it's about your Vulpes fulvus.
Oh, there must be some mistake, officer. There's no one here by that name.
He means your silver fox.
Oh. The servants are out. I'll have to answer the phone.
Go right ahead, Mrs. Harrington. And maybe I shouldn't mention this, but she doesn't appear to be a close friend of yours, Mr. Valentine.
Hello?
But you didn't give her a chance to say anything.
Well,
there's a policeman in my house now, Captain
you see, Captain Moore, let me talk to him, Mrs. Harrington. Hello? This is Flynn speaking. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow Flynn.
Mr. Valentine, what's wrong?
Get this, Mrs. Harrington.
Yes, Captain.
I have your scarf. I took it out of your car.
Why?
Well, I thought it was something you'd picked up.
Oh, good heavens.
Well, I captured somebody already, Captain.
Now, it'll be all right. Just tell the officer that I'm a good friend of yours.
Yeah, he has it on him.
If only my husband stays
Yes, I know.
upstairs.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, I forgot to tell you. You see, my husband is very jealous.
Oh, great.
Thank you, Captain. Au revoir. Now then, Mrs. Harrington, is this man a dear friend of yours?
Well, you see,
Please, Mrs. Harrington, just answer the question.
Oh.
Is this man a dear friend of yours?
Is who a dear friend of hers?
Oh, James. Officer, this is my husband, Mr. Harrington.
Isabel, the officer asked you a question.
Yes.
I caught him with the silver fox, Mr. Harrington. Here it is.
Just a moment, officer. Isabel, is this man a dear friend of yours?
Why?
Yes?
Why,
Yes?
why, I never saw him before in my life.
Oh, gee.
Is it? Take them away, officer. We'll be down later to prepare charges.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to have bothered you, Mrs. Harrington.
But, officer...
Sonny, be quiet.
Come on. Let's go.
Officer, will you please listen to me?
Once and for all, Mr. Valentine, I'm taking you to the station.
But if you just give
Now,
me...
don't try to talk your way out of it, Mr. Valentine. He's got you with the goods.
Claire.
A compact or a fur scarf, what's the difference? After all, we've got to protect our client, haven't we? So forget it, darling. It's just part of the game.
Claire.
When do they allow visitors, officer?
Usually Monday.
Then I'll see you Monday, Mr. Valentine. Oh, and I'll bring you a halibut.
Go ahead. Rub it in.
Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. Take care of him, officer. Sonny, say goodbye to him.
Just a minute, miss. I'm sorry to be disagreeable, but I found all three of you together. Therefore, I'm turning all three of you in together. Now, come along, if you please.
Jailbirds.
Cut it out, will you, Sonny?
Jailbirds behind bars.
Well, we're just being detained until Mr. and Mrs. Harrington get here.
Yeah, then they'll put us away for good. What do you suppose they did to my sister? Poor Claire, she...
Poor Claire, my eye. She was glad it happened. Well, if she saw me now, she'd probably laugh out loud. Claire!
Claire, where are you?
I'm your next-door neighbor. Could I borrow a cup of sugar?
Well, why didn't you tell us you were there?
I wanted to listen to you, Mr. Valentine.
Call me George. This is no time to be formal.
I thought maybe I'd hear you say you were sorry. That shows what a little fool I am.
Oh, well, Claire, listen. I'd give my right arm to have avoided this.
I don't want your right arm. Just once I'd like to hear you say it. I'm sorry.
Well, Claire, I...
Take your time. You've probably got 5 years.
Well, look. I'll tell him you two had nothing to do with this. And when you're out of here, if you're smart, you'll never see me again. You'll have nothing more to do with me. Will you promise?
No.
Claire.
I'd miss you.
Oh, hey. You do like me, don't you?
Oh, I guess I do.
Then why didn't you smile at that copy to let us go?
Oh, now it's my fault.
Everybody all right? Everybody healthy and happy?
Oh, sure. Just one big happy family.
Hey, he's unlocking our cell.
Just a minute, miss. I'll have you out, too.
Where are you going to take us, officer?
Just follow me, if you please.
Mr. Valentine, maybe it's an electric chair.
Now, take it easy, son.
Mrs. Harrington is here.
With Mr. Harrington?
No, she's alone. Most intelligent woman, Mrs. Harrington. She's looking at my books. She's very interested in them.
Then you better lock them up.
What?
Just a joke.
Oh. Yeah. Well, here they are, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, will you ever be able to forgive me?
That depends.
I was just telling Officer Flynn how absent-minded I am. I remember it all now. I was standing on the street and...
Yeah. Well, you don't have to explain, Mrs. Harrington. You're not going to prefer charges against these people, are you?
Oh, no. No, of course not.
No.
Preposterous.
Then they're discharged.
We're free?
Very sorry to have bothered you, miss.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye, officer.
Goodbye, sir. See you again sometime.
I hope not.
Goodbye, officer.
Goodbye, miss. You will always remember a glistening pearl in my treasure box of memories.
Whew. Fresh air.
Mr. Valentine, whatever my bill will be, I want you to double it.
What did you tell your husband?
Well, just what I told the officer.
Okay, now you're going home.
And I'll stay there until the election is over tomorrow.
I know. We'll see to that. We're going with you.
What? All of us?
Yep, all of us. That's the only way we can keep her out of trouble. Come on, Mrs. Harrington. Let's go home. I thought I told you to stay with Mrs. Harrington.
Sonny's with her. They're having breakfast. George, I'm bored.
Oh, now forget it, will you? It'll soon be over.
George, I'm bored.
Oh, now, come on, Claire. Cheer up. Let's have a big smile.
I don't feel like smiling.
Well, put some lipstick on. You'll feel better.
Guess I could stand a little. All this hanging around. Oh.
What's the matter?
She did it again. My lipstick's gone.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll buy you another one.
Mr. Valentine, okay if I run out and buy a magazine?
Sonny, you were left in charge of Mrs. Harrington.
Yeah, but Mr.
When
Valentine...
you're left in charge, you're supposed to stay with her, understand?
Yeah, but Mr.
Wherever
Valentine...
she goes, you follow her.
Yeah, but I can't follow her everywhere.
Oh, well, all right. What time is it? My watch is always fast.
Oh, mine keeps perfect time. It's exactly... Hey!
Now what?
I know I was wearing my watch.
Oh, never mind. I'll buy you another one.
Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine!
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Harrington. What's wrong?
I was looking through my closet and I found this. My silver fox.
Well, of course. Don't you remember? I had
Oh,
it.
I don't mean that one. I mean this one.
This one?
Oh, don't you understand? There are 2 silver foxes in my closet.
Suffering cat.
Mr. Valentine.
You were right all along. Oh, I must have picked it up.
Yeah, well, now, don't go to pieces. We haven't time for hysterics.
But that's not all. Mr. Gordon just phoned. He wants to see me immediately. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Mrs. Harrington. Give me that silver fox. I'll handle Gordon.
I knew all along Mrs. Harrington was guilty. After she shopped, something always disappears.
Will you please calm down, Mr. Gordon? I brought back the silver fox.
You can keep it.
Now, be reasonable. Look, when things disappear, you charge them to Mrs. Harrington's account, don't you?
What's that got to do with it? Harrington's running against me for alderman. There's still time to get a story in this afternoon's paper. What do you think his chances will be then?
It'd be a dirty trick, Mr. Gordon.
Look, Valentine, just between us, Harrington's the best man. He should be alderman, but if I'm made alderman, my wife will think I'm wonderful.
You'd wreck Mr. Harrington just to make your wife think you're wonderful.
You bet I would.
Darling.
Mildred, sweetheart, come in. Oh, sweetheart, this is Mr. Valentine and my wife, Miss Gordon.
How do you do?
Hello. Well, darling.
Well, darling?
Is that all you have to say?
Oh, you look wonderful, sweetheart.
I knew it. I'll never forgive you.
Mildred, angel.
Of course, a great big executive like you, so busy running a store and running for alderman, you haven't time to remember a little thing like a birthday, have you?
Birthday? Oh, Mildred, now, sweetheart.
I should have known.
Oh, well, pardon me for cutting in, Mrs. Gordon, but I can't keep my mouth shut. I know it's supposed to be a surprise, too.
A surprise?
A surprise?
He didn't forget your birthday, Mrs. Gordon.
He didn't?
I didn't? I didn't.
Here you are. I just helped him select it for you.
A silver fox. Oh, darling. Oh, I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
Well, I'll run along. That is, unless you have something else to discuss, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, no. No, not a thing.
Good, good. Happy birthday, Mrs. Gordon. I hope you'll enjoy the Vulpus Fulvus.
Why come back to the office, Mr. Valentine?
Well, after hanging around Mrs. Harrington for the last couple of days, I just wanted to be sure the office was still here.
We ought to go out and celebrate. After all, Mr. Harrington's an alderman.
Okay, Sonny. Run out and buy a bucket of black coffee.
And a box of aspirin.
Some celebration.
Go on, beat it.
Okay.
Well, I suppose I should congratulate you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, she hasn't paid me yet.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, Mr. and Mrs. Harrington are here.
Oh, no. All right, send them in.
Mr. Valentine, you're through with the case, understand?
But, Claire,
Either that or you're through with me.
You see, Isabel, I told you he'd be here.
You were right, James.
Mr. Valentine, my wife has told me everything.
Everything?
Oh, everything, yes. I simply had to.
I'm glad you did, Mrs. Harrington.
We came to thank you for all that you've done for us, Mr. Valentine, and whatever the bill will be, I want you to double it.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
Send it to my office.
Oh, no need to bother you.
Oh, it's no bother.
Well, I mean, mailing and all that. If you happen to have your checkbook with you.
Checkbook?
No hurry, you understand, but if you want to sit right here at my desk.
Oh, well.
Here you are. Here's a pen.
Oh, thanks.
We just came from my doctor. He thinks I'm cured.
Really, Mrs. Harrington?
Oh, yes, my dear. This last experience, James' career at stake and all. Oh, it was such a shock. Well, it brought me back to earth again.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Here you are, Mr. Valentine. This okay?
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Harrington.
Well, I'm the one who's indebted.
You'll come to see me, Miss Brooks?
Of course, Mrs. Harrington.
And you too, Mr. Valentine.
Yep, you bet.
Come, Isabel.
Yes, James. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Harrington.
Good night.
Good night, good night. Well, Claire, I'm on my way. I'll pick up a can of sardines and my fishing tackle. See you Monday.
How much, Mr. Valentine?
$1,000.
What? $1,000? Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, then see for yourself. The check's right there.
Where? I don't see it.
Well, I distinctly remember. Put it right under that paperweight, you see?
No.
Well, go ahead and look. It's right under this. It's right.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, no, she did it again.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, a friend of mine owns the Chevron gas station down the street, and he was telling me a story the other day. It seems a chap he knew came in when they were putting my friend's name on the canopy of his home-owned station. Looks pretty nice, commented the chap. It certainly shows folks that you're the boss here. Not on your life, explained my friend. It means that they are the boss here. Well, the motorist didn't get it, so the Chevron dealer went on. The new sign and the cream, green, and burgundy color scheme, he said, are simply to make it plain that I run my own station. Since I'm in business for myself, how well I get along depends pretty much on how well I treat my customers. And that makes the customer strictly the boss at my Chevron gas station. Well, my friend might have said at all Chevron gas stations, because the friendliness, the cheerful, expert service you run into at Chevron gas stations is the best way any Chevron dealer has of making his home-owned business useful to you and to the community. Well, next week, George Valentine goes on a picnic. But instead of being bothered with the usual things like ants and rain, he has a new experience. You'll probably hear him saying something like this.
Wow, what was that? Who hit me?
Somebody threw a shoe at you, Mr. Valentine. It came from that house.
Well, a lady's slipper. Hey, and a note with it.
Let me see. It says, I am being held prisoner in this house. Please save me. Hey, it's written in lipstick.
Orange lipstick. Must be a blonde. See you later.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Frances Robinson as Claire, and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vinson. Others in the cast were Sarah Selby as Mrs. Harrington, Stanley Waxman as Mr. Harrington, Joe Gilbert as Mildred, Herbert Butterfield as Mr. Gordon, Ed Max as the officer, and Margaret Brayton as the salesgirl. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Exciting news for Through the Virus Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.